Chapter 1042, The mortal monarch Li Qie continued this embroidery process for 2 days and 3 nights before finally doing a good job of sewing the laws together. Looking at the flashing totems in his hand, Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. After struggling for so many years, an unknown era had disappeared without anyone knowing. Even though Sikong Taotian was a carefree fella, he didn't dare to do a sloppy job on a task given by Li Qie. On the 3rd day, he finally returned. However, he was obediently standing behind someone at this time. The person entered Li Qie's abode and instantly began inspecting him from top to bottom carefully. It was more accurate to call this person an iron statue. Other than his head, the rest of his body was made out of an unknown material. His body emitted a faint silver luster and the cold air of metal. Even though there were all type of races in this world such as golems and demons, this Iron Man might be one of a kind. He was not cast from a particular piece of metal. To be precise, his body was formed from the combination of many exquisite parts. For example, Li Qie's brave Tiger Legion was formed by pouring metal into the same mold. However, this Iron Man was not created by that process but rather assembled in a sophisticated process beyond imagination. However, his head was clearly that of a normal person. Judging from his gray hair and beard, he was a man whose age was too old to be determined. Even though his eyes were muddled, there were flashing starry glimmers in their depths with wavy nebulae. Anyone who stared in his eyes would definitely be shocked, for they would come to realize his terrifying power. Your Excellency, after taking a good look, the Iron Man prostrated on the ground with great emotion. Your Excellency, it really is you. Excitement was plastered all over his face. Even though his iron body had turned cold, at this very second, he couldn't control his emotions. His actions frightened the soul out of Sikong Taotian. He was an obedient child before the Iron Man and didn't even know where to put his hands. However, this untouchable mortal ancestor in his mind was actually calling Li Qie, Your Excellency, so how could he not be scared out of his mind? The Iron Man was the oldest ancestor in the mortal king palace of their heaven's secret valley. He was a supreme existence, many disciples never even had the chance to see him. But now, their valley's ancestor actually prostrated before Li Qie, leaving Sikong Taotian in complete astonishment. Li Qie propped the mortal monarch up and smiled, I'm very happy to be able to see you. The mortal monarch stood up. His decrepit face revealed a touching smile. At this time, he gently waved his sleeve. Sikong Taotian didn't say anything and quietly left. I didn't think I would be able to meet Your Excellency again. I thought I would die of old age at the Mortal King Palace. He smiled. Li Qie laughed in response, with your advantages, as long as the valley has sufficient blood era stones, you will be able to live for a long time. I didn't want to disturb you in this generation. After all, it isn't easy to seal you once more. What are you saying, Your Excellency? He quickly interjected, my life was given to me by you. Without you, I would only be a pile of scrap iron in the darkness, trying to hold on to my last breath. If you didn't defy the heavens to prolong my life, the me of today wouldn't exist, and neither would the heaven's secret valley. Very few people in the present times knew about an existence like the mortal monarch, and even fewer knew about a lineage like the valley. A very long time ago, the monarch was a man made out of iron. During that period, he was broken into little tiny pieces. As he put it, a pile of scrap metal with feeble vitality. Later on, he met Li Qie. Li Qie spent countless efforts and finally saved his life and prolonged it. He was not a human or a demon, not even any of the other races of this world. His origin traced back to a very archaic era. However, the monarch himself knew very little about his own era because he was exiled into the shadows in his youth and had always been sealed. It wasn't until later when he met Li Qie that he was able to see the light of day. As for that distant era, it had been annihilated long ago and no longer existed. No matter what, you have managed to pass down your craft. Li Qie patted his shoulder and smiled, your valley's mechanical prowess can be considered the best in the 9 worlds. The monarch shook his head and said, Your Excellency is teasing me, it is only a minor trick, it's not enough to get into your eyes. No, I actually do need this skill of yours this time. Li Qie smiled, I have an item. If I do it myself, I will need a very long time to finish, but time does not wait for me, which is why I specifically called for you. With that, Li Qie took out the old box and handed it to him. Inside were the scattered parts that were extremely delicate. The monarch was instantly attracted like a master-level artist immersing himself in an unparalleled work of art. After a good look, he lifted his head in shock, Your Excellency, this is, with that, he took a deep breath to calm himself, this can only be from that era. Yes, only in that era can you find this. To be precise, I want to go to a certain place in the Lesser Imperial Devil world. Li Qie nodded. Your Excellency has finally found it. Even an existence that had lived for so long like him became emotional. I'm not sure how I will face it. I have thought about this matter for a very long time, so I am fairly confident. Li Qie told the monarch, Do you want to go take a look? Perhaps this will let you understand that era better. The monarch pondered for a long time. Eventually, he smiled wryly and said, I know very little about that era. Some of the things I know were taught by you and the legends from your tales. That era has vanished. I belong in the present, not that destroyed past. Really, I have so many children and grandchildren now, what is there in the past for me to yearn for? He smiled and shook his head, just let the past go. I won't try to search for it since I am very satisfied with the present. Tracing my origin is no longer a priority of mine. I understand. Li Qie gently patted his shoulder again. He watched over the mortal monarch all this time, how could he not understand him? At this time, the monarch took another look at the item inside the box before speaking, Your Excellency, this thing is not complete, it must be missing another half. I know, the other half is with the Eternal River School. They should have it here within the next 2 days. Li Qie said, I want you to get it ready as soon as possible. In my opinion, Nalanda will release the Lesser Imperial Devil world in the next several days. The Lesser world had always been sealed by Nalanda. Although they would open it in each generation their Buddhist gates opened, they would normally wait for a very long time before doing so. However, Li Qie came to Spirit Mountain this time and asked the Radiant Bodhisattva to open it early since there was something he needed inside. I'm afraid this is difficult for me as well. The monarch stared at the item and said, Your Excellency, this thing is of the utmost importance and relates to the totems of that era. I can't prepare it well in a short amount of time, I have to understand these totems first before knowing their derivations and transformations. I don't have many memories about these totems, so if I wanted to complete it, I would need a very long time. The monarch was ashamed to say, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. You don't have to worry about that. Li Qie smiled, I have prepared the totems for you. With that, he took out the totems that he had been sewing for the last 2 days. Seeing the animated totems before him, the monarch became startled and stared at them in disbelief. Your Excellency, where did you get them from? I made it. Li Qie smiled, I didn't live all of these years for nothing. After reading many ancient scrolls, I finally understood a few things from that era. Later on, I went through numerous images so I was able to derive them into these totems. Because there isn't a real one in our possession right now, I had to make them myself. Everything should be easy with this. The monarch became excited and spoke, Don't worry, Your Excellency, I will prepare this for you to the best of my ability. I believe in your ability. Li Qie gently nodded, as long as the Eternal River School brings the other half here, we'll have plenty of time. In the end, the monarch had to ask, Your Excellency is entering the Lesser Imperial Devil world for that item in the legends? Not just for that item. Li Qie gently shook his head, I want to know exactly what went on at the very end of time, it will be a good reference point for me. Of course, if that item is still there, then nothing could be better. But if it's not, I won't force the issue. The monarch softly sighed and didn't say anything else. He began his task. Li Qie didn't bother him and left the room. Outside, Sikong Taotian stood on guard. After seeing Li Qie, he felt quite awkward and didn't know what to do with his hands. My relationship with the monarch is separate from my relationship with you. Li Qie laughed, just act like before. After hearing this, Sikong Taotian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1043, Lesser Imperial Devil World's appearance. Mei Suyao didn't let Li Qie down. The Eternal River School quickly brought the other half over. After obtaining this half, the mortal monarch's pace of assembly quickened. At the same time, Li Qie was meditating with his eyes closed. It seemed that his soul had left his body and was wandering around the vast Buddhist funeral plateau. In his vision, there were no mountains and rivers nor temples and cities. No living creatures were to be found, only the Buddhist aura and rhythm was present. There was no end to the vast Buddhist sea. Anyone would be lost inside without turning back. It was just like Li Qie's phrase, the Buddhist sea is boundless, turn back to see the shore. Some called it the evil den while others preferred devil world. However, the most popular name was the Lesser Imperial Devil World. Legend states that it was sealed by Spirit Mountain. Without its approval, it would never appear. However, Spirit Mountain would release it each generation. Li Qie came out of his room at this time as well and looked up to see the emerging world. He revealed a faint smile, Lesser Imperial Devil World, I'm coming, are you ready? Sikong Taotian had been guarding the door the whole time, but he kept up with his intelligence gathering. He saw the emerging world and asked Li Qie, many people are going to try to grab the lotus. Are you going too, boss? Yes. Li Qie smiled as his gaze fell upon the temple in the lesser world. It seemed that this temple greatly attracted him, like a lover captivating his glance. Nihility Temple. Sikong Taotian commented after seeing Li Qie's stare, legend states that it is the scariest temple, even more frightening than Nalanda. Li Qie laughed and looked at the guy, it seems like you know quite a few things. Even if many had heard of the name Nihility, very few truly understood it. Everyone was more familiar with the 18 temples and Nalanda. The Nihility Temple remained a mystery to most. I've heard from the seniors in the valley. Sikong Taotian rubbed his palms together and smiled, if boss won't make fun of me for showing off, then I'll tell you. Li Qie chuckled, it's fine, go for it. Sikong Taotian looked over at Nihility and swallowed some saliva as if he was looking at a nice piece of braised pork. Okay, don't have any ideas about it. With just you. You're not qualified to even go up there, let alone think about stealing from there. The mortal monarch wouldn't have trouble going up there, but you aren't capable for now. Li Qie smilingly said. Sikong Taotian chuckled awkwardly. He scratched his head in response, this little one knows that too. My meager skill can't allow me to go up there. I heard that the people who have been up there before were practically all immortal emperors. Not necessarily just emperors. Powerful god kings and true gods can go as well. Li Qie stared at the temple as his eyes became quite profound, no matter who it is, that place is indeed worth visiting at least once. Chapter 1044, The Legendary Lesser Imperial Devil World. Despite not knowing how to get up there, Sikong Taotian still swallowed his saliva greedily while looking at the Nihility Temple. He said, I heard immortal Emperor Fei Yang went there once and even took a stone Buddha statue away. Is that true? About that, what else does the legend say about it? Li Qie asked with a grin. Sikong Taotian went on, rumor has it that the emperor went there and was so eloquent that he managed to take away a stone statue willingly. It left the Nihility Temple and the Buddhist funeral plateau to go with him. Li Qie smiled, this legend can be considered true. However, there are a few minor details unknown to the world. Sikong Taotian immediately became spirited and asked, "What kind of details?" Li Qie answered with amusement, "There was a secret. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang indeed won. However, he didn't bet on the ultimate gamble. To be precise, he only tricked a stone statue to leave with him. But nevertheless, the emperor was indeed amazing, using just his 3-inch tongue in order to take that statue. This could absolutely be praised as one of the greatest achievements of his life. The group of geniuses all had their own territories. Other experts, both young and old, weren't willing to fight them for it. Among these geniuses, one would naturally become the immortal emperor in the future, so no one wanted to offend them. Not to mention, the powers behind them were quite powerful as well. The undercurrents of both the lake and atmosphere simmered. There were a few powerful paragons here as well as a few god monarchs unwilling to show their faces. Some of these paragons had already embarked on the path of the Grand Era. They wanted to seize the lotus as well. However, Jikong Wudi's group was not afraid of the old paragons since they were well prepared. Many noticed their confidence and couldn't help but tremble. This meant that the group of geniuses had powerful Tao protectors present as well. In terms of cultivation, this young group couldn't necessarily compete with older paragons, especially the Grand Era paragons and god monarchs. However, their secret Tao protectors were dreadful to just about anyone, including god monarchs. "We're missing Goddess Mei and Bai Jianjun," someone murmured after looking at the young group. If Goddess Mei and Bai Jianjun come, then all the young people most qualified to become the emperor in the mortal emperor world will have gathered here. Even the older generation had to admit this. "There's evil Buddha as well," another blurted out. At this time, someone shouted, "Evil Buddha is here." People looked around and sure enough, evil Buddha was flying here. Below his feet was an auspicious cloud, giving him the appearance of a Buddhist lord that had ascended. Li Qie landed on a peak with many eyes on him. Recently, his reputation was sky-high and had even overshadowed Jikong Wudi's group. The mortal king was giving him a particularly cold glare. However, he was surprisingly able to contain himself this time and didn't make a move. The battle is about to begin. Some people smelled blood with this gathering. They left the large lake to avoid being involved. Even under the prying eyes of so many, Li Qie remained calm as he stood alone while looking at the glittering golden lake with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1045, Venerable Dry Peak, the Sword Goddess is here. Not long after Li Qie's arrival, someone shouted and drew a lot of attention. In the present times, only Bai Jianjun was qualified to have the title of Sword Goddess. She came holding her sword and had returned to the origin. No one dared to block her path as she walked forth, the spectators quickly made way. In terms of battle records, she was not as illustrious as the mortal king since he challenged everyone. As for prestige, she was lesser than Jikong Wudi, he had a triple saint aptitude and was untouchable. However, she was still quite dreadful in her own right. There was a saying, when the mad sword comes out, meet God slay God, meet devil slay devil. No one wanted to test her fury because people said that it was quite horrifying. She even chased the mortal king around. With nowhere to hide, he struggled to escape alive from the battle. After coming here, she simply coldly glanced around and didn't care for the group. She sat down next to a tree. All the strong cultivators were gathered here. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy to the max. Everyone understood that a bloodbath was absolutely unavoidable. Bing Yuxia looked around and said with a smile, "The lotus hasn't come out yet, so does anyone want to fight first?" However, no one took her up on it. The arrogant Jikong Wudi remained standing there. Lin Tiandi was still carefree and cool. Zhan Shi had no response, and the mortal king was as immovable as a peak. How boring. Bing Yuxia saw the group staying patient and knew that she wouldn't be able to fight until the lotus appeared. She was too lazy to look at them, so her eyes fell upon Li Chia instead. At this moment, he was Chu Yuntian, so she naturally couldn't recognize him. However, for some unknown reason, she felt that this evil Buddha gave quite a familiar sensation. It was just that she couldn't put her finger on it. She felt that she had met him before but couldn't recall the exact time. The current world is the playground of the young. An old sect master gently sighed while looking at the geniuses lording over their respective territories. He chose not to compete for the lotus and retreated to the horizon to watch instead. Despite their past feuds, the group remained calm and waited for the lotus flower's appearance. The tense atmosphere permeated this entire area. At the same time, an old man flew here and took a look around before focusing on the lake. This old man exuded the aura of a paragon. It was quite oppressive. Moreover, he came with great fanfare, as if he was not afraid of antagonizing others. Venerable Dry Peak. Someone recognized his identity and murmured, "I didn't think someone of his status would actually work under the soaring heavenly saintess." It turned out that this old man was a famous virtuous paragon. He was from a big sect and many people called him Venerable Dry Peak. As a paragon, he shouldn't have joined the banner of a junior, especially one like the saintess, since she couldn't compare to Jikon Woody's group. However, he actually went against the norm because he wanted to use the emissary behind the saintness to join the soaring immortal sect. He wished to become an external disciple to pave the way for his sect in the future. His decree resonated with the Buddhist hymns, "Go, subdue the evil. Goodness, goodness." After the decree came out, the Venerable actually placed his palms together and turned around to leave. He instantly disappeared into the horizon. Li Chia's light disappeared and he resumed his normal appearance. It seemed as if what happened just now was only an illusion. That's it. Many people felt disappointed after seeing the Venerable leave. Some thought that he would commit suicide and were slightly let down by Li Chia's dharma. A virtuous paragon stared at the faraway Buddhist city and murmured, "No, it's more than that." Ah! Screams rang out from the city. Blood spurted everywhere ere the soaring heavenly saintess was staying. After the Venerable returned, he started massacring the people in the camp. Something is happening. The spectators noticed the commotion back at the city and immediately flew there to watch. Many experts opened their heavenly gaze to view it as well. Dry Peak, are you insane? Eventually, Dry Peak's slaughter alarmed the other virtuous paragons under the saintness. One of them shouted and went to stop him. Rumble. In a split second, the world spun. Virtuous paragons had a showdown in the sky and broke through the firmament. Treasures slammed into each other, causing flames to spark and light up the sky. Ah! Eventually, a shrill scream resounded. Venerable Dry Peak was assassinated by another paragon and this bizarre event finally concluded. Back at the lake, many sex masters and paragons all witnessed that scene. They shivered and glanced over at Li Chia. People receded like the tides to maintain their distance. Li Chia using the Dharma to control the Nantian Young Kings group was one thing. This could be attributed to their age, lack of cultivation, and brittle Tao heart. However, a paragon like Dry Peak was instantly crossed over by Li Chia as well. This was too horrifying. If Li Chia wanted to perform a mass conversion, wouldn't he be able to instantly control countless experts? A cold sweat broke out as they thought about Venerable Dry Peak's ultimate fate. In their eyes, Li Chia was even more frightening than a devil. Jikon Woody's group turned quite serious as well. Evil Buddha's terrifying might once again exceeded their expectations. Even Zhanshe with his firm Tao heart wasn't sure if he could stay strong against evil Buddha's conversion. Li Chia only chuckled. He had grasped the true meaning of the Buddhist funeral plateau. In this place, he was able to control all Buddhist laws. Unless the existence in the Buddhist sea took action, he could convert just about anyone with his dharma. Chapter 1046, A brewing storm. People stayed far away from Li Chia and stared at him in horror. This monk that didn't look like a monk gave them the willies. Everyone knew the fearful Dharma in the plateau as well as Spirit Mountain's power of conversion. However, under normal circumstances, sacred monks and bodhisattvas from the 18 temples wouldn't take the initiative to convert others. But now, Li Qiye was a wandering bodhisattva away from Spirit Mountain with the ability to convert a paragon with one phrase. Anyone would be fearful of such an existence, so they stayed far away. Supreme geniuses like Jikon Wudi did not avoid him and instead proudly stood their ground. However, their expressions were quite grave. Li Qiye's abilities were too dangerous, even to geniuses like them. "Hey, are you borrowing the power of the plateau, or is it your own?" Bing Yuxia stared at Li Qiye and asked with some curiosity. He looked at her and smiled, "Does it matter? The land I tread will become a Buddhist holy land. When I speak, my words become the Dharma, where I walk, arhats and bodhisattvas will follow me. I control the Dharma and the Buddhist laws. Everyone shall join Buddhism under my preaching." Such words were incredibly arrogant. It was as if he considered himself a Buddhist lord. However, no one thought that he was being ludicrous and only felt that this evil Buddha before them was too horrifying. "I want to test your Dharma." Bing Yuxia was itching and didn't hide her intent to fight at all. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, "Girl, I have no interest in crossing you over. Even if I did, there wouldn't be that great of an effect because your heaven-cutting Tao isn't appropriate for the Buddhist faith." Her expression immediately tensed up the moment he said this. Fascinating glimmers flashed across her eyes as she glared at him. Few people knew about her Tao of heaven-cutting. It was something she learned from the heaven-cutting tablet. But now, this evil Buddha that she had never seen before suddenly revealed her secret, so how could she not become serious? What would be suitable for the Buddhist faith? She stared at him and slowly asked, intending to find some clues by watching each of his actions. "Her." Li Qiye casually pointed at Bai Jianjun who was sitting under a tree. After arriving, Bai Jianjun sat in the shade and closed her eyes, but now when Li Qiye suddenly pointed at her, her eyes narrowed to resemble two divine swords. That icy woman. Bing Yuxia didn't expect for evil Buddha to value Bai Jianjun like this. She curiously asked, "Why do you want to pick her?" "Because she has discovered the mad sword." Li Qiye answered dismissively, "Buddhism has furious vajra. This furious nature combined with her mad sword would allow her to reach the apex with a creation that could catch up to the old immortal Emperor Yi Ti." At this point, Bai Jianjun's pretty eyes were staring intensely at Li Qiye. She didn't become angry since she had fallen into a deep contemplation. Li Qiye chuckled, "If you join my banner, I will show you the way. In the future, people like them wouldn't be a match for you. The moment your sword leaves its sheath would be the end of them." Having said that, he casually pointed at Jikon Wudi's group. Such words were a blatant provocation towards them. Jikon Wudi turned cold, the mortal king had a fierce glare, Zhanshi had no reaction, and Heavenly Emperor Lin was as nonchalant as always. The crowd, on the other hand, took a deep breath. Evil Buddha's tone was quite big. This was extremely overbearing since it immediately offended the entire group of geniuses. Bai Jianjun didn't respond to Li Qiye. She only sat there embracing her sword. Eventually, she slowly closed her eyes as if she didn't care for external matters. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The soaring heavenly saintess is here." A golden vessel jumped into the sky and quickly hovered above the lake. On top of the vessel was a woman, the current descendant of the heavenly god sect, the soaring heavenly saintess. Behind her were three old men. They spent no effort to conceal their paragon auras that were surging endlessly like a flood assaulting the sky. Even though these old men were incredibly arrogant, many people still trembled inside. This was due to the fact that the three old men were not ordinary paragons, they had entered the path of the Grand Era. Even though they weren't as strong as god monarchs, eternal existences like these three would always be dreadful. "That's the soaring heavenly saintess," someone murmured while looking at the proud woman atop the golden vessel. Many were quite wary of her. She didn't only have the three eternal existences behind her but also a god monarch as well. Everyone knew that although her talents weren't bad, the heavenly god sect was not strong enough to let three eternal existences and one god monarch become her Tao protectors. But now, her personal value was completely different. The soaring immortal emissary was her uncle, while the sect wanted to descend. If they could groom an immortal emperor this generation and unify the 9 worlds, then everything would be different. Now, the majority's first reaction was to look over at Wuxia. They all understood that she came to cause trouble for evil Buddha. You are the evil Buddha who used a demonic art to kill the Nantian young king and confuse venerable dry stone, right? She coldly looked down at Wuxia in an imperious manner. She couldn't be blamed for having such panache. Prior to this, she was well known in the Grand Middle Territory as the main descendant of the Heavenly God sect. However, she was far from being comparable to supreme geniuses like Jikon Wudi and the others. But things were different now. The rise of the Heavenly God sect and return of her uncle as well as her being chosen for the sect were all a matter of time. In the future, she would actually succeed her uncle's position and become the new emissary of the sect in the mortal emperor world. Overnight, her worth became 100 times greater, turning her into a big shot that was on the same standing as Jikon Wudi's group. Thus, how could her confidence not shoot up? Right now, she wanted to establish her prestige so that no one would dare to question her authority. For this, she needed to make an example out of someone. Without a doubt, this evil Buddha had become her target. That's right. Wuxia smiled while looking at the haughty saintess. At this point, everyone watched with bated breaths. Jikon Wudi's group was ready to watch the fun as well, especially the mortal king and Jikon Wudi himself. These two were naturally happy to see evil Buddha fight against the saintess. Once evil Buddha became enemies with the heavenly god sect, only death would await him no matter how powerful he might be. She shouted with a cold demeanor, "I see, you're an evil monk. You dare to spout heresy to confuse people and killed soaring immortal disciples with an evil art. Even 10,000 deaths cannot absolve your sin." Many people glanced at each other after hearing this. They knew that both the young king and the venerable weren't soaring immortal disciples. The saintess simply wanted to frame Wuxia to make him an enemy of the soaring sect. Wuxia couldn't help but smile and shake his head, just a little junior that already knows how to wave the banner around, a fox borrowing the might of a tiger. The soaring immortal sect has yet to recruit you, but you are already showing off. If you become the emissary, won't you begin to order the entire mortal emperor world around? This retort left the saintess with an extremely ugly expression. It was a clear showing of disdain and directly hit her insecurities. This was the thing she didn't want to hear the most. Many were very afraid of evil Buddha, but they secretly applauded his words. In fact, they didn't like watching the saintess acting haughtily due to her backing. Alas, they were afraid of the soaring immortal sect behind her, so they didn't dare to antagonize her. Thus, when evil Buddha spoke what was on everyone's mind, it made the crowd feel very good. "Evil monk, you don't know life from death." The saintess was shaking with anger and shouted at him. Wuxia looked at her and shook his head again. "The soaring immortal sect is in a steep decline. Those old geezers will not leave their coffins to come out, so their descendants can only groom some trash. If a joke like you can eventually become the emissary, then the soaring immortal sect can only continue on this downward spiral, like a river drying up by the day." The soaring heavenly saintess commanded, "Evil monk, you actually dare to slander the soaring immortal sect, you deserve to be quartered. Elders, go take down this monk and torture him. Let him know the name soaring immortal." The three eternal existences stepped out at this time and immediately went for Wuxia. Their surging blood energies erupted as their fate weapons appeared and poured down universal laws. This was to prevent the Dharma's affinity of conversion. In their eyes, Wuxia's Dharma was a confusion technique of sorts, so they sealed their 5 senses. This way, his dharma wouldn't be able to charm them. The crowd truly appreciated this defensive maneuver. They wanted to see if such a method could stop Li Qiye's dharma or not. Evil monk, accept your fate. With their 5 senses sealed, 3 gigantic palms blotted out the sky, not giving Li Qiye a chance to escape as they lunged at him. A Buddhist light bloomed from his body. This extremely scorching light was dazzling to the point where people couldn't keep their eyes open. At this moment, Li Qiye seemed to control the entire plateau. He was the supreme Buddhist lord. Amitabha. Li Qiye chanted his mantra and instantly gathered the endless Buddhist energy of the plateau. All of its power was within his grasp. Amitabha, with the urging from Li Qiye's peerless dharma, the numerous temples and monks of the plateau all chanted in unison. Chapter 1047, One word opposing a god monarch. Such a change left all existences in the plateau quivering. As myriad temples echoed after him, Li Qiye raised his palm. The power in this place was being driven by him. A gigantic Buddhist palm appeared in the sky. Its shadow would make even gods tremble. Boom! This palm shattered the sky and came crashing towards the 3 eternal existences. Initiate! The 3 eternal existence shouted in response. They didn't hold anything back and unleashed all of their blood energy to power their most powerful attacks. They shot it towards the palm in order to stop its terrifying might. Bang! The entire plateau quaked. On the ground was a gigantic palm print as if a blade had used the land as its canvas. Each of its curves was extremely meticulously and skillfully crafted. As for the 3 eternal existences, they were rendered into pools of blood. Their corpses no longer existed. Mommy, countless people felt their knees giving in while their legs trembled in fear after seeing this. 3 eternal existences were annihilated by a single Buddhist palm. There was nothing left of them. Jikong Wudi's group was astounded. Until now, they assumed that Li Qiye could only use his dharma to convert people. They didn't expect that he could destroy 3 eternal existences with a casual attack. Borrowing the power of the Buddhist funeral plateau. Heavenly Emperor Lin was astonished after seeing this palm. His eyes became quite profound. This attack left the group of geniuses in fear. All of a sudden, the scene became quiet. Li Qiye's might extending beyond mere conversion shattered all expectations. 3 paragons couldn't even block a single move before meeting their demise. Anyone would shiver after seeing this development. The soaring heavenly saintess expression greatly shifted. With a god monarch as her backing, she was previously fearless. However, she didn't expect for the 3 eternal existences to be unable to block even a single palm. Li Qiye flew into the sky and instantly stood before the saintess' golden vessel. He smiled, "Tell me, should I convert you or crush you?" The shocked saintess couldn't help but take several steps back with fear in her heart. However, a figure came out and stood before her. It was an old man adorned in a hemp robe. His appearance caused the sky to fall into darkness. His eyes flashed a green glint, causing people to quiver uncontrollably. An aghast spectator uttered, "God Monarch." Despite not unleashing his full blood energy and God Monarch aura, the strands of power radiating from his body were scary enough. A paragon from the previous generation murmured in astonishment, "Night Scorpion God Monarch." The old man called the Night Scorpion God Monarch blocked everything with darkness. In order to stop Li Qiye's conversion, he stood before the saintess and spoke gravely, "Little friend, please hold on." A God Monarch. Li Qiye looked at him and chuckled, "Although you barely make the cut, you are still a bit stronger than self-proclaimed monarchs." Night Scorpion did not respond. He coldly stared at Li Qiye like a scorpion watching its prey from the shadows, ready to deliver the fatal blow with its poisonous pincers at any time. At this second, it already belonged to him. No one else could take it. Boom! But right when he got close, several people immediately took action. They were all experts that hid in the shadows, true masters. All of them were at least at the eternal existence level. One of them was even a god monarch. And this was not the most terrifying part. An imperial aura that tore apart all things was among these invincible powers. An imperial weapon came forth and shattered myriad laws, forcing people down to their knees in worship. Imperial weapon, the majority of the cultivators had already withdrawn far away after sensing the imperial aura. They didn't wish to participate in this competition since they couldn't even stand firm at this moment. A god monarch ambushing with an imperial weapon. One could easily imagine how dreadful this attack was. These big shots that had been hiding were all famous. However, they let go of their reputations and all launched a surprise attack on evil Buddha. In their eyes, evil Buddha's ability to banish a god monarch with one word was too frightening. Thus, they wanted to take the initiative and kill him before he could react. Amitba. Li Qie chanted. A boundless light blasted across space. The power of the entire plateau was taken by him, no matter how vast it might be. At this time, he was the Buddhist lord that controlled the entire plateau. Amitba. With a loud shout like a vajra subduing evil, the innumerable monks in this place all shouted. The torrential force of the Dharma rushed out like a reversed waterfall. It guarded all the existences in this world. Boom! The sky sent down a golden word, Buddha. It had supreme power and crushed everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After screaming miserably, the several groups ambushing Li Qie were instantly crushed by this supreme Buddhist word. Blood and flesh spilled all over the place. From start to finish, they never showed themselves. Even at the moment of death, the spectators didn't know who they were. After all, they died without leaving behind a corpse, let alone a grave. Bang! The imperial aura exploded in the sky. Among the ambushers, only the god monarch survived. His imperial weapon managed to block the word Buddha. However, he was crazily vomiting blood while everyone could hear the sound of bones snapping. Chapter 1048, One challenging the horde despite being protected by the imperial weapon, he was nearly mangled by the pressure. At this time, his position was revealed and he couldn't hide any longer. He was driven to insanity. As a god monarch from an imperial lineage with an imperial weapon, he was confident in even challenging a god king without an equal weapon. However, a junior crushed him so easily. He held his weapon and ran away, not wanting to stay for a second longer. Evil Buddha's horrifying might far exceeded his imagination. Face Buddha's wrath, the sword that shall sweep through the sky. Buddhist lights bloomed from Li Qie's body and lit up the entire plateau. He chanted and derived the Dharma while the monks in this place sang for him. The Buddhist affinity accumulated for generations became blessings on his body. With this mantra, he spread out his palm. Another Buddhist ray emerged like a stout tree. Clank! A sword assaulted the sky as it swept forth. The stars and the galaxy were split. This one sword was extremely mystical and caused gods and devils to bow their heads. Whoosh! Blood sprayed high up in the air. The god monarch's head rolled far away on the ground. His eyes were still wide open. Despite running tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, he still couldn't dodge the Buddhist sword. An escaping god monarch, despite having an imperial weapon, would have a weakened defense. After he was killed, the weapon didn't pause at all and instantly disappeared into the horizon. The world stood still once more while the Buddhist lotus quietly floated above the lake. At this moment, no one dared to cross the line at all. Li Qie took his time walking to the lotus and nonchalantly stood on top of it. At this moment, he gathered the affinity of the plateau again. Its rhythm swayed to his will. He became extremely holy while standing on the lotus. Anyone who was close to him would have the urge to prostrate and join the Buddhist order. Despite Li Qie's attempts to limit his aura to prevent it from converting people, it was still immensely terrifying. No one dared to come close. One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. In the Buddhist city, South Emperor watched the whole event and said, "He is Buddha, capable of controlling the entire plateau." So many ignorant fools running to their deaths. The whole world was silent while Li Qiye stood on top of the lotus, undisturbed. As for the soaring heavenly saintess, she had run away long ago. He glanced past the crowd and slowly asked, "Anyone else want to take this Buddhist lotus?" At this moment, the majority of the experts looked at each other in order to figure out what to do. No one dared to take half a step past this pond of thunder. Jikong Wudi, Zhan Shi, and the mortal king were silent with ugly expressions. "Very well, O merciful Buddha. It seems like all of you are still unwilling. I will give you young ones a chance." Li Qiye saw their cold expressions and unwillingness to leave. He smiled, you, and all of you, come together." Li Qiye casually pointed at Jikong Wudi's group, including Bing Yuxia and Bai Jianjun. This challenge astounded the crowd. Jikong Wudi, Zhan Shi, Heavenly Emperor Lin, the Jewel Pillar Mortal King, Bing Yuxia, Bai Jianjun, all the supreme geniuses were here. But now, evil Buddha wanted to fight all of them by himself. The crowd had no choice but to turn silly. His showing was truly invincible. A paragon murmured, "This is truly the number one among the younger generation, who can compete with him? Who else right now would dare to challenge all the other geniuses here?" Such a person didn't exist until evil Buddha showed up. The group of geniuses was silent. Even though they were powerful and confident, they didn't feel certain at this moment. They knew that this evil Buddha was capable of controlling the entire plateau and its power to suppress all of them. "We can give it a try." While Jikong Wudi's group was feeling uncertain, Bing Yuxia let go of the beauty in her embrace and exited her chariot. Bai Jianjun also stood up from the shade while readying her sword. A sharp glimmer flashed in her pretty eyes, revealing her frightening sword intent. She completely changed in this moment, turning into an unsheathed sword with incomparable sharpness. Anyone would shiver while looking at her. The mortal king shouted, "I will go first." He was the first to step up to Li Qiye. He wanted to discard the annoyance brewing inside him after suffering the previous 2 defeats by challenging Li Qiye. The first time, he underestimated the power of the Dharma and was almost converted. The second time, he lost to a single finger from South Emperor. Very brave. Li Qiye smiled after seeing the mortal king being the first to rise to the challenge. "Even though you have been an eyesore all this time, Buddha will be merciful today and shall spare your life. Don't be so arrogant." The mortal king shouted after Li Qiye viewed him as a fish on the chopping block. He had fought experts from all over the world, so being looked down on by evil Buddha like this was truly shameful. Buzz, a ray of light bloomed. After his shout, a treasure appeared above his head. It was as white as jade and poured down a sacred imperial power capable of suppressing gods and devils. An imperial weapon. Though people didn't recognize its background, even the foolish ones knew that it was an imperial weapon. Everyone knew that the sacred school had never produced an immortal emperor. However, Jewel Pillar had an imperial weapon right now. This was indeed worth musing over. Very smart method, refining the finger bone of an immortal emperor who cultivates the hell-suppressing physique into a life treasure. It can avoid conversion as well as increase your own physique's power. Li Qiye smiled after seeing the weapon. He naturally knew who it belonged to. Seal. The mortal king didn't waste time speaking and shouted. Light erupted from his body in the form of strings. The hell-suppressing physique suppressed the entire world. Even the void was trembling and the area lost its brilliance. At this point, he turned into a gigantic prison in an instant. A dark light floated around this huge cage, causing the celestials to dim. Pop! When this cage came down, the void shattered. Nothing could stay intact under its pressure. Even gods and devils could only accept being imprisoned for an eternity. The mortal king had exerted his physique to its limit. Anyone would be horrified after seeing this. The absolute suppression from this physique was horrifying. The grand Tao shattered and myriad laws screamed. Amitba. Li Qiye didn't even move while facing this physique cage. He only chanted and formed a Buddhist mudra with both hands. Boom! Thousands of Buddhist laws from the plateau shot into the sky. Chapter 1049, Only Domination. Bing Wuxia quickly leaped back and stared at him in horror. This evil Buddha didn't only achieve the impossible by piercing through her heaven-cutting technique, the part that shocked her was that only one person would do something like this. Girl, wait until you perfect your heaven-cutting, then you can come back and challenge me. You still have a long, long way to go. Li Qiye patted his palms that still carried the fragrance and smiled. After leaving the fight, she stared at evil Buddha and immediately realized many things. No wonder why evil Buddha seemed so familiar, as if they had met before. With Bing Wuxia out of the fray, Jikong Wudi's group of 3 glanced at each other and took deep breaths. They all came forward at the same time. Each of them took one corner to form a horn-shaped formation to surround and destroy Li Qiye by delivering a fatal blow. If even these 3 couldn't defeat evil Buddha, then others would fall into despair for the bleak future of the competition for the heaven's will. Time stood still. Everyone held their breaths while watching this top-level battle of the younger generation. They were eager to see the result. Jikong Wudi, Heavenly Emperor Lin, and Zhanshi all stared intensely at Li Qiye. They didn't attack right away as they were looking for an opening. It seems like you all don't wish to attack first. Li Qiye noticed their intent and smiled, fine, I'll go first. With that, he formed the Anjali Mudra. In an instant, an endless amount of Buddhist light blossomed along with chants. All the sacred monks in the plateau sang for him once more just like before. The light engulfed the 3 geniuses and seemed to be casting a layer of gold on their bodies. Even those watching on the distant horizon were shocked and exclaimed, conversion. Boundless Supreme. Lin Tiandi let out a long yell while chanting his Taoist scripture. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent light descended from above as if a world of immortals was opening. It wanted to illuminate the entire plateau. Heavenly Emperor Lin is truly amazing, he is actually using a different immortal law to resist the Buddhist conversion. Someone praised quietly while watching the immortal light try to purify the Buddhist light. Though Lin's light was quite powerful, it was far inferior to the Buddhist's brilliance. At this moment, Li Qiye's light was the culmination of the entire plateau. Thus, when the immortal light came down, it was slowly purified and dyed a pure gold. It was about to become a part of the Buddhist light. Long live the Supreme! He took out a physical immortal scripture and flipped the pages, then began to chant again. The nearly converted immortal light lit up once more. This allowed it to barely stop the Buddhist conversion. Now! Jikong Wudi shouted. He understood full well that even if the scripture in Heavenly Emperor Lin's hand was incredible, it still couldn't withstand the power of conversion. They only had a split-second's opportunity. Buzz! Zhanshi took several steps forward with the most powerful offensive rhythm he could muster. Even though he didn't attack just yet, his pace was leading the rhythm of the Grand Tao. The world moved to his whim while his steps seemed to be stomping on the Tao hearts of others to an unbearable extent. With that, he took out a halberd and, with a shout, rushed forward to attack. There were no profound techniques or fancy variations. The halberd carried an unstoppable momentum. It was not just a thrust from a weapon, it was also Zhanshi's will. He moved forward, unfaltering and heroic. Revered one of the world. Li Qiye didn't look at the direct attack from the halberd. He simply created the mudra again by placing his palms together. A Buddhist will flew out from behind his head. Boom! Zhanshi's halberd struck the wheel to no avail. His attack could thrust through all things, but it couldn't penetrate this wheel. Die! Jikong Wudi made his attack and unleashed the ancient talisman that he obtained from the Emperor Era Hall. He had completely grasped its profundities. Buzz, the talisman stretched out and myriad eras passed by in the blink of an eye. No one could clearly see his attack as it arrived right in front of Li Qie, aiming for his forehead. It was only 1 foot away by the time people realized. Watch over all sentient beings. Li Qie chanted a Buddhist phrase as the attack was about to pierce his head. At this moment, time seemed to slow. Without a doubt, the talisman's effect was to alter time in order to accelerate Jikong Wudi's death blow. However, before contact could be made, a magnificent light rushed out from Li Qie's forehead like an ocean. Even if Jikong Wudi was swift, he would need millions of years before he could fly through this endless Buddhist ocean. Zzz, among the endless ocean, a Buddhist eye opened and emitted a shining radiance. It illuminated all living beings in order to grant them salvation. Jikong Wudi was immediately frozen under this eye as his body exuded a Buddhist light. Bang! While Li Qie was dealing with Jikong Wudi, Zhanshi let out a loud battle cry and unleashed his raging halberd to destroy the world with an endless barrage of fire. Facing such a fierce offense, even the Buddhist wheel suffered damage. Heavenly Emperor Lin, on the other side, felt that the situation was quite unfavorable. He shouted and mustered his strength to open the scripture again. Rumble. Boundless immortal runes descended. Each rune was as immense as a towering mountain. It combined with Zhanshi's strongest halberd thrust to break through Li Qie's defense. Ah! As the invincible attack was on its way, Jikong Wudi screamed loudly and gouged his own chest to grab his heart. He threw it on the ground and ran away at an incredible speed. Jikong Wudi thought he could have killed Li Qie using that great opportunity with his ultimate attack. He was only inches away from piercing through Li Qie's forehead. However, he couldn't escape the power of conversion from Li Qie's ultimate dharma. The moment that eye opened, he would instantly be converted. Alas, Jikong Wudi lived up to his name. At the crossroads of life and death, he destroyed his Buddhist heart. Although he suffered grievous losses from doing so, he still managed to decisively escape. Rumble. Under the combined bombardment of Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhanshi, the Buddhist will shattered and the sea was about to break. Skanda, rise. Li Qie let out a chant that echoed across the world. Boom. A gigantic figure emerged from within Spirit Mountain. A huge Vajra stood on top of the mountain with a skyward Buddhist light. At this moment, all the affinity of the plateau condensed into this figure that was the legendary Skanda. Skanda shouted. Even though he was thousands of miles away, his Vajra weapon was not limited by distance. Boom! With a deafening blast, the immense divine runes of Heavenly Emperor Lin were annihilated. Zhanshi's endless barrage of thrusts collapsed as well under the attack of this Vajra weapon. No matter how domineering and strong their attacks were, they shattered before Skanda's might. Nothing could withstand his attack. Both Lin and Zhanshi were blown to the horizon while vomiting blood. Clank! A sword hymn resonated throughout the 9 heavens. Right as Skanda defeated Lin and Zhanshi with one strike, Bai Jianjun made her move. Her sword slashed through the sky, causing the stars and myriad existences to lose their light. This imperceptible sword was simply too fast. However, people still quivered before the unknown since they could feel the horror of its edge that was capable of destroying all things. Once the exchange became clear to the spectators, they saw Li Qie's fingers holding onto something as if he was picking flowers from the ground. However, he was not picking flowers and instead was tightly clasping Bai Jianjun's sword. You have reached the essence of the Tao of the sword and know when to deliver the fatal blow. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Li Qie easily held onto her sword while she couldn't move it the least bit. Despite all of this, Bai Jianjun was still coldly glaring at Li Qie without any emotion. She was as cold as the steel edge of a blade. Nothing could shake her emotions. At this time, she abandoned her sword and shouted, "Die!" Her sword Dao emerged. She slightly turned her hand and her Dao turned into a heavenly sword. With this, she became an entirely different person, a sword goddess that loomed above the 9 heavens. Her sword could sweep through myriad laws. Myriad realms quaked before the heavenly sword. It turned into countless swords that frantically attacked with an endless bloodthirst. The entire world shook before them. Mad sword, the world turned into a sea of swords with Bai Jianjun at the center. They rampaged inside like torrential whirlwinds, leaving nothing behind. It gave off the feeling of a mad tyrant with her sea of swords destroying an entire civilization and world. Anyone would shiver before such rage. The end of days had come. Chapter 1050, I Alone Am Invincible Mad Sword was Bai Jianjun's sword Dao. Perhaps she was not the most invincible in the younger generation, but she was certainly incomparable with regard to the sword. She was at the apex, an unsurpassable supreme existence. In the past, the mortal king had lost to this mad sword Dao and was cornered by her. Li Qiye's Buddhist light soared even higher. The Buddhist light turned into Buddhist swords of endless length. They carried a peaceful and gentle aura. If Bai Jianjun's mad sword was a raging storm in the middle of an ocean, then Li Qiye's Buddhist sword was a sea of Buddhism. They were 2 polar opposites. One was furious and the other tranquil. Boom! The 2 oceans of swords collided. The furious swords quickly entered the Buddhist sea. Upon receiving this blow, the Buddhist sea generated a huge tidal wave. The tranquil Buddhist sea was agitated by the stormy sea. However, it also affected the other side. Despite its furious nature, the mad sword Dao was shaken by the calmness of the surroundings. It gradually melted under the Buddhist sea's serenity and gained the same peacefulness. Bai Jianjun was shocked after seeing this. Her Dao of the sword emphasized fury. Once unleashed, it was unstoppable until everything was destroyed. If the mad sword became calm, then it would cease to be the mad sword. Bai Jianjun's sword intent rose even higher and unleashed shockwaves throughout the sky. This endless sword intent resembled thousands of waterfalls rushing to the sky in order to empower the mad sword. Merciful Buddha, excellent, excellent. Li Qiye chanted his Dharma. His Buddhist intent instantly engulfed her sword intent, causing it to slow down. Bai Jianjun saw that the situation wasn't good and turned around to leave. At this time, losing was not shameful to her at all. Her departure was extremely fast and there was no trace of her remaining after a split second. Bang! Without Bai Jianjun's support, the raging sea of swords instantly moldered, no longer capable of stopping Li Qiye's Buddhist swords. Not bad. Li Qiye voiced his praise, but he didn't give chase. This battle had finally ended. Whether it was the ambush from a god monarch or the final battle of the younger generation, everything ended. Jikong Wudi, Heavenly Emperor Lin, all the supreme geniuses had lost. Even their combined efforts couldn't defeat evil Buddha. Is he the number 1 of the younger generation now? The crowd was silent for a long time while they looked at evil Buddha. In their eyes, it was impossible for the other geniuses to beat evil Buddha unless they were able to become emperor candidates. Maybe, just maybe, one person can take him on. Someone thought of a different invincible master and murmured, South Emperor, he might be able to. After hearing this, the crowd recalled the tales of South Emperor. Maybe only someone like him would be able to oppose evil Buddha. Li Qiye withdrew his Buddhist light and became ordinary once more, transforming from a Buddhist lord into a mortal. Who would have thought that this normal-looking guy was able to sweep through all enemies? Anyone else want to try for this lotus? Li Qiye leisurely glanced at the crowd. However, both those nearby and the spectators on the horizon were quiet. No one dared to utter a word, they only kept on staring at him. At this point, who would dare to try him? Even a god monarch with an imperial weapon had died miserably. Others naturally couldn't match up to him. Such a good lotus yet no one wants it, I guess I have to take it then. Li Qiye cheerfully smirked and collected the lotus. Even if others wanted to, they didn't dare to compete with him. Maybe there was a little hope for someone of the God King level, but not them. The only one who stayed behind among his opponents was Bing Yuxia. She stood there and stared at him from start to finish. She was certain of her speculation and knew who this evil Buddha was. What now, girl? You still don't want to leave? Li Qiye smiled at Bing Yuxia who was staring at him. Should I send you off? She angrily glared at Li Qiye before turning around to go back to her chariot. With beauties on both sides, she said, ladies, time to leave. With that, her chariot disappeared into the horizon. Li Qiye glanced at the large lake for a bit but didn't linger behind. He slowly walked towards the Buddhist city instead. Many spectators dispersed after seeing him leave. There were also those who stayed behind to wait for the opening of the lesser imperial devil world. When can we actually go to the lesser world? A junior lost his patience while looking at the tranquil lake. A paragon that had lived for several generations spoke, who knows? It depends on how long Spirit Mountain takes to remove the seal. It might take a while this time since evil Buddha channeled the power of the plateau. That might have had a great impact on Spirit Mountain. Evil Buddha is back. Someone shouted right when Li Qiye appeared in the Buddhist city. The entire city erupted into a clamor. Those who saw him took the long way around, no one dared to come close. He was someone who was feared by all people and even made devils nervous. It was not an exaggerated response to the killing of a god monarch and defeating all geniuses. In the eyes of many, no one except the South Emperor could compete with him among the younger generation. He was the center of attention after entering the city. Both young and old and even a few god monarchs hiding behind the curtains had their eyes on him. Someone curiously asked, will evil Buddha fight South Emperor? This was the question on everyone's minds. In fact, it could even be said that the crowd wanted nothing more than for this to happen. It would be a good thing regardless of who won. Jikon Wudi's group all lost. A pedestrian murmured. Everyone knew that this group was the most promising to compete for the heaven's will. However, they lost completely. Even Jikon Wudi, Heavenly Emperor Lin, and Zhanshi fighting together couldn't hurt evil Buddha in the slightest. It was an utter defeat. I wonder how strong evil Buddha truly is. In fact, paragons from the previous generation with keen insight wondered, if he leaves the Buddhist funeral plateau, will he still be invincible? The insightful in the crowd all saw that evil Buddha had never revealed his true power. From beginning to end, he only borrowed power from the plateau. In this way, his true strength was a mystery. Many people wanted to unravel it, but they didn't dare to do so. If he leaves the plateau, he probably isn't a match for Deity's group. He is only unbeatable by relying on the plateau. A few youths stated. All of the young geniuses had many supporters who unavoidably felt indignant after seeing them lose. In just one night, the entire city was talking about evil Buddha. Even after such a great battle, no one knew anything about him, including his identity and real strength. Because of this, rumors about evil Buddha started circulating. Some said that evil Buddha was born in an imperial lineage. Upon birth, a bright Buddhist phenomenon emerged, so he started practicing Buddhism at a young age while keeping his hair. Others said that he cultivated the legendary heavenly Buddhist scripture, which is why he is so invincible and never met his match during the Buddhist debates at Spirit Mountain. A more ridiculous version claimed that before even coming into this world, he was a Buddhist embryo. This made him destined to become the only Buddhist emperor since the start of time. Rumors spread everywhere overnight and became more outrageous by the minute. However, they were nothing more than figments of the gossiper's imagination. Boom! On this night, a Buddhist light erupted above Spirit Mountain. A golden grand Tao from the mountain paved the way straight to the Buddhist city. At this moment, one person walked onto the path. It was a Vajra with a huge Buddhist kingdom behind him. Inside the kingdom were millions and millions of sacred monks. There were also Buddhist lords, bodhisattvas, and other Vajras. All of the living beings there worshipped Buddhism. The leading Vajra's appearance filled the entire plateau with chants. They were all reciting scriptures for him. His appearance caused countless stupas to rise. One could easily see that he had accomplished countless acts of kindness in his life. The Vajra was carrying a huge Buddhist pestle. This pestle on his back seemed to have endless weight, capable of crushing the sky and suppressing all evil. Each of his steps caused the entire plateau to quake, as if it couldn't bear his weight. This Vajra coming out shocked countless people in the plateau. Even god kings had serious expressions on their faces. Chapter 1051, Vaisravana Vajra. The people inside the Buddhist city were startled to see this Vajra approaching. Both Buddhist worshippers and mortals dropped to the floor in worship. "Who is that?" someone murmured while looking at the Vajra. Not to mention the younger generation, even many of the older paragons didn't know who it was. Vaisravana Vajra, the legendary guardian Vajra of Spirit Mountain. An old god monarch recognized him and spoke. Even though the guardian protector of Buddhism is Skanda Vajra, no one has seen him before. However, Vaisravana Vajra is indeed the guardian of the mountain. Of course, although I won't go bother you all, I will be more than happy to slaughter all of those immortal emperors, generals and invincible god kings if they are without eyes and come to provoke me in the near future. The power of the Buddhist funeral plateau, this is good. Let the world witness the invincible might of the plateau, the strength of our Buddhism. What do you think, Vaisravana? Li Chiya leisurely smiled. The Bodhisattva has anticipated sacred teacher's wish. Eventually, Vaisravana spoke helplessly, so, he has sent me here to hand it over to sacred teacher so that you can go to that place. However, whether you can obtain that other thing or not has nothing to do with Spirit Mountain. With that, he handed a Buddhist container over to Li Chiya. Li Chiya opened it for a look and then closed it before smiling. It is still the radiant Bodhisattva who understands me the most. He is truly extraordinary with peerless wisdom. If he didn't join Spirit Mountain to become a monk at your plateau, I would have wanted to groom him into an immortal emperor. Vaisravana didn't know what to say. Being watched over by an existence like this sacred teacher was the same as being a fish on the chopping block. He was a hawk who would not let go until he spotted and caught the rabbit. Your Spirit Mountain can rest easy, I am a man of my word. Li Chiya put the box away and smiled. I have taken your item, so from today onward, I shall not use your Buddhist funeral plateau's power. Thank you, sacred teacher. The Vajra formed a mudra and bowed towards Li Chiya. Li Chiya smilingly said, you all can relax now. Tell those other monks to keep chanting in peace. Something like today won't happen again, no one will try to strip them of their faith. The Vajra didn't say anything else. He bowed again and left. Meanwhile, the people in the city were all watching evil Buddha's place. They were looking forward to an earth-shattering fight between Vaisravana Vajra and him. Unfortunately, such a battle did not happen. They only watched the Vajra leave with no discernible change in his calm demeanor. They didn't know what actually happened in there. They only felt that it was a shame that no battle had taken place. However, on the second day, many temples in the plateau received a message. From now on, there would be no more absorption of the Buddhist affinity in this area. The countless monks here could continue their days as usual while chanting and meditating. Is it true? Many cultivators heard this news as well. One person curiously asked, does that mean evil Buddha won't be able to use the power of the Buddhist funeral plateau anymore? While many were quite skeptical of this news, another rumor quickly spread in a short amount of time. Evil Buddha has quietly left the Buddhist city, and no one is certain of his direction. No one knew who the first was to receive this message, but it traveled across the city like wildfire. Chapter 1052, Venerable Nine-Sword, Evil Buddha left the city. The crowd crazily celebrated after hearing this message. Evil Buddha has really left the city. People were able to breathe easy after this news was confirmed. It looks like he was banished by Spirit Mountain. Thinking about the visit of the Vajra last night in addition to the news sent to all the temples at the plateau, the cultivators in the city unanimously thought that Evil Buddha had been banished. Borrowing external force will never end well. The only correct path of cultivation is to rely on oneself. Some laughed gloatingly, Evil Buddha is smart. After losing the power of the plateau, he should be a nice turtle and shrink his head into his shell, or else he won't survive past tomorrow. People then tried to figure out Evil Buddha's destination. They had all kinds of different thoughts. Some believed that with his banishment, his combat prowess must have weakened a lot. If they could use this opportunity to kill him, they would become famous right away. Of course, others were also looking for him with different intents. His departure was a huge relief, even for people like Jikon Wudi. He used his own strength to fight against the world, fortifying his existence as a shadow that loomed over their minds. Even though many people were searching for his whereabouts, he seemed to have evaporated into thin air after leaving the city. No one knew where he went. At least he knows his own circumstances, running away like a dog with his tail tucked between his leg. Someone sneered. If someone reports the whereabouts of Evil Buddha, the reward is one virtuous paragon weapon. Take his head and it will be a god monarch's treasure. While the crowd was excited, the soaring heavenly saintess suddenly showed up and sent out this bounty. The crowd glanced at each other. Back during the competition for the Buddhist lotus, the saintess ran away like a dog that had lost its owner, not daring to show her face. But now, after hearing about his banishment by Spirit Mountain, she suddenly put such a high bounty on his head. Many were quite surprised by her choice of action and became tempted. After all, a treasure from a god monarch was too much to pass up. Plus, Evil Buddha should be much weaker now, taking his head might not be a difficult matter. Of course, some were dismissive of her as well. When Evil Buddha was at his zenith like the sun at noon, she ran away while pissing her pants and hid in her rat hole without uttering a single word. Now that Evil Buddha had lost his advantage, she came here prancing around. They didn't like such wretched behavior. Regardless of the opinion of others, the saintess had to do this. When she tried to establish her authority and show off her might, Evil Buddha completely annihilated her. If she didn't kill him, it would be too detrimental to her wish of becoming the future representative of the soaring immortal sect in the mortal emperor world. Her aspiration would become a fool's wish. Thus, no matter the price, she must take his head. Therefore, after several days without any news of Evil Buddha, she raised the bounty. Those who have information about Evil Buddha's whereabouts will be rewarded with 2 virtuous paragons' life treasures. Those who bring his head will receive a god monarch's treasure as well as a set of ancient armor. This increase in rewards made even more people search for Evil Buddha, even more desired the treasures now. In the eyes of many experts, Evil Buddha wouldn't have run if he still had the power of the plateau. This was the best time to take his head. A bunch of naive fools. South Emperor, who was still staying behind at the plateau, heard this news and laughed. They don't even know the kind of behemoths they are facing. It looks like some people want to be massacred. Jikon Wudi's group only smiled after seeing the saintess make her move. Chapter 1053, Broken Metal. They saw Jikon Wudi personally go greet Venerable Ninesword. It was a very simple ceremony, but people were still shaken all the same. An ancestor from the previous generation had seen the Venerable in action before. He murmured in dejection, "Venerable Ninesword. When all 9 blades come out, they will destroy the world. Who will be able to stop him?" Everyone knew that every imperial lineage had their own power and resources. It could even be said that the majority of them had buried generals to keep them alive until now. But the more shocking thing was still the Space Trample Mountain. Because Immortal Emperor Ta Kong was the most recent emperor, he was too close to the contemporary times. Many ancestors still recognized his generals or had even seen them sweep through this world. Therefore, the generals that remained in this world were truly stirring. Moreover, these generals were younger than those of any other imperial lineage. Old Immortal from the Rampage Divine Mountain and Venerable Ninesword from the Space Trample Mountain, why did these two giants come? A junior was confused about their sudden appearance. To protect the Tao, the older generation clearly understood, the path towards Immortal Emperor will be increasingly brutal, so the most powerful Tao protectors behind Jikon Woody's group are all coming into being. After hearing this, the crowd recalled the fight several days ago when Evil Buddha swept through all the geniuses. Against a heaven-defying existence like him, ordinary Tao protectors wouldn't do since he could easily kill even god monarchs. They understood that Jikon Woody's group felt threatened. Against opponents like Evil Buddha and South Emperor, their current Tao protectors would most likely only die in a confrontation. Only existences like Venerable Ninesword would be able to handle them. I heard the Jewel Pillar Mortal King's Tao Protector is also here. I'm told that after the last time this Tao Protector saved him from Baijianjin, he had not appeared again. This time, he is finally here at the Buddhist city. A well-informed bystander heard this news very quickly. This Tao Protector had always been very mysterious. No one knew his origin and some even speculated that he wasn't from the Jewel Pillar school. Aside from the Mortal King himself, no one had seen his face. Someone curiously asked, the Tao Protectors of Zhan Shi, Jikon Woody, and the Mortal King are all here, what about the others? An ancestor who had a good relationship with the sacred ground answered, I heard an extremely mighty ancestor from the Sword God's sacred ground came as well, but rumor has it that Baijianjin denied her ancestors protection. I still feel that Heavenly Emperor Lin is in the worst position. A big shot commented, in my opinion, among the younger generation, Heavenly Emperor Lin has the weakest background but was able to reach the same height as the rest of the group. It makes sense to say that he is even more remarkable than them. No one denied this claim. Everyone knew that Heavenly Emperor Lin came from a mortal family with a literary background. Even with this, he still surged forward without the aid of a powerful master. In the end, he was not inferior to Jikon Woody's group. Everyone admired him for overcoming his humble background. Sigh, I'm afraid Heavenly Emperor Lin will always be at a disadvantage in the future battle for the Heaven's will. The rest of the group has such powerful backings and Tao protectors, only Lin is alone. What is he going to do in order to keep up? Someone felt that it was unfair for Heavenly Emperor Lin. The crowd nodded in agreement and felt sorry for Lin. Meanwhile, Li Qiye had disappeared and no one could find him. This wasn't strange at all because he had entered a different time-space. In this realm was a vast emptiness. There was nothing besides time and space, let alone any living creature. Eventually, he stopped before this void and looked towards the distance. There was a piece of broken steel far away. It was neither black nor gray. Strangely enough, its color was quite difficult to discern and had no semblance to the shade of metal. It could even be said that this wasn't a piece of metal at all. Li Qiye chuckled and murmured while looking at this broken metal, it is too wasteful to not make something out of this great item. If the monks from Spirit Mountain won't do it, you can come with me instead. The broken steel quietly remained there in space without any reaction. Li Qiye slowly approached. Once he was close enough, a sudden blast resounded. A sea of blood gushed out and engulfed the world. It instantly blotted out this spatial realm. Inside this sea of blood were countless corpses. This all seemed too real and captivating. Anyone who saw this scene would be frightened out of their mind. Li Qiye simply narrowed his eyes at this sight. He focused his mind and the sea of blood quickly disappeared along with the corpses. At this time, there appeared the verdant lushness of trees shouldering the sky. Green vegetation was everywhere, painting a picture of paradise. But the next moment, Li Qiye changed his thoughts and the thick forest disappeared. A Buddhist light soared for countless miles. A majestic Buddha emerged in space with incredible tangibility. Li Qiye smiled and shifted his mind again. Next, endless universal laws rushed upward. They frantically intertwined, yet that frenzy had a type of order. However, they were too profound and mysterious. The process went on for a while before the laws couldn't continue any longer. With a pop, they all shattered. You are still far too lacking compared to that broken pot. A failure is still a failure, can't compare to the real one. Li Qiye leisurely taunted. Alas, the broken metal was still motionless. It had no reaction after failing. One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. Li Qiye smiled, even if you are only a failed creation, you are still peerless and I happen to need you. With that, he opened his fate palace and the world seal flew out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the bright flame cauldron. After opening, an endless imperial flame poured out. Li Qiye controlled the cauldron and used this flame to melt the metal. However, despite the raging fire, there was no change to the metal. Keep in mind that his world seal had copied the bright flame cauldron. Although there was a certain gap between it and the real deal, its power was still quite formidable. This type of imperial flame could incinerate a great power at a moment's notice. But now, this fire failed to melt the metal. Li Qiye shouted, "Open!" The cauldron changed and an endless imperial might ravaged this space. Li Qiye had finally unleashed a heavenly annihilation, the karmic imperial flame. The raging power of this karmic flame was quite terrifying and capable of burning through space and time. Just a little bit of this fiery essence could destroy an entire country. However, the metal didn't undergo a great change even after being struck by this annihilation. After being burned for a long time, it only began to turn red. Incredible, definitely tough enough. Of course, this is exactly what I want. Li Qiye murmured to himself, there might not be a flame in this world that can melt you. But coincidentally enough, I have just the thing. With that, he took out the green lamp. The quaint lamp had a wavering black flame that seemed as if it would go out at any time. Go! Li Qiye shouted and used his resplendent brake to activate the lamp. Boom! The black flame incinerated all things. With this ultimate attack, even time was burnt to a crisp. Everything in this space was destroyed. Nothing could stop this lamp's black flame. Even if immortals existed in the heavens, this black flame would still burn them to ashes. This attack was really too powerful, even god-kings would be annihilated. Finally, under the heat of the constantly scorching flame, the piece of metal began to melt. Li Qiye channeled his merit law and all four inner physiques emerged at the same time, hell-suppressing, soaring immortal, sky-destroyer, and void imperfection. At the same time, he opened his palace while singing an immortal scripture. The most profound law in this world surfaced while the strands of laws inside the broken metal were being melted down. Li Qiye channeled his supreme art to refine this metal. In this zone, there was no sun and moon, so one couldn't tell the time. Eventually, the metal was completely refined by Li Qiye. Finally, he opened all of his palaces. With a loud explosion, a kingdom appeared behind him with endless blood energy as if it was the most powerful kingdom in this world. Such vast blood energy did not come from Li Qiye but rather the pool of blood from the blood primal ground and the kingdom of blood of the blood devil tribe. Li Qiye murmured, "This the perfect stuff to feed you." The pool of blood came from the legendary blood progenitor while the kingdom of blood was made by immortal emperors. Li Qiye required a lot of effort to refine these two types of blood. This was the perfect opportunity to use them. After refining it well, he polished it again using the runes from the physique scripture in another ritual. Chapter 1054, Soaring Immortal Emissary. While Li Qiye was refining away in the lonely space, the Buddhist city became lively again. Another piece of news spread and made things much more exciting. The soaring immortal emissary has just arrived. This news spread so fast across the city that it was like it had wings. Many people were shaken after hearing this. An old paragon spoke, "The soaring immortal sect is finally here." The emissary had arrived. However, he was not as cold and arrogant as everyone imagined. He entered in a low-key manner and went to visit powerful people like Venerable Ninesword and Old Immortal. Without a doubt, his humble attitude was very welcomed by the Space Trample Mountain and Rampaging Divine Mountain along with the other imperial lineages. In a few short days, they became quite close. Even Venerable Ninesword himself would personally go out to see the emissary. It looks like the Soaring Immortal sect wants to go big in this generation. After seeing the emissary acting so flexibly while rallying support from the other lineages, a few ancestors realized something. The Soaring Immortal sect had 5 emperors. It was a supreme existence, but the emissary was still acting courteously, trying to befriend the other sections. This made others speculate that he was not just here for a short time and instead wanted to stay in the mortal emperor world for quite a while. The Soaring Immortal sect will certainly have someone that will compete for the heavens this time around. This was the final conclusion of a great character of the previous generation. Not long after the arrival of the Soaring Immortal emissary, 2 striking women came to the city as well. They both had peerless charm, one was hugging her sword while the other had a saber in her hand. Every location would brighten up with their presence. Li Shuangyan, Chen Baojiao, someone inside the city recognized these 2 and had to murmur, "That must mean fierce Li Chia is about to come too. Fiercest is coming to the Buddhist city." Even though no one had seen Li Chia yet, this news exploded all over the city. Fiercest is on his way. The Buddhist city became rowdy right away. Someone else said, "It is gonna be really fun this time. Fiercest has never given anyone face and is prone to killing. I want to see who will attempt to halt his steps this time around." Some were happy and some were sad to hear about Fiercest coming to the Buddhist city. Of course, some were happily gloating over the pain of others. They loved it when supreme geniuses met their match, and Fiercest was the perfect person to do just that. After all, he caused storms wherever he went. The stench of blood follows Fiercest. I wonder who will be unlucky this time. One person was too excited to watch the fun. Recently, Evil Buddha and South Emperor had overshadowed the others while Fiercest maintained a low profile. Everyone nearly forgot about his existence. Today, the legendary Fiercest was about to come to the Buddhist city. This was quite shocking to some. They knew that he had a feud with the blood race. Not only did he nearly kill the Storm God, the daughter of an immortal emperor, he also massacred the Blood Devil tribe. His grand showing was enough to shake the southern region, so people were eagerly anticipating his arrival. Some were secretly cheering, wanting to see how he would massacre these supreme geniuses. Some young geniuses prayed for Fiercest to kill Jikon Woody's group. If that happened, perhaps the world might be their stage in the future. Just thinking about this left them drooling in their daydreams. While people were gossiping about Fiercest, the Soaring Immortal emissary sent out invitations for a meeting between the great powers. He was planning a summit at the Rainflower Terrace to discuss world events. Many cultivators naturally wanted to participate in such an event to bolster their knowledge. However, those who were invited only consisted of rulers or supreme geniuses like Jikon Woody's group. At the same time, the Saintess became active again. With the emissary as her backer, she worked with the other sects and became the person in charge of communications. She relayed messages from the emissary to the other sects and vice versa. Because of this, her status immediately soared. After obtaining this prestigious position, she was very excited and carried herself with a smug air. The Soaring Immortal sect is doing something really big. They are inviting all the young geniuses, so they must be trying to take control of the mortal emperor world. Anyone would feel quite dreadful because just one emissary was enough to gather this great group. I'm afraid that it is a matter of course. This sect has not only reigned over the 9 worlds in the past, they did so for several generations. An old man gently sighed, if they really wanted to take control of this generation, I don't think it will be too difficult. Besides the other geniuses, the emissary also invited fiercest Li Qie. However, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao accepted the invitation in his stead. Chen Baojiao asked Sikong Taotian, "Hey swindler, where did our young noble go?" He put on a bitter face and replied, "Grandmas, please, how would this lowly one know? Grandpa goes wherever he wants, he doesn't report to me." The mortal monarch was assembling the item inside, so Sikong Taotian had to stand guard by the door. He didn't dare to leave. Li Shuangyan glanced over the invitation from the emissary and said, "Should we wait for young noble, or should we go?" "Of course we're going, why not?" Chen Baojiao became quite spirited and lightly spoke, "Look at that soaring heavenly saintess acting all proud. Humph, don't think that just because their heavenly god sect is sucking up to the soaring immortal sect that our cleansing incense is afraid of them. If it wasn't for the sect master not agreeing, we would have attacked her sect already." So it turns out that the reason why these two were late was that recently, there had been some friction between the heavenly god sect and the cleansing incense ancient sect. Due to their rising momentum, the heavenly god sect provoked cleansing incense several times. Keep in mind that cleansing incense was no longer what it was before. Its younger generation was extremely powerful and was developing at a rapid pace. This was especially true with the sudden appearance of their three immortal physiques. Anyone would be quite wary of such a force. Moreover, due to its relationship with the Heavenly Tao Academy in War God Temple, the Heavenly God sect had been very honest, they simply didn't want to mess with cleansing incense. However, because they were able to latch onto the soaring immortal sect's thighs, they started acting imperiously and began to provoke cleansing incense. Chapter 1055, Direct Confrontation. Before the event officially began, the honored guests quickly sat down. Mei Suyao also came by herself around this time, keeping a very low profile. However, she couldn't hide her presence even if she wanted to, for she was otherworldly like an immortal. No matter where she went, she would attract all gazes. Thus, the guests turned towards her. The younger ones became intoxicated after looking at her. In the contemporary times, many people considered her to be the prettiest beauty in the mortal emperor world. Countless youths lost precious hours of sleep because she was haunting them in their dreams. "Goddess Mei is here!" Someone couldn't help but exclaim after catching a glimpse of her. In the past, she traveled with great panache in the form of visual phenomena and had many fans chasing her. Now, she was solitary with a natural demeanor, as if she had returned to the origin. The emissary went to greet her before gracefully sitting down again. Meanwhile, many of the youths here couldn't divert their eyes from her. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan arrived a bit after Mei Suyao. Although they were not as supreme as Mei Suyao, they were still kingdom-toppling. Anyone would have to praise and marvel at the sight of them. Cleansing incense dual blades messengers are here, so where is fiercest? Someone wondered after seeing the two ladies. Everyone knew that Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were part of Li Qie's crew, so when they appeared, the crowd looked behind them to see if fiercest was there as well. To the disappointment of many, there was no one behind them. The group of great geniuses like Jikong Wudi also glanced over to look for Li Qie as well. These days, Li Qie's notoriety had spread far and wide. The group had no choice but to watch out for this opponent. After seeing Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao sitting down, the soaring heavenly saintess snorted and coldly asked, "Your master Li Qie isn't coming?" She felt that she was in a commanding position with great status. At the same time, their sects were mortal enemies. This was exacerbated by Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan leading their disciples to wipe out several branches of her sect. The saintess couldn't swallow this anger and wanted to use this opportunity to counter. "Our young noble is busy, so we are attending in his stead." Chen Baojiao directly responded to the saintess' provocative tone. Li Shuangyan, on the other hand, was just sitting there like a cold glacier, too lazy to answer the saintess. "Humph, don't tell me he's too afraid to come." The saintess sneered, I heard he has enemies everywhere. Now that all the heroes in the world have gathered here, he is probably afraid of people seeking revenge, so he chose to act like a cowardly turtle. Before coming, Chen Baojiao had already guessed that the Saintess would use this opportunity to show her aggression. Their conflict was inevitable due to the history of their sections. Chen Baojiao harshly stared at her and countered, "Our young noble isn't afraid of anyone. You are not qualified to comment on our young noble. I dare you to say it in front of him. Humph, fiercest or whatever, there's nothing special about him." The Saintess mocked, "I don't even put him in my eyes, so why should I talk to him? Who the hell does he think he is?" Mei Suyao, who was sitting to the side, quietly shook her head after hearing this. The Saintess was too inexperienced. After obtaining this measly bit of power, she immediately raised her tail without knowing what kind of person she was opposing. Your words alone warrant decapitation. Chen Baojiao's eyes suddenly turned fierce. She immediately stood up and walked forward while holding her saber, the glints lighting up the venue. Such a big tone. The Saintess currently had a great backing and also a god monarch protecting her. She was full of confidence and was not afraid of Chen Baojiao. She sneered, "This is the territory of the Soaring Immortal sect, not a place for you to run amok." She wasn't very bright, but she was well versed in using other people's prestige for her own goals. The emissary slightly frowned. He was a bit unhappy with the Saintess' conduct. However, she was still his junior in the end. Even if she was in the wrong, he couldn't sit by and watch. "Young miss, this is not the place for you to swing your blade." The emissary lowered his tone. His speech carried a commanding persuasiveness. The Mortal King told Chen Baojiao, "Junior sister, take a step back and all will be well." She coldly glared at him and uttered, "Who is your junior sister?" The Mortal King didn't become angry. He flatly said, "Junior sister, I know you were bewitched by the others back then, so you have some grievances with our school, but in the end, you are still from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School." Ever since her immortal physique reached half completion, the school had wanted to drag her back. Some ancestors even hoped that she would marry the Mortal King. However, she didn't bother giving them any face. In her eyes, she had severed the relationship long ago. She interrupted him without showing any sensibility, "There's no need to utter such unctuous words. Don't act like you are my senior either, since I have no relations to the sacred school. Mortal King, you should be annihilating a traitor like this." The Saintess fanned the flames after seeing the two argue. "Little tramp, come out here and I'll decapitate you in 3 moves. Chen Baojiao was impulsive and hated people who brought up her being a traitor the most. She paid a huge price back then to leave the sacred school. She was exiled from her home and family. Thus, her anger immediately erupted after the Saintess twisted the story. "Enough." The Soaring Immortal emissary shouted, then scolded Chen Baojiao, "This isn't a place for you all to go wild." "Is that so?" Chen Baojiao glared at him, "It is not difficult if you want me to show respect to your sect, you just need to keep a tighter leash on your dogs." So insolent. Jikong Wudi slowly spoke at this time, "This event for everyone in the world shouldn't be ruined because of just one person like you. I don't care who your master is, you should bow your head and apologize this instant." Before Chen Baojiao could answer, Li Xuanyan stood up with her eyes sweeping through the crowd and declared, "If some people want to release their dogs to bite us, then we'll beat these dogs down regardless of whether they're from the Heavenly Gods sect or the Soaring Immortal sect. We won't show any consideration for their masters." Regardless of who they were facing, Li Xuanyan would always stand together with Chen Baojiao. She would never let anyone bully her sister. Someone noticed that the two girls were prepared to fight against the world on their own and quietly whispered, "They are definitely crazy enough to be people on the side of Fiercest, they're exactly like him." Their attitude made others think of Fiercest Li Chia. The Fiercest would always act extremely arrogant regardless of who he was facing. The emissary spoke with a chilling voice, "Mortal King, if it is someone from your school, then your school should deal with her." Otherwise, my heavenly god sect will discipline her instead. Things won't end so easily if that were to happen. The mortal king smiled and stood up while looking at Chen Baojiao. Junior sister, you were just tricked by the others. It is not too late to return with me now, don't make me take action. Li Xuanyan coldly laughed and retorted, if the jewel pillar mortal king is so confident, then bring it on. Today, we'll suppress your hell-suppressing physique so that you will never be able to rise again. Her words were domineering and imposing. She didn't really care for this genius that had a half-completion hell-suppressing physique. Although his physique was amazing, there was still a gap between it and the void imperfection physique taken directly from the physique scripture. If Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao attacked together, they absolutely could kill him. Two great immortal physiques to take down another. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all knew that both girls had half-completion immortal physiques as well. Their joint effort would definitely subdue the mortal king. The mortal king's eyes turned cold as he showed a slight grimace. If Miss Li wants to fight someone, then even though I am weak, I will still exchange a few moves with you. Jikong Wudi slowly uttered at this time. He had a feud with Li Chia, so without a doubt, he was on the mortal king's side. If you want to fight someone, then I will exchange a few moves with you. Another clear voice resounded. The speaker was the cross-dressing Bing Yuxia. She was still holding a beauty's hand at this moment while looking down on Jikong Wudi. Regardless of the situation, she would unconditionally be on Li Chia's side. After all, their relationship was quite strong. In just a moment, several supreme geniuses became involved in this storm, causing the crowd to look at each other. They vaguely felt that these geniuses had already begun to form alliances for the sake of competing for the heaven's will. Meanwhile, Zhan Shi sat there still as a rock and Heavenly Emperor Lin only smiled without making a comment. Mei Suyao slightly shook her head. She understood that the emissary wanted this to happen. Nothing could be better for their soaring immortal sect than these supreme geniuses of the mortal emperor world killing each other. They would benefit from this whole dispute. Chapter 1056, Unbeatable Style. At this time, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Both sides were anxious and many great powers beneath the terrace didn't dare to utter a single word. To these great powers, no matter whether it was the soaring immortal sect, the mortal king, or the girls, these were all people who they couldn't afford to provoke. They could only stand to the side and watch. No one tried to meddle or persuade them not to fight. The earth suddenly shook as if something had slammed into it. Ah! Miserable screams resounded from outside the terrace, creating a scene of chaos. The experts glanced at each other in confusion after hearing this commotion. Who was it, to actually cause trouble outside? At this moment, all the geniuses were here, along with the emissary from the soaring sect. Whoever dared to cause trouble truly didn't know life from death. Jikong Wudi frowned and issued an order, Demon King, go outside to see who is causing trouble and capture him for me. Even though the emissary was presiding over this event, the Space Trample Mountain was actually responsible for keeping order. In fact, it was more than strong enough. Everyone knew that Jikong Wudi was here and that Venerable Nine Sword was back at the Buddhist city. These troublemakers must be tired of living to come here. After receiving the order, the Heavenly Eagle Demon King shouted and spread his wings, blotting out the sun. He instantly flew out of the terrace. A bit later, it became quiet. Good, it is peaceful again. Jikong Wudi looked at the group and said, we'll continue the meeting. No one will be able to disturb this event from now on. Otherwise, I'm sure the emissary will give out the order to take them down. Jikong Wudi was quite imposing at this moment. He indeed had the strength to do so, since among the younger generation, one would be hard-pressed to find someone on his level. Moreover, the Venerable was in the city as well. Who would dare to maneuver against their Space Trample Mountain? Who would dare to oppose them at this moment? Jikong Wudi tried to build a good relationship with the soaring immortal sect as well. In his opinion, earning this sect's support would definitely be favorable for him in the future. Well said, no one, regardless of who they may be, will disturb this event. The mortal king gravely added, otherwise, they will be dealt with. At this time, everyone clearly saw that Jikon Wudi and the mortal king were siding with the soaring immortal sect. Meanwhile, the soaring immortal emissary, in the most prestigious seat, stared at Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao while raising his voice. If you two ladies apologize to me, I trust that everyone will understand and act as if nothing happened. Boom. Before he could finish the sentence, the sky turned black. A gigantic figure came flying at a great velocity and smashed a crater into the ground, startling everyone and forcing them to retreat. Heavenly Eagle Demon King. When everyone finally took a look, they saw that this figure that fell from the sky was the Demon King who just flew outside earlier. Blood began to flow through the cracks on the ground where the Demon King was lying while a person was standing on top of him. This person had his foot pressing on the Eagle Demon's head so he couldn't stand up. Such a scene was too shocking. Keep in mind that this demon was a vanguard of Venerable Ninesword, someone who had swept through the world with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. He was an extraordinary demon king, yet he was being trampled upon by someone else. Evil Buddha! Someone shouted in horror after seeing the person on top of the demon king. The group of geniuses were shocked and immediately stood up. Everyone knew that Evil Buddha had been chased away by Spirit Mountain, so he quietly left the city. No one expected him to come back and instantly trample the Heavenly Eagle Demon King. Wasn't this too domineering? Jikon Wudi's expression took a turn for the worse. The Demon King was their vanguard, but he was being stomped on by someone else in front of everyone. The Demon King wanted to get up, but Li Qiye stomped on his neck. One could hear a bone cracking. The Demon King immediately screamed miserably. Anyone who heard this scream would shiver and feel a tingling sense of pain as well. Evil Buddha, you are too presumptuous. Jikon Wudi had to shout out. This Buddhist's actions were a merciless slap towards their space trample mountain. However, Li Qiye was too lazy to look at Jikon Wudi. He got down from the Demon King's body and leisurely looked at the soaring immortal emissary. You better look in a mirror and carefully evaluate yourself before asking my people to apologize. Such words left the crowd puzzled. Many didn't actually understand what he was saying due to the sheer amount of perceived impudence. At this time, Li Qiye waved at Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Girls, come over here, your young noble will find out who is bullying you two and take charge of this matter. The two didn't say another word and immediately stood behind him. Ha! Bing Yuxia clapped and laughed. I knew you smelly brat were pretending to be a monk. That's right. Li Qiye glanced at her and smiled leisurely. It has been a bit boring being a Buddhist lord, so it is time to switch my identity. With that, he revealed his true appearance. Fiercest Li Qiye. Someone blurted out after seeing him. In just a second, everyone's eyes went wide. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even Jikon Wudi's group turned silly. Evil Buddha is fiercest Li Qiye. Someone murmured. This news was too difficult for many people to accept in a short period. Jikon Wudi's group had grimaces even more unsightly than before. They would rather be defeated by Evil Buddha than fiercest Li Qiye. Among those present, only Mei Suyao sat there calmly. She knew something like this would happen the moment Li Qiye came. Li Qiye looked at the crowd for a bit before revealing a friendly smile while slowly saying, it is time to take care of some overdue business. With that, his eyes fell upon the mortal king. I heard someone say earlier that our Baojiao is a disciple from the sacred school. He turned and looked at the crowd to declare, now, I will say this only once, don't try to gild your face with gold. The next time your school tries to do something like this again, I will personally go to your school and annihilate it. This declaration left the mortal king with an extremely ugly expression. The guy told everyone about his intention to destroy his school. This was not just a slap to their face, but the pinnacle humiliation. As the schoolmaster, how could he swallow this anger? He couldn't help but shout, it doesn't matter whether you are evil Buddha or Li Chia, your words are too arrogant. Daring to humiliate my school? Since you don't seem to understand what I'm saying, I'll teach you what I mean. Li Chia interrupted and reached for him with one hand. Open. The mortal king let out a battle cry. The hell-suppressing physique immediately erupted to suppress the heavens and shatter myriad Tao. He lifted his leg that carried the weight of 1,000 stars to crush Li Chia. At this moment, explosions resounded. Under the might of this physique, even the void itself broke apart as it couldn't withstand this terrifying force. However, with a loud bang, the mortal king's thigh was caught by Li Chia. Remember that the hell-suppressing physique had boundless weight, especially at half completion. The weight of his leg was the same as millions of the stars in the sky. Yet, in this split second, Li Chia easily grabbed his thigh. Rumble. Before anyone could regain their sanity, Li Chia immediately lifted him up and mercilessly slammed him into the ground left and right. He smashed and smashed again with full malice, causing the earth to shatter into pieces. Though the immortal physique was very tough, the mortal king was still battered into a bloody pulp under such ruthless smashes. A spectator shouted in shock, "Impossible." Everyone knew that this physique had infinite weight and no one could lift its user off of the ground. However, the mortal king, at half completion, was being dragged around by Li Chia like a little chicken, as if he was as light as a feather. They didn't know that Li Chia was using the Sky Destroyer physique. If the hell-suppressing physique had infinite weight, then the Sky Destroyer physique had limitless power. The two of them supported and deterred each other like the elements. Alas, the king's physique law was far weaker than Li Chia's own. Compared to Li Chia's Sky Destroyer, the king's hell-suppressing could only accept the beating. You dare to show off with only this much speed? Li Chia continued smashing the guy on the ground, causing blood to spray everywhere. It was well known that the mortal king's physique was invincible, but it was also obvious that his speed was insufficient. This was one of the weaknesses of the hell-suppressing physique. It had infinite weight, but it was much slower compared to the other immortal physiques. Chapter 1057, Blood Everywhere. Li Chia kept smashing the guy on the ground until he was on the verge of death. Only then did he stop and speak, "Go back and tell the Jewel Pillar School that if they dare to talk about Chen Baojiao's business again, I will personally destroy them." Having said that, he casually threw the mortal king outside. Boom! 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 A burst of earth-shattering explosions resounded. The mortal king was thrown very far. His body pierced several mountains before disappearing from everyone's sight. All the people present shivered after seeing the king being thrown away like a piece of trash. They were speechless and stared at Li Chia in awe. It didn't matter whether he was evil Buddha or fiercest, Li Chia was ferocious all the same. This was a guy who would kill gods and devils if they were to stand before him. Nothing could hinder his path. After taking care of the mortal king, he clapped to get the dirt off his hands. Then, his eyes fell upon the soaring heavenly saintess. After seeing this, many people were startled. They understood that Li Chia had turned his focus towards the saintess. First was taking care of the mortal king, now it was time to oppose the soaring immortal sect. This was both decisive and arrogant, as if he looked on the world with disdain. Well, I did promise the monks of Spirit Mountain to not disturb them in their meditation. Li Chia said dismissively, unfortunately, time and time again, some people think that I have become a soft persimmon that anyone can crush. I heard that someone has placed a bounty on my head. Very well, my head is right here on my neck. With that, he tapped on his neck. The saintess was ghastly pale, but she couldn't back down when everyone was watching. Moreover, she had the soaring immortal sect as her backer. Thinking about her uncle-in-law, she immediately became courageous and shouted, "Li, don't act all arrogant. If you dare to assault everyone, the people in this world won't spare you and the soaring immortal sect won't spare you either. At that time, you will die without a grave." Even your cleansing incense sect will have a calamity befall, ugh. Before she could finish, her neck was gripped by Wuxia. Her body was lifted up high so she couldn't move at all. His speed was swift to the point where no one could see him clearly. Even the Night Scorpion God Monarch standing behind the emissary found it too late despite wanting to help. I am someone who only likes to listen to flattery and sycophants, but sometimes, I also like it when people curse me. To tell the truth, if you called me a bastard or a little animal, I could act as if I didn't hear it and only treat your words as a fart. He gripped her head and slowly shook his head. However, if someone threatens me, then I won't be happy. And if I'm not happy, then it will not be pretty. I might even destroy their entire family. Having said that, he let out a chilling glare towards the Saintess. Uncle, save me. The Saintess finally felt fear with her life hanging by a thread. She felt that a death god was beckoning for her at this moment. The emissary shouted, "Junior, let her go now to avoid making a huge mistake." Wuxia maintained his grip and stared emotionlessly at the emissary. And if I don't? Death is the punishment for killing a soaring immortal disciple. The emissary spoke gravely, if you let her go, we can let bygones be bygones. Yes, the Saintess felt her courage surge again after the emissary stood up for her and had to add, I am a soaring immortal disciple, snap. Her words couldn't come out since her neck was wrung by Wuxia. Her pretty eyes widened in disbelief. Even in death she still couldn't believe that this was the moment of her doom. She was still full of spirit, dreaming about joining the soaring immortal sect. It was her time to represent the sect to order the rest of the mortal emperor world. This stunned all the spectators. The emissary had recognized her as a disciple of soaring immortal. This meant that she could definitely join it. But now, Wuxia has snapped her neck. This was killing a disciple from soaring immortal in front of everyone. Just how arrogant and overbearing was this? No one was more imperious than Wuxia, the guy who had just challenged soaring immortal. The other supreme geniuses like Jikon Wudi wouldn't dare to do so, but Wuxia did it without a care. Wuxia nonchalantly threw away her body and spoke, even if you are the daughter of an immortal emperor, I'll still kill you if you provoke me. It was an incredibly tyrannical statement that caused everyone to take a deep breath. However, no one dared to say anything. Not long ago, Wuxia killed the storm god, the daughter of an emperor. Buzz. While Wuxia was distracted with talking, a glint flashed. Someone moved at an unbelievable speed to try and pierce his forehead to deliver a fatal blow. This strike was too fast, beyond visual perception. The ambusher was the Night Scorpion God Monarch. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Wuxia. Though the Saintess was dead, the emissary was still there. If he could successfully kill Wuxia, it would be quite beneficial for him. Watch it. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan both yelled, but it was too late. Pluff. Blood spurted everywhere. A forehead was pierced, but it was not Wuxia's, it was the God Monarch's. His eyes showed disbelief and didn't know who pierced his forehead. The opponent's speed was 100 times faster and was more accurate than him. The person didn't use any techniques or laws. It was the most simple thrust and it instantly penetrated all of his defenses to send him to his end. At this time, people finally saw the one who attacked. It was an Iron Man whose body was made out of exquisite parts. Only his head was that of a human. There was too big of a gap between a God Monarch and the mortal monarch. He only needed one move to kill the scorpion. Splash! Blood splattered again. The mortal monarch ripped out the scorpion's head along with his spine and casually threw it to the ground without showing the slightest trace of emotion. From beginning to end, Wuxia didn't even bat an eye while standing there calmly. Everyone held their breaths at the sight of a god monarch being slaughtered like a helpless chicken. This scene was simply too horrifying and sent chills down everyone's spines. This existence that looked like a man made out of metal was too horrifying. Your arrival has scared away all of those little pests. Wuxia gently shook his head. The mortal monarch didn't say anything. He stood there with a chilling air next to Li Chia. His eyes, however, swept through the sky a little bit. Li Chia slowly approached to the soaring immortal emissary. The emissary's expression sank. He coldly said, "Junior, what are you doing?" Li Chia glanced at the guy and smiled. "We initially had no enmity with each other. You didn't know me and I didn't know you, so we could have had peace together. Unfortunately, I heard people say that you are the heavenly god sect's backer and want to maneuver against my sect. Then there is no other choice. I am someone who finds it very difficult to show mercy to my enemies." The emissary was jolted. However, he still put on a calm expression and spoke, "If you want to resolve this grievance, then we can sit down and talk instead of threatening me. My soaring immortal sect has never accepted anyone's threats." Whoosh. Just like before, another victim couldn't finish speaking before Li Chia pierced his chest. His cultivation was much weaker than the night scorpion god monarch. Although he was an emissary, he was only an ordinary one and was not powerful at all. The emissary had to look down at his chest in disbelief. He didn't expect that Li Chia would kill an emissary like him so quickly and without any precursor. Pluff. Li Chia instantly took out his heart and looked at him with scorn. "You are too weak to be prancing around in front of me. Not to mention an ordinary emissary, even if the chief ambassador of the 9 worlds personally came, I still wouldn't put him in my eyes." With that claim, he casually threw the heart away. Bang! The emissary's body fell to the ground. It could be said that he died an indignant death. Even though he was only an ordinary virtuous paragon, he was still the representative of the soaring immortal sect in the mortal emperor world. No matter who they might be, even imperial lineages would have to show him some consideration and reception, let alone attack him. Even at the time of death, he couldn't understand where this junior came from to actually dare to kill an emissary from soaring immortal. The scene remained quiet all the same. One could even hear a needle dropping to the floor. Outside of faint breathing, there were no other sounds. Li Chia slowly sat down in the chair that the emissary sat in earlier and wiped his hands clean. He lazily glanced at everyone and spoke, "Anyone else have a problem with me? Feel free to speak up at any time." Everyone was silent and dazed while staring at Li Chia. It didn't matter what name they chose to call him, evil Buddha or fiercest. He had reached a level of wanton brutality and would dare to kill just about anyone. At this time, who would dare to have a problem with him? Chapter 1058, Only rampant arrogance at this time. Only Jikon Wudi scowled while staring coldly at Li Chia. Even though he didn't say anything, his attitude revealed it all. The enmity between them had solidified even further. "You want to challenge me, right?" Li Chia looked at him, then glanced over at Zhanshi's group and smiled. "I welcome it at any time. But remember this, I will not always be so merciful. On the next challenge, remember to bring a coffin to avoid dying without a grave." Jikon Wudi carried an unsightly expression. Back at the Heavenly Tao Academy, he and Li Chia had a feud. Not long ago, he was almost converted and had to dig out his heart just to escape. Today, Li Chia crippled the Heavenly Eagle Demon King before everyone. This feud had reached an irreconcilable level. In the end, he didn't say anything and carried the Demon King away. Even though there was a furious flame raging in his heart, he still contained it. Challenging Li Chia right now was extremely unwise. He had lost once already and needed sufficient preparations before challenging Li Chia again. The path for the Grand Tao is endless. I will challenge Brother Li again in the future. Zhanshi also wanted to leave. The difference was that he was still as calm as ever, unlike the furious Jikon Wudi. Even though he had lost to Li Chia as well, they had no life and death hatred. On the contrary, he believed that winning and losing were normal for cultivators. Thus, he was still able to speak calmly towards Li Chia. Li Chia gently nodded and looked at Zhanshi. "I don't mind sparring, but if you want to compete for the heaven's will, my former statement will apply, prepare for death with a coffin. If it's not you, it will be others who shall die on the path for the heaven's will. Zhanshe gently sighed and didn't say anything before turning around to leave. He understood Li Qie. In fact, this had been the case for many generations now. There was no friendship on this path since there was only one heaven's will. Unless one decided to exit the competition, it would be a fight to the death, just like Li Qie had said. The green hills are still there along with the clear flowing water. Brotherly, see you again. Heavenly Emperor Lin left as well after clasping his hands towards Li Qie. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at Heavenly Emperor Lin and leisurely said, "You are truly someone who can maintain a cool demeanor." Others might not understand what Li Qie meant, but Heavenly Emperor Lin naturally got the point. He only smiled freely and floated away. Many people praised the emperor's demeanor. He had lost to evil Buddha before but was still so carefree and nonchalant, there were no traces of hatred or resentment. Bai Jianjun was the next to leave. She stared at Li Qie for a bit without speaking. They had known each other even longer than some of the others here. I remember that we still have one sword left in our duel. Li Qie looked at the sword-hugging woman and smiled. Back at the Heavenly Corpse burial ground, they had a duel of 3 sword moves. They only had time for 2 before the Nantian young king interrupted the third. Bai Jianjun remained silent when the past was brought up. She quietly hugged her sword without replying, showing a demeanor as cold as her blade. In the end, she also left without a care. The last to leave was Mei Suyao. The people here were holding their breaths to see if she wanted to do anything. Among the current geniuses, none had won against Li Qie. Jikong Wudi, the mortal king, Heavenly Emperor Lin, Zhanshe, Bai Jianjun, and Bing Yuxia had all lost. The only person not included in this list was Mei Suyao. Someone quietly murmured, "Maybe Goddess Mei has a chance." Back then, the mortal king challenged her twice and lost both times. After that, he never dared to challenge her again. Rumor has it that she has cultivated an invincible Tao. Chapter 1059, Bing Yuxia's beauty. At this time, the mood in the room was slightly somber. Li Qie had been sitting there in a daze before he eventually smiled faintly to say, "You are right, I might die in the final battle in this generation. That will be my end, the closing of the curtains. I believe in your excellency." The monarch spoke, "I trust that ultimately, you will be able to stand above the high heavens and become the one and only across all the eons. Perhaps the result doesn't matter." Li Qie smiled, "I just need to keep on working hard and I will definitely get my answer one day." With that, a gleam flashed in his eyes as his spirits rekindled. The monarch understood that Li Qie had always maintained an invincible temperament. Even when he became sentimental, it would pass by very quickly. "If you want to live through this generation, do you have any wishes?" Li Qie looked at the monarch and asked, "If you want anything, just tell me." "Your Excellency, I have no wishes." The monarch gently shook his head. "After returning, I will teach some juniors and enjoy the rest of my years. Even though I have no direct descendants, all of the disciples in the valley are my children. I am happy that you are able to see things so clearly. Not everyone can be so open-minded before death." Li Qie smiled and was sincerely glad for the monarch. For millions of years, countless invincible god kings didn't mind paying any cost to prolong their life. The monarch bowed deeply towards Li Qie and spoke, "If your excellency ever requires my service in the future, I will be waiting at the Heaven's secret valley. Let this be our farewell." Li Qie sighed softly and patted the monarch's back, "I'll see you off." The monarch didn't say anything and quietly walked alongside Li Qie. Perhaps this was the last time he could walk next to his excellency, his last chance to assist him. When they reached the gate, the monarch beckoned for Sikong Taotian. The guy immediately ran over and kneeled. The monarch spoke, "You are coming back with me." After hearing this, Sikong Taotian put on a painful expression and looked pitifully over at Li Chia. Li Chia couldn't help but scold the thief. The mortal monarch thinks that you are worth grooming, so he wants you by his side. This is your fortune, something that people can't even dream of. Thank you, ancestor, Sikong Taotian bowed. He had no other choice at this time. He was also aware that it was a wondrous creation. For people from the Heaven's secret valley, to be taught by the mortal ancestor was a great honor, a once-in-lifetime opportunity. However, he was a restless person. He was afraid that he would be stuck back at the valley for a long time. This thought alone gave him quite a headache. Li Chia left the city with the mortal monarch. They traveled together for a very long distance before the monarch bowed again to say, "Your Excellency, please stop." Li Chia paused to look at the monarch. He sighed in the end and commented, "Even if you see a friend off for 1,000 miles, in the end, you will still have to part. Take care." The monarch bowed one last time before flying away with Sikong Taotian. Li Chia stood there quietly with his eyes fixated on the departing monarch until he disappeared into the horizon. At this time, he sighed once more. For millions of years, parting was a common occurrence to him. He had sent many friends away and thought that he would be numb after all this time. However, his heart remained sentimental. Despite being wrapped in layers of calluses, it was still beating and full of life. Time is compassionless, but humans are full of emotions. In the end, he lamented and returned to the Buddhist city. Li Chia went back to his abode and Bing Wuxia immediately pounced on him while mercilessly beating on him. "Smelly Chia, you actually dared to molest me. Watch how I'm going to deal with you." Li Chia couldn't help but laugh while slapping her buttocks and squeezed them. "Damned girl, if you keep on messing around, I'm going to push you onto a bed and have my way with you." Bing Wuxia blushed after hearing this and felt her body becoming hotter. She kicked him hard and said, "Smelly Chia, you are just a pervert." Li Chia leisurely replied, "Little girl, don't judge me with your narrow view. Your beauty alone isn't worthy of my attention. It could even be said that being molested by me is your honor." She was angered by his taunt and put her hand on her waist to retort, "My ass. Li, this lady, no, this young noble is the one who doesn't care for you." Seeing the cross-dressing girl ahead in her pouty gesture left Li Chia smiling, "Girl, you should be thanking me. If I didn't point out your mistakes, you wouldn't be as accomplished today." "Humph." She snorted. However, she still secretly admitted this. Without his pointers, she wouldn't have been able to comprehend their icy feather palace's heaven-cutting tablet to this degree. Li Chia smilingly told her, "Hey, while I still have some time, stay here. I do like you a lot. Bah, get that idea out of your head. I won't be your woman, so stop daydreaming." She angrily glared at him, "I have so many beauties around me that I can't even enjoy them all." Li Chia laughed, "Where did your mind run off to? Who says anything about me wanting you to become my woman? I would have to think about it quite a lot. Look, in terms of figure, you are not a match for Baojiao. In terms of facial features, you aren't better than Xuanyan at all. Plus, who would like someone who acts like an unruly brat all day?" Li Chia. She gritted her teeth angrily after hearing this and glared at him. Li Chia gently waved his hand, "Okay, little girl, I won't play with you. To tell the truth, when I actually have some time, you should be good and stay by my side. I can teach you about cultivation, there is still a long way for you to go while learning about the heaven-cutting tablet. Why are you so nice to me?" She became a bit curious and stared at him. It wasn't like she didn't know Li Chia. Even a genius like her wouldn't necessarily get into his eyes. Plus, she knew that in order to earn Li Chia's favor, one must pay a huge price. Li Chia smiled and said, "Because I like you." Please, who would believe that nonsense? She naturally didn't think that her charm was at this level. Li Chia simply had no shortage of women. She knew this full well. There's no reason, maybe I'm just in a really good mood today. Li Qiye gently touched her face. Even though she was cross-dressing, it didn't take away from her beauty. Or maybe I really like your frank character. Li Qiye leisurely smiled while actually feeling sentimental inside. Sending the mortal monarch away made him remember many things. Looking at Bing Yuxia reminded him of immortal Emperor Bing Yu back then. This made him a bit emotional. Even though time was compassionless, it did leave him with many things. She looked at him and softly asked, "Have something on your mind?" Don't look at her usual penchant for cross-dressing and masculine demeanor and be fooled. Sometimes, she was also very caring and acted with a difficult-to-describe gentleness. She caught a glimpse of loneliness before it quickly disappeared from his eyes. Nothing really. Maybe I am now old and have become a little sentimental. Li Qiye smiled faintly. Hold it. She punched his shoulder and said, calling yourself old at this age? Don't you feel embarrassed at all for saying that? Li Qiye looked at her and chuckled without saying anything else. At this time, Chen Baojiao came in and informed Li Qiye, young noble, Goddess Mei wants to see you. He slapped Bing Yuxia's butt and said, okay, go. If you want to repay me, you can carry my palanquin next time. The victim of such indecency fiercely glared at him before leaving. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and told Chen Baojiao, let her come in. A moment later, a fragrant breeze floated by. Mei Suyao came with her transcendent appearance and saw Li Qiye. She gently gave him a gesture of blessing again in a gentle and calm manner. I have to admit that you are getting more and more likable. Sensible and understanding. Li Qiye noticed her peerless charm and chuckled, this is not letting your immortal bone down. To be in your good graces is my honor. She calmly answered with a faint smile. Li Qiye asked, go ahead, what is the matter? Mei Suyao took out a trunk and handed it to him. The ancestor found an item in our treasury. He asked me to bring it to you with a message, this is a token of our Eternal River School's goodwill. Li Qiye opened the trunk and found a powerful imperial aura surging inside. There was an imperial robe folded neatly within. Li Qiye gently rubbed it and smiled. He closed the trunk then looked at Mei Suyao, it seems like your old geezer is really putting a lot of thought into this. This imperial robe belonged to Li Qiye. He wore it all the time in the past. Later on, it was lost outside and he didn't try to find it again. It was because he had too many treasures, if he had to find every single one, it would seem a bit meaningless. Chapter 1060, Mei Suyao's path. Li Qiye was not reserved and accepted the imperial robe. He smiled, it looks that old geezer really understands me. The ancestor said that it might have some use for young noble's trip to the lesser Deva world. Mei Suyao smiled. He continued on, that old man is really not bad. However, he still hasn't grasped the true meaning of the Buddhist funeral plateau as well as the lesser Deva world. They are both places where external items are useless, only the Tao heart matters. Li Qiye pointed at his heart, the imperial robe is only a proof of entry, a ticket. However, I do appreciate his thoughtfulness. Mei Suyao gently nodded and didn't say anything else. Adding her own comments would only be showing one slight skill before an expert. He looked at her and chuckled, what does your Eternal River School want? She shook her head, the ancestor does not seek anything from young noble, he only wants to show our good faith. The old geezer, a bit interesting. Li Qiye smiled and asked her, then what do you wish for? Mei Suyao pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head, I won't hide it from brotherly, I do not wish for anything. Li Qiye stared straight into her bright eyes, I want to hear what is truly on your mind, regardless if it is out of consideration for your progenitor or the goodwill of your old geezer. I can solve quite a few things. She wondered a bit more and gently sighed before lifting her head to meet his gaze in a calm and natural manner, to tell the truth, I'm at a loss. I'm not sure what I want. He looked into the depths of her eyes and slowly spoke, you have lost your goal and do not know where to go from here. Perhaps you can put it that way. My heart desires more than the heavens, yet my life is thinner than paper. I really do not know. She gently sighed. You are mistaken. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. If what you say is true, then everyone in this world should be lamenting, since the statement applies to everyone. The crux of the issue is that you are too arrogant. I won't deny that. Mei Suyao revealed a wry smile that did not take away from her charm. I started cultivating at a young age and have always worked hard for the day when I can compete for the heavens' will to become an immortal emperor, to stand at the peak, above myriad races and the 9 worlds. Alas, I understand that the throne of this generation is not meant for me. She sighed, with young noble here, all of my efforts are for naught. Regardless of one's powerful ambition, in the end, both ambition and will shall be nailed into the ground, and only a lamentable wail can be heard. Even struggling is in vain. You can try going all out. Li Qiye smiled and said, even though the war for the heavens will is ruthless, I can spare you in the future battles out of consideration for your school. What's the point? She bitterly smiled. Young noble should know that I am not belittling myself. Among the countless geniuses in this generation, I can defeat people like Jikon Wudi and Zhanshi. I am even confident in fighting against the descendant of the soaring immortal sect. Even South Emperor does not deter me. I can let it all go and take him on in the future. Yes, what you lack is time, and time alone. There is still some time before the heavens will war. With your talents, becoming an emperor candidate is definitely not a problem, so you really do have a chance of fighting against South Emperor. The outcome will depend on your own fortune. Li Qiye nodded and acknowledged her claim. She was born with an immortal bone and cultivated the Alaya fragrant Tao from the Eternal River School. As long as there was enough time, she indeed had the chance to fight against a top existence like South Emperor. But young noble exists in this world, so everything is for naught. She gently sighed and bitterly spoke, just like you said, my immortal bone can communicate with the gods and understand myriad Tao. In the past, I was blinded by pride and couldn't see through young noble's depth. Today, I have returned to the origin and comprehended great mysteries. Your momentum is unstoppable, with a unique physique across all the eons, a peerless fate palace system, the ultimate Tao heart, and also an understanding of the ages. Every aspect is incomparable. Challenging you is just a waste of time. Even though Mei Suyao didn't know Li Qiye's true identity yet, she was aware of his physique, palaces, and Tao heart. They all made it impossible for anyone to oppose him. She was once completely confident, but once her immortal bone gained the ability to see through all things, she understood that even with greater self-confidence, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. This immortal bone located at your soul bone is truly remarkable. Today, you have truly comprehended its profundities. Li Qiye gently nodded. Very few people could see through his constitution, but Mei Suyao was able to do so today. This was all due to the change of her Tao heart. It returned to the origin, the natural path. This allowed her to comprehend the essences of her fragrant Tao as well as the immortal bone. With this, she was able to deduce everything in this world. Sometimes being ignorant and always arrogant is not a bad thing. At the very least, these things can keep me walking forward with courage. She spoke woefully. She had lost her goal since she couldn't become an emperor. There were no more ambitions or aspirations. Not knowing a goal is the same as not having one at all. Always walk forward on the endless grand Tao and you will surely find an unexpected harvest. Li Qiye smiled. Mei Suyao disagreed. This is a battle where the conclusion is already known. It doesn't matter how colorful the process is or how one struggles. Ultimately, the result will still be the same. Losing to you or becoming a pile of bones on the path towards the throne. To be frank, for millions of years, this path has already seen too many deaths. My bones being added to the pavement won't matter, and them being omitted is equally meaningless. She slowly said, it is not that I have lost the will to fight. Even if I keep on cultivating like this, I can still become an emperor candidate and a god king, but it all seems so dull. Li Qiye smiled and asked, what will you do after becoming an immortal emperor? When you stand at the top, what will occupy your thoughts? Mei Suyao pondered over this question, then looked Li Qiye straight in the eye to say, if you want me to answer this right now, I can only say that I do not know. In the past, I would have said while standing proudly at the top of the 9 worlds, I will illuminate the entire generation and herald a brilliant age. But now, I don't know. This shows your maturity and understanding the nature of the Grand Tao. Even at the very end, you will still be like you are now, a dull existence. Li Qiye smiled, but there is something that you aren't aware of. All things in nature, all origins and even the apex, they are only the beginning. Only the beginning? She was confused by this answer. Come, have a seat. He gestured her over and patted his thigh. She didn't hesitate at all and sat on him. When she felt his thigh, her face blushed and showed a faint shade of pink. Li Qiye was the only man she had been so intimate with. However, he had no debaucherous intentions and only lifted her flawless face before speaking in a serious tone, be ready and fortify your Tao heart. Mei Suyao took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, I'm ready. At this time, Li Qiye opened his eyes. They lit up in a dazzling manner, as if a new world was opening. Mei Suyao felt her body being sucked into a magnificent world full of wondrous legends. It was an era of the Tao, one with gods and devils bathing themselves in blood. In this place, people were powerful enough to blot out the sky. Mythical tales described this place where fresh blood drowned out everything. Corpses and bones were piled to the sky. Here, there was laughter and boundless sadness. Mei Suyao's soul was in disarray as she experienced endless vicissitudes, joys and sorrows, darkness and light. Her hands somehow tightly hugged Li Qiye's neck. It was a very tight embrace as her tears dripped onto his robes. She unknowingly cried, then smiled, then cried some more. After a long time, Li Qiye finally closed his eyes and closed off this world. Her mind returned to the real world. At this time, she didn't say anything and only leaned on his shoulder with her hands still clutching his neck. Her tears continued to quietly flow down her pretty face and onto his wet clothes. Li Qiye gently stroked her silky hair and said, there is no end to this world or the Grand Tao. Immortal Emperor is just the beginning. You were enlightened and have come to understand your immortal bone on top of mastering the Alaya fragrant Tao. You thought you had seen the entire world and all the Tao. In actuality, you have only been looking at a corner of this world, a small section of the Tao. Li Qiye slowly spoke. Thank you, young noble. She leaned on his body using his shoulder as a pillow. Her tears had yet to dry while she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 1061, Sleepless Night. After a very long time, she finally got up slowly. She leaned over and gently and sincerely kissed Li Qiye on the forehead. Go. When you have made up your mind, come and find me again. Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve. Mei Suyao didn't say anything else. She bowed towards him before leaving. As she stepped through the door, he spoke, Go tell the old geezer that I have never shown mercy to my enemies, but I am also not stingy to those who pledge allegiance to me. It is a good thing that he is very sensible and smart. I will relay the message. She gently nodded and drifted away. Not long after she left, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao came in. Chen Baojiao checked him out and said, Young noble, don't tell me you bullied her. It looks like she cried earlier. Does your young noble look like someone who bullies women? Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, I only helped her open her mind to a new world. Li Shuangyan curiously asked, What kind of world? Li Qiye chuckled and replied, It is a world that you two do not need to see because you already have happiness, joy, and aspirations. She is not the same. With an immortal bone for her soul bone, she became apathetic to all things after understanding them. If I didn't show her a new world, she would continue down this path and her end would either be converting to Buddhism or living in seclusion. That would be a waste to someone with her talents. So young noble is saying that you want to take in the prettiest girl in the mortal emperor world? Chen Baojiao blinked and spoke in a misleading manner. He smiled and shook his head, I'm only valuing her talents. The Eternal River School's ancestor has been trying to win my favor, so I'm simply giving her a chance. The old geezer has been very sensible this whole time. Goddess May is the #1 beauty of our mortal emperor world, so you should take her in. Who else would be a match for her except you? Chen Baojiao continued on with her teasing. You are wrong. To be precise, your young noble doesn't care about that. He smiled and shook his head. It is not bad to take her in. Why should we let someone else have the #1 beauty? The always icy Li Shuangyan added with a deadpan delivery. Li Qiye smiled in response, let's not dwell on the matter of my romance. I'll take you two to the lesser imperial devil world now. He looked at the two of them and asked, why isn't Chuyun here? He had promised to take Yi Chuyun to see the Buddhist funeral plateau before and find her some fortunes. However, she wasn't here right now. I don't know. Chen Baojiao shrugged slightly, I don't know what is going on with her, I feel like she has changed quite a bit. She wants to live in seclusion. Li Shuangyan was much more sensitive than Chen Baojiao and said, I think it has something to do with you. In my opinion, she wants to follow you but is not confident in keeping up, so she would rather seclude herself. Li Qiye didn't say anything else and only sighed. He understood Yi Chuyun's choice. He had given her the option, but ultimately, she chose a different path. He would rather leave it to fate than force the matters of this world. This was her choice, after all. In the end, he said plainly, if it is destined, then we will meet again. Tonight, many people lost sleep in the Buddhist city after finding out that evil Buddha was Li Qiye. The cultivators here went to bed with heavy hearts. This was especially true for the younger generation who were drowned in despair and saw no sliver of hope. Everyone had seen just how invincible evil Buddha was with their own eyes. After he was banished by Spirit Mountain, the whole world rejoiced. In their eyes, it was finally time to say goodbye to this evil Buddha fella. But now, evil Buddha's real identity turned out to be Li Qiye. It didn't matter whether he was a monk or a cultivator, he was unbeatable all the same. The truth left people unable to sleep. This generation really leaves people in anguish. Even if Jikong Wudi and Zhan Shi's group is fairly strong, I'm afraid they still won't be able to compete with Fiercest. Someone said with emotions. The unluckiest is still the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. He lost again and again to Fiercest, so I wonder if his Tao heart was affected or not. Will he be able to rise from defeat once more? If he can't stand up from where he has fallen, it will truly be over for him. Another murmured. Sleep was out of the picture tonight. To all the other geniuses, Li Qiye was empty pressing on their chests, leaving them out of breath. Among them, Heavenly Emperor Lin was the coolest. He stared at the night sky above the city and chuckled, this great era will surely be brilliant. I can't wait to see senior brother meet a powerful rival. Even though Zhan Shi was not as nonchalant as Lin over this matter, he was still very determined. There is no one who is forever unbeaten in this world, the victor will only be decided at the end of the path. He was trying to bolster his Tao heart. Under the same moon, Bai Jianjun was embracing her sword and stood silently in place. The night engulfed her icy demeanor that was as chilling as a sword. Unlike the other geniuses who were brilliant stars along the path towards the Grand Tao, Bai Jianjun's Tao of the sword was emotionless and ruthless. This was the Grand Tao of their sword god sacred ground. Thus, she always traveled by herself on the solitary and endless path of the Grand Tao. Even though the sacred ground had sent an ancestor to be her Tao protector, she refused this arrangement because she felt that it wouldn't be of much assistance to her sword Tao. After trying to understand the mad sword Tao, she felt that she was reaching the end of this path. At that moment, she wanted to augment her Tao foundation to become an emperor candidate for the heaven's will. However, after fighting against evil Buddha, she had a different perspective on the Tao of the sword, something completely different from the Tao of the mad sword. She needed a breakthrough. There was a calling inside her, and she heard it too well. A cry of desire for the Tao of the sword. She was born for the sword and she shall die for the sword. A different sword Tao. In the end, her gaze became firm and profound. At a temple inside the Buddhist funeral plateau, the mortal king was lying on a bed. His injuries this time were quite serious. However, his secret backer truly had heaven-defying capabilities and actually cured these wounds in a short period of time. You are not a match for Wuxia. A person was standing next to the king's bed. He seemed to be veiled in darkness. I know, so I have to improve. If I have enough speed and power, I will be able to defeat him and grant him a death without a burial. The mortal king gritted his teeth. He viewed Wuxia as a mortal enemy and had sworn to not share the same sky as him. He wouldn't give up until Wuxia was dead. Even if your speed increases, you still won't necessarily be his opponent. The person next to the bed spoke in a serious manner. I still can't see through him, but one thing is certain, his background is definitely extraordinary. Not just anyone can train someone like him. Even god kings and imperial lineages wouldn't be able to. I don't care who is training him, I must defeat him. The mortal king was extremely determined without any intention to yield. The figure next to the bed replied, I chose you because I value your oath to never give up. However, I have spent a lot of time on you. If you just die for no reason, then all of my efforts will be in vain. If I have to be a coward, then you might as well let me die. Before everyone, that Li humiliated me and snatched my junior sister away. This is an unforgivable offense. Even if I die, I must take him down with me. The mortal king spoke forcefully. The figure could only shrug. If you are so hellbent on going to die, I might not save you. There are too many people at the plateau right now, including some strong beings. Old Immortal and Venerable Ninesword, these two are not easy to mess with, and I have no plans of showing my face right now. Maybe we can join hands with the Space Trample Mountain and Jicom Woody. The mortal king took a deep breath and suggested, that sect has some invincible generals, and master, you are untouchable as well. If we combine forces, just one Wuxia will be nothing. Even if he has someone amazing as his Tao protector, we can still kill him. The figure pondered for a moment before giving his thoughts. I will consider this option and go see Venerable Ninesword. However, if you want to take revenge on Wuxia, you should train hard right now. I have a few things prepared for situations like this to let you power up in a short time. Yes, I will not let you down, master. The mortal king chose to determinedly persevere. He was willing to experience even harsher training if it meant that he could defeat Wuxia. Umitba, when night came, a Buddhist chant echoed across the entire plateau. Everyone was suddenly alarmed and stood up. As they gazed into the night, they saw a temple emitting an endless Buddhist light. It was the Nihility Temple inside the Lesser Imperial Devil World. This brilliance shot up boundlessly, seeming as if it wanted to illuminate the entire Lesser World. Such a blinding light carried a peerless Buddhist aura. It was what was suppressing the Lesser World all along. At the same time, people found out that the chant from earlier didn't come from the plateau or Spirit Mountain but rather the Nihility Temple. Even though she was still as cold as a sword, there was a clear difference. She had an indescribable natural sensation to her. Only when her battle intent surged would she truly be emotionless. At this second, she had stepped into the Tao of the sword. The agreement between us is still in effect. With the sword in her embrace, she became a sword, the sharpest blade in this world. The agreement she referred to was the three swords duel back from the heavenly corpse burial ground. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Even if I want to, what are you going to use to fight me? I'm not looking down on you, but your defeat is assured. How do you know I will lose without fighting? She grimaced while a sharp glint flashed. This sword light was able to decapitate the sky. There's no need to fight, I already know. Li Qiye smiled while sitting leisurely. What will you use? Your mad sword, or will you use your fate as an offering to the sword? I know all the little tricks from the sword god sacred ground. It's none of your business. She uttered slowly, I will die if I am defeated, but if I win, I only want your Buddhist sword. Buddhist sword? He chuckled. After reaching this level, you should know that the Buddhist sword is not about sword techniques or the Tao of the sword. It relies on the heart of the sword. Li Qiye pointed at his heart. I require your pointers. She stood there coldly like a divine sword that had left its scabbard. She was ready to begin the ultimate fight of her life. I won't fight you because it is meaningless to me. He looked at her and spoke, I have no use for a dead person. Your Tao of the sword and mad sword can't defeat me. The only thing that you can use to even compete is to sacrifice your life and fate for the sword. Even if I beat you, the only thing left will be your corpse, and I am not a necrophiliac. She stood there quietly. It was not that she lacked confidence, but the truth was that her mad sword was no match for him. Just like he said, she only had one real ace capable of defeating him. You have understood the essence of the sword Tao. He continued, however, what you have obtained is only a tiny corner of this essence. To focus on one Tao and reach for its limit, I am not saying that this is a flaw, since this is a type of cultivation, a way of the grand Tao. At the very end, all will return to the beginning. Just like your immortal Emperor Yi Ti, he still managed to become an emperor in the end. Having said that, he gently shook his head, however, your sacred ground sword Tao is too extreme. For example, Yi Ti proved his Tao by killing. Even though all the different Tao can eventually be used to reach the throne, using killing to prove one's Tao, and you with your crazed state, these are slanted paths. I don't want to speak about immortal Emperor Yi Ti with such a negative evaluation. The only thing I can say is that your path will sometimes determine your outcome. Do you know the outcome of immortal Emperor Yi Ti? He stared at her and asked. What was his outcome? Her eyes became serious. She had heard a little bit about their patriarch's legends, but there was no way to verify them. If you have the chance in the future, you will find out. He said insipidly, the Buddhist sword and the mad sword, these are both different parts of the sword Tao, and you can follow them to the end. As it is now, you want to obtain the Buddhist sword, but what about afterward? What do you think is after the Buddhist sword? She pondered quietly while looking at Li Qiye and couldn't come up with an answer right away. I can guide you so that you can understand the true meaning of the Buddhist sword. I can even show you the way after the Buddhist sword. He slowly offered, however, there is no free lunch in this world. She eventually asked him with a deep tone, what do you want? He chuckled in response, stay and I will give you a home. In the future, you will surely become a sword god, a real sword god capable of slaying gods above and annihilating devils below. After a while, she answered, you already have a sword attendant. You're mistaken. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled, you are different from Xuanyan. She is my personal maid, I don't want you to take care of my daily life. What I want is a general. He went on to say while looking at her, I appreciate your stubborn dedication to the Tao of the sword. This stubbornness is the most important prerequisite to reaching the apex of the sword. However, what I like even more is that you are a sword yourself, a sword that I can hold in my hand, sharp and dangerous to the point of being ruthless. Wherever I point shall be severed by you. She contemplated for a long time. After all, this was an important choice in her life. Follow me and I shall give you more than just the Tao of the sword. He lightly added, I can give you much more, such as taking you to the places that immortal Emperor Yi Ti had visited. I can tell you his outcome as well. After a long silence, she finally spoke solemnly, okay, I agree. With that, she unhesitatingly swore with her true fate. She was indeed a decisive person. After an agreement was reached, Li Qie ordered, "If you have anything to prepare, do so now. We will be heading for the lesser Imperial Devil World." Bai Jianjun didn't say anything and quietly left. "And here I thought that you were going to take her in as a bed warmer." Chen Baojiao smirked after Bai Jianjun left. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The three swords duel back then was only a joke. I only wanted to tease her a bit. Plus, who would be more suitable to be my bedwarmers than you two? In your dreams. Chen Baojiao pouted cutely. Even the cold Li Shuangyan had a slight shade of red on her face. At this time, she held her right hand and looked at him again. An indescribable glimmer flashed in her eyes before she eventually spoke. "The entrance to the Icy Feather Palace will always be open for you. I'll wait for you there. Meeting is fate, but parting is also fate." Li Qie smiled and left her chariot. In the blink of an eye, her chariot disappeared in the horizon. They were going ahead. On the other hand, Li Qie and the girls continued forward without being in a rush. "Fiercest is here." Someone shouted after Li Qie came to the large lake. Many eyes were instantly fixated on him. Everyone quickly made a path since no one dared to get in his way. "Fiercest, the dual-blade beauties, Sword Goddess Bai, and Goddess Mei." Someone murmured after seeing those behind him. All of the eyes on him now had many different emotions. Awe and admiration were only two of the many. Jealousy was there as well. However, regardless of their feelings, no one dared to say anything. Today, the fiercest was someone everyone was dreadful of. People were finally able to breathe easy after his group entered the Buddhist gate to go to the lesser world. Damn! Fiercest is indeed fiercest. His notoriety is peerless, no wonder why the dual-blade beauties, Sword Goddess Bai, and Goddess Mei are all going with him. Someone couldn't help but comment afterward. A famous youth spoke indignantly, "Does he want to take in all the beauties in this world? Does he not care about the feelings of bachelors like us at all? Feelings my ass." A senior slapped the back of his head and jokingly scolded, "As if those ladies would ever look at you, take a look at yourself in a piss mirror first." This junior laughed awkwardly, "Uncle, you can't pick on me like this, I'm still your nephew. Fiercest is definitely worthy of his #1 title." Someone emotionally commented, "Not to mention Sword Goddess Bai, who could ever enter Goddess Mei's eyes? I heard Jikon Woody has tried to court her before, but she simply had no interest in him. But look at things now, she was taken in by Fiercest right away. This romantic luck is truly too enviable. It is definitely a special feeling." Even the reticent Li Shuangyan offered her opinion. Chen Baojiao felt it too and added, "Yes, this is an extraordinary feeling. While standing here, I feel like there are two different forces trying to control us." Bai Jianjun didn't say anything. She stared at the horizon with a serious gaze that was seemingly capable of piercing through this world. After a while, she closed her eyes and hugged her sword while fortifying her heart. Li Qie smilingly said, Jianjun is doing it well. The two of you should learn from her, there's no need to be curious." The two girls quickly protected their Dao hearts as well. Where are these forces coming from? Nevertheless, Chen Baojiao still couldn't restrain her curiosity completely. Li Qie looked at Mei Suyao, who was standing quietly to the side with her always transcendent presence. Li Qie told her, "Suyao, tell them." Compared to Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, Mei Suyao was a lot more knowledgeable. After all, she came from a sect with 3 emperors. She had no intention of boasting and only stated, "We are standing on the boundary between the imperial border and the devil world. To the left is the imperial border while the right is the devil world. So when we stand in this place, we can feel 2 different forces around us. If we step into the devil world, we will feel an evil energy. If we step into the imperial border, we will feel an imperial momentum. Devil World and Imperial Border. Chen Baojiao was quite inquisitive. Are you saying that there are divisions within the lesser world? Correct, there are different powers here. Moreover, both of these lands have their own masters. Li Qiye smiled. Devils and imperial troops? Li Shuangyan asked as well. Li Qiye led the way and ordered, we'll get going. Suyao, explain the lesser world to them. Mei Suyao nodded slightly and spoke, some people call them that, but whether they are imperial troops or devils is not something we can judge. Just like its name, this place is a lesser world. It is quite vast but a lot smaller than the Buddhist funeral plateau. This whole place resembles a gigantic Tai Chi symbol, left is imperial and right is devil. Both sides will do what they want and won't interfere with each other. So this is just like the outside, a world with living and sentient beings. Chen Baojiao stated. It is more like Spirit Mountain. Bai Jianjun actually interjected. Mei Suyao spoke, Miss Bai is right. There are living beings here, but they are different from us. They have eternal life, or to push it even further, their eternal life is superior to that of the monks on Spirit Mountain. No flesh, no life. Bai Jianjun coldly remarked. At this time, her gaze was locked onto a certain position. Chapter 1064, Lesser Imperial Devil World. At this time, a tree that resembled a bridge grew in front of a cliff. There was a fruit hanging from it that looked just like a lantern. Below this tree sat an old man meditating with his legs crossed. His hair was as red as blood and his back had 2 wings growing from it. The most awe-inspiring aspect of this old man was the evil energy surging from his body. It had reached the level of materializing in the form of silk-like strings. They had a green color, so at first glance, he seemed to have a lot of green hair growing from him. A slight evil light emanated from his eyes, giving the sense that he was a devil that crawled out from hell. His body had no blood energy and his flesh had dried up. However, he was still alive and very powerful. His situation was very similar to the sacred monks on the 18 temples of Spirit Mountain. The only difference was that those monks emitted a Buddhist light while this old man exuded an evil energy. All the girls entered a battle-ready state after seeing this old devil, ready to fight at any time. Li Qiye gently shook his head, they are not interested in us. Neither the imperial soldiers nor the devil kings care for outsiders. If we don't provoke them, they won't bother us at all. Having said that, he freely walked around the old man. The girls followed right behind him. Just like he said, the old man continued to sit there and didn't bother to care about the passing group. Chen Baojiao asked after they passed him while looking at the lantern-like fruit growing on the old tree, is he protecting that fruit? Yes. Time-worn red sun fruit, it's quite rare. Li Qiye gently nodded. The group moved on and traveled through creeks and hills. As they went further from the border, they felt the evil energy growing more powerful, as if it wanted to haunt their bodies. Luckily, they remained unaffected due to their powerful Tao hearts. If the evil energy enters our bodies, will we turn into devils? The cold Li Shuangyan asked after feeling the lingering energy. Mei Suyao shook her head slightly, even though this place is the same as the Buddhist funeral plateau, it is different in the sense that even if this energy enters the body, one won't turn into a devil. If one has a wavering Tao heart, the energy will only make the inner devil more powerful. What is the relationship of this place and the plateau? Is there actually a connection? How come those monks back at the plateau changed so much after being converted? No body, no blood energy, and able to live forever. Chen Baojiao curiously asked. Even the knowledgeable Mei Suyao had trouble with this question. She glanced over at Li Qiye instead. He smiled in response, they are both related yet not related. As for the real reason, you don't need to know right now because you haven't reached that level. The group marched on and saw many devils along the way. In fact, calling these things devils was not suitable, it was more apt to refer to them as dark cultivators. These dark cultivators all had withered lifespans and were void of blood energy, yet they continued to live on. The number of dark cultivators increased along the way. One of them was a huge serpent with steel scales. The evil energy on its body pulsed all around it. When it coiled its body, it looked just like a huge mountain. It was protecting a little rose. Another one was just a skeleton. Blood coagulated to form the muscles of this cultivator. In its eyes were two burning flames. It was squatting down on top of a sacred tree. One of them was just a slab of mud. This sludge slab continued to flow. When its evil energy surfaced, it would turn into a giant or a mountain. Occasionally, one could see an old vine growing on top of its body. The dark cultivators here came in all shapes and forms, but the basic principles remained the same. They were devoid of blood energy and lifespan, yet they were still living well. The girls all stared at these dark cultivators carefully. When they met a few of them in human form, they were especially attentive. However, even the most well-read among them, Mei Suyao, couldn't tell which era or sect they were from based on their appearance and clothing. They all wore archaic clothing that was beyond identification. Even if they have been immortal all this time, they must have had a starting era. Even the muted Bai Jianjin commented. Mei Suyao shook her head slightly. I have no way of knowing. There are no records, or at least my sect has no writings on this matter. She looked at Li Qie at this point. Maybe he was the only one who could give an answer. Li Qie smiled and replied, a very, very old era. I can only tell you guys that it is before the Buddhist funeral plateau came to be. However, it is difficult to say which between the imperial border and devil world is older. This requires more research and evidence. Even before the plateau. Li Xuanyan was caught off guard. Rumor has it that the plateau existed before the desolate era. All 12 burial grounds are extremely old to the point that no one can trace back to them. Some things can be, others can't. Li Qie chuckled and didn't elaborate on the topic. Are all the dark cultivators here watching the spirit medicines and trees? They met many dark cultivators, but these cultivators simply had no interest towards outsiders. The devil world has spirit vegetation while the imperial border has royal metals. Mei Suyao explained, dark cultivators need elixirs and grasses while the imperial soldiers require royal steel. I heard they continue to live on just because of these materials. If no one bothers them, they will stand guard over these things forever. Why do they need elixirs if their lifespans and blood energy are already gone? Chen Baojiao was quite confused on this matter. Li Qie smiled, it is not that they need elixirs. Don't believe me? You can try to trade a king medicine to them and see if they want to trade or not. Having said that, he handed her a king medicine root. This action made Bai Jianjin and Mei Suyao look at him in bewilderment. They were both from imperial lineages, but their sects considered king medicines to be very precious all the same. However, Li Qie was treating this root as if it was just a simple cabbage. This only made Chen Baojiao even more curious. She grabbed the king medicine and ran to trade with a dark cultivator. This dark cultivator had a lion head and a human body. He was inside a cave under a cliff to protect a budding blade of a leaf. No matter how one looked at it, this young grass was not comparable to the king medicine in Chen Baojiao's hand. Alas, the dark cultivator ignored her request to trade. In the beginning, she was afraid that the dark cultivator wouldn't understand her, so she communicated with her divine intent. Regardless of the place and era, using one's divine intent was the most direct form of communication. Anyone could understand it. Nevertheless, the dark cultivator simply ignored her. He eventually became irritated by her nagging and slammed down his hand. Chen Baojiao retreated in a hurry at this point. After she left the cave, this cultivator didn't chase after her. He only gave her a lazy glance before closing his eyes to enter deep sleep again. Fine then, don't trade. Did you need to be so rude? Chen Baojiao muttered to herself. She didn't understand and asked Li Qie, young noble, what's the reason for this? They have to know their stuff, right? Li Chia answered with a smile, I'll take you guys to go see something and you will understand right away. He led them until they eventually climbed a tall peak. In front of them was a ravine with an old vine tree growing at the bottom. Who knows how long this tree had been there for? Its vines were growing all over the ravine. It emitted a faint brilliance that resembled the moonlight in an incredibly beautiful manner. It has matured. Devil imploration is about to begin. Li Chia sat down on the peak and quietly watched over this vine tree ahead. Mei Suyao and the others sat down with him and patiently waited. Moments passed by. Eventually, an arachne climbed up from the bottom of the vine. Its upper half was human while the lower half was of a spider. This arachne was quite ancient. It looked around for a bit before a huge blast resounded. The evil energy in its entire body soared to the sky and instantly turned into a giant cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vines made a lot of sounds. The entire tree was sucked into the giant cauldron. Next, the evil energy turned into a flame. After bursts of refinement, the tree was turned into a liquid as green as jade. Boom! The cauldron suddenly sprayed this medicinal liquid out into the sky. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a portal opened in the sky with intersecting runes that were arranged in a mysterious and complex manner. No one could discern them. The portal instantly devoured all the medicinal essence. Next, an evil energy poured down like a surging river. The dark cultivator didn't think twice. It opened its mouth to swallow this evil energy. The portal then disappeared, and after devouring the evil energy, the evil flame around its body became even stronger than before. This scene left the girls astonished. Chapter 1069, Blazing Devil. All along, people were optimistic about Heavenly Emperor Lin. In fact, compared to the imperious Jikon Wudi, Lin was much more amiable. Moreover, he came from humble origins, so there was a sense of closeness felt by many people. However, his background was also his biggest flaw compared to Jikon Wudi's group. Sigh, if Heavenly Emperor Lin had the same background as Jikon Wudi's group, he wouldn't need to flee just because of an immortal grass. Look at Jikon Wudi, he directly attacked a palace and took a cauldron away. This is the power of an imperial lineage. Someone commented with emotion. Everyone knew that in the competition for the heavens will, outside of one's own strength, their backgrounds mattered a lot. It was a direct influence on their chance of success. Compared to Zhan Shi and Heavenly Emperor Lin, who were relatively inconspicuous, there was another person who commanded the limelight, the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. Recently, he had been fighting against the imperial troops around here. He would jump into the fray time and time again, gaining many victories. At the same time, he was chased around by the great army here while stricken with grave injuries. No matter what, he became fiercer the more he fought with a world-sweeping momentum. What is the Mortal King doing? Imperial troops only care about digging metals, they are too lazy to deal with us. Someone noticed his actions and stated, he isn't seizing treasures or metals, so what's the point of struggling against the Imperial troops? He is just training. A paragon watched everything and explained, he is polishing his flaws, most importantly, his speed. If his speed could increase, then he would be much more frightening, nothing would be capable of stopping him. Someone murmured, does he want to take revenge against Li Chia? Everyone knew about his beating from Li Chia at the terrace a few days ago. Li Chia himself said that the Mortal King was too slow. In fact, it was no secret. The hell-suppressing physique had infinite weight, which resulted in its flaw of being slow. Many people who cultivated this physique all tried to find a way to make up for this shortcoming. That's for sure. Someone who knew the Mortal King well spoke, he definitely cannot swallow this anger after losing 3 times to Li Chia, but the last time was the worst. Moreover, the sacred school had been wanting to bring Chen Baojiao back to marry the Mortal King, so this is both a feud between the sects as well as a personal matter. The Mortal King will have to obtain vengeance. One of them will have to die. Li Qiye is too heaven-defying though. Even the people from the previous generation could only say this about the situation. They knew that the mortal king had nothing going for him against Li Qiye. Contrary to the mortal king's peers, Bing Yuxia was the most leisurely. She didn't seem to be treasure hunting at all with her large female entourage. They took many breaks during their scenic stroll. Gathering medicines and plants was only part of their relaxed process. Of course, no one wanted to provoke her. It was a big relief to others that she wasn't causing trouble herself. Li Qiye led the girls to a very remote and barren land. It was a volcanic region painted in a crimson shade. One could see lava gushing all over the place. He ordered the girls to take him next to a huge volcanic crater. The hot magma rising and flowing here could melt all things. They descended as far into the crater as possible. Before them was a molten sea of magma with nothing else in sight. The Devil King sat on his palanquin and cold. Even if a God King comes here, they wouldn't be able to break through. Having said that, he turned around and left. Others were disappointed to see him unwilling to take action. Of course, they didn't dare to taunt him and quickly left as well after hearing the comment. That was a divine tree of the legends. Even Bai Jianjun was in awe. It is indeed a divine tree. Li Qiye glanced at her and chuckled, but that tree is not very useful for you. Can young noble actually take it? Chen Baojiao had to ask. In her eyes, there was nothing that her omnipotent young noble couldn't do. Taking it is not difficult. Li Qiye glanced back at the divine tree and spoke, but everything is a matter of fate and fortune. Sometimes, one can't be too greedy. Li Qiye didn't stop here and continued on the road. They saw even more precious plants along the way and even an immortal grass on the same level as the sacrosanct moon tree. However, Li Qiye didn't give it too much thought and kept on going. Eventually, they reached a barren hill. It was desolate, devoid of both people and vegetation. Li Qiye looked around before standing up straight. Li Qiye smiled and told the girls, "Stand a bit further back, I want to transform." The group quickly retreated and maintained a far enough distance. He then opened his mind and stomped on the ground while shouting, "Open." Zzz, with that, the earth seemed to crack. Runic lines emerged and intertwined to form a grand formation. At this point, he quickly transformed into someone else. The runic patterns on the ground weaved into his body and became a devil robe while his Dao heart turned into a devil heart. Boom! An evil energy engulfed the sky along with demonic plumes of flame. These plumes slowly came together and turned into a pair of gigantic wings on his back. Once Li Qiye turned into a devil, even powerful existences like the girls trembled a bit inside. They felt a pressure that caused them to have the impulse to kneel down. Li Qiye stood there like a supreme devil king capable of controlling the rest of his kin in this world in an unstoppable manner. Anyone would lose their mind to fear after seeing him. It was a shocking transformation. No one would be able to connect the dots between this form engulfed in demonic flames and his previous usual self. His eyes were especially terrifying. They drilled into the world and devoured the souls of others. Even Bai Jianjun was astounded to see his new form and murmured, "What is that?" She could feel his power. Even though it was not as strong as when he was a Buddha, its strength was still of a dreadful magnitude. One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. Li Qiye slowly spoke while looking at the rest of the world in disdain, "This is me, the heaven-relinquished Devil King, the supreme of the devil world. Is this a title that you have chosen for yourself?" Chen Baojiao curiously gazed at his new form. Chapter 1066, Heaven-relinquished Devil King. No, Li Qiye gently shook his head while carrying a commanding presence. The simplest of gestures from him could cause myriad devils to kneel. He explained, "This is a different existence, I am only borrowing his title. Heaven-relinquished Devil King, abandoned by the heavens. Li Shuangyan murmured. Yes, forsaken by even the high heavens, but so what? Li Qiye laughed as his evil flames engulfed the sky. He raised his palm upward and declared, the high heavens is only a wretch. He was domineering enough in his devilish presence. Li Qiye had become heaven relinquished with an unspeakable charisma. Even though a devil king was quite scary, they also had a fatal temptation to their charm. Borrowing alone is not enough to become a devil. Mei Suyao was moved. If the heart does not have evil, how can one rule the world by becoming a devil? She was referring to the fact that borrowing someone's form alone shouldn't be enough to reach this level. If he didn't have a devil heart, how could the evil flames be devouring the sky right now? How could he reign over the world as a devil? This place is the devil world where one thought can turn one into a devil. Li Qiye chuckled. In his current form, even his smile carried a strangely evil yet graceful aura. Just like evil Buddha, Bai Jianzhen's expression shifted. Li Qiye had changed into evil Buddha and now a devil king. This transformation could be said to be without flaws, it was as if he was the real deal. In fact, this was now reality. One could pretend to be a monk as well as borrow someone else's name. However, the power of Buddhism and the evil presence couldn't be faked. For example, heaven relinquished standing before them was just like his name, where his flames assaulted the sky. It was a substantial manifestation. Have you cultivated the devil way before? Even Li Shuangyan found it astonishing. Prior to this, Li Qiye had cultivated Buddhism. In just a short amount of time, he became evil Buddha with an unstoppable dharma. One thought can turn you into Buddha, but one thought can turn you into devil as well. Li Qiye only chuckled. He naturally wouldn't reveal the secret in this. There was a period when he used to stay in this lesser world for a long time. He became an invincible devil king here, and before he left, he sealed his evil energy deep underground at this location. This time, he became a devil once more. However, he didn't use his own past name but rather one from a different devil king. There was a reason for this choice. Where is the palanquin? He ordered as an untouchable devil king. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao had already prepared all the necessary items. They took out a palanquin for him. Li Qiye sat on the carriage and commanded, "Raise it, let's go. Remember, do not ask or say anything. Everything is up to me." The group acted as his bearers. Even a goddess like Mei Suyao could only take up this menial duty. However, she didn't hesitate in carrying the palanquin at all. Her expression remained carefree and natural since she didn't care for status. If anyone were to see this, they would be scared silly. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao was one thing, but Bai Jianzhen was the current sword goddess and Mei Suyao was even nobler. Hailing from the Eternal River School, she had unmatched looks and was praised as the #1 beauty. But at this moment, both of them could only carry Li Qiye's palanquin. Li Qiye sat on it and closed his eyes to rest, just like a king looking down on the world. Geniuses and invincible characters could only be his servants. This was true invincibility. The four girls carried the carriage across rivers and hills into a remote region. Along the way, they met more dark cultivators who were protecting their spirit medicines. They were sleeping for the most part. However, when the palanquin came by, no matter how powerful these cultivators were, they immediately woke up to prostrate on the ground. Even though no words were exchanged, their expressions were full of respect. The devil world was a place where ranks mattered. Heaven Relinquish was an exceedingly high-ranked devil, so wherever he went, these dark cultivators would pay him respect. Eventually, under Li Qiye's guidance, the four girls carried the palanquin into a large river. After separating the current to make way, they instantly went down to the bottom of the river. Finally, they sank into an extremely deep underwater abyss. They found that there were wisps of light in this region among the currents. In this place was a crystal palace. However, it was closed and sealed off by a powerful force. Li Qiye scowled after seeing the closed palace. In the blink of an eye, his devil flames soared and the entire palace trembled. Click, at this second, the palace slowly opened. A devil dragon swam out from within. This dragon was still a flood dragon since it had the unique characteristics of this race. However, it was on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. It was extremely powerful and frightening and absolutely worse than some of the dark cultivators outside. It was at least at the same level as the old man sitting beneath the sacrosanct moon tree. I didn't know my lord was coming, please forgive me. The dragon lied on the ground and bowed respectfully. Li Qiye remained emotionless with his terrifying evil aura surging about like the storm. He didn't bother answering while the 4 girls carried his palanquin into the crystal palace. There were countless lights emanating from the innumerable treasures in this place. Divine stones, heavenly weapons, immortal metals, these treasures were scattered randomly on the ground. It seemed that the devil dragon had no interest in these treasures. Any cultivator would be driven crazy by the sight of this treasury. Li Qiye, on the other hand, didn't care about these treasures. The girls were afraid of being seen through, so they maintained a calm demeanor. They focused on carrying Li Qiye's palanquin without batting an eye at the treasures. After entering the palace, Li Qiye sat on the throne without any hesitation. The devil dragon didn't dare to show any slight. He stood to the side in a subservient manner. Nevertheless, he still stole several glances at the girls. What? Are you interested in my concubines? Li Qiye coldly glared at the dragon as he sat proudly on the throne. The dragon quickly fell to the ground and said, "Please forgive me, my lord. This little one was only curious for a second." The girls blushed a bit after hearing Li Qiye, but they didn't say anything to maintain the act. Li Qiye didn't become angry. He said indifferently, "I came to your place for just one item. May I ask what my lord desires? Just say the word and this little one will go grab it for you right away." The dragon responded instantly. Li Qiye coldly spoke, "In your crystal palace, the only item that can garner my attention is the flower in your inner chamber." The dragon began to hesitate after hearing the request. It softly spoke, "My lord, about that. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively, "I know you want to use it for your devil imploration, so I won't take it for nothing. Write down your wish. On a different day on the evil slaying platform, your wish shall be on it." "Thank you, my lord." The dragon no longer hesitated and quickly bowed before going to grab the item. After a while, the dragon came back and offered a jade box with both hands to Li Qiye. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at it and accepted it right away. "My lord, this is my devil prayer." The dragon respectfully gave Li Qiye his written wish as well. It was a divine jade engraved with his prayer. "In the future on the evil slaying platform, go to that place and your prayer shall be answered." Li Qiye spoke coldly. "Thank you for your grace." The dragon prostrated again with true gratitude. With a heartless demeanor, Li Qiye commanded, "Raise the palanquin." Having said that, he closed his eyes again with an imperious temperament. This was very suitable for his current identity as a devil king. The girls didn't dare to snub him in the slightest. They immediately obeyed and carried the palanquin out of the crystal palace. Once they left the river, Li Qiye casually threw the jade box to Li Shuangyan and said, "Little girl, this nice item is your reward." Li Shuangyan was a bit surprised. She calmed down, caught the box, and opened it. A sacred light emerged in an overwhelming yet flawless manner. Anyone who saw it would feel pure inside, as if nothing was holier than this item. It was a lotus flower that resembled a jade carving. It was flawless, truly perfect. What kind of immortal lotus is this? Even those who didn't know better could tell that it was extraordinary from just a glance. Earthmother Sacred Lotus. Li Qiye lightly said, "This flower is very useful for you since you cultivate the void imperfection physique. With it, you will be able to unravel the more mystical aspects of the physique." "Thank you, young noble." Li Xuanyan thanked him and put away the jade box. Young noble swindled this immortal lotus from that devil dragon. Chen Baojiao said, if it finds out, it will definitely go crazy. Li Qiye disguising himself as heaven relinquished to trick the lotus from the dragon was too clever. He didn't need to expend any effort and still managed to obtain such a peerless item. No, I didn't lie to him. Li Qiye gently shook his head, though I am not the real heaven relinquish, I didn't truly deceive him. This answer left the group a bit confused. They didn't understand him. But you are not the real heaven relinquish. Chen Baojiao commented. Yes, I'm not him. Li Qiye smirked, but the real heaven relinquish will help fulfill their prayers. Chapter 1067, Wooden Sword Dark Saint Young Noble wants to go meet heaven relinquish. Li Xuanyan's expression changed. After looking at her young noble, she knew just how terrifying this devil king was. If the two met while Li Qiye was still in this disguise, the consequences were easy to imagine. No, heaven relinquish will come and see me. Li Qiye smiled. Legend states that he has been missing for a long time, but I know he is still here in the devil world. You are trying to bait him out. Mei Suyao immediately understood Li Qiye's true purpose. He chuckled, that and grabbing some treasures along the way. It would be foolish not to do so since the medicines here are indeed supreme. Young noble, just what is the evil slaying platform? Bai Jianjin spoke. Her, young noble, was forced compared to the others, but in the end, she still chose to say it. Since she had decided to stay behind, she had to put aside her arrogance. Moreover, even the number one beauty, Mei Suyao, was not reserved, so why would she need to be? In terms of background, talents, and creations, Mei Suyao was above her. Evil slaying platform. Li Qiye glanced into the distance and eventually murmured, it is a very interesting location. Don't worry, after taking care of a few matters, I'll take you guys there. Having said that, he withdrew his gaze and ordered, continue, heaven relinquish will appear soon. The group moved on with the palanquin. The places they went to rarely saw visitors due to their great peril. Eventually, they came before a vast emptiness. The sky here was shattered in several places. It was easy to see that a supreme war took place here. After crossing this shattered space, they found a huge mountain with a bamboo forest at the peak. The gentle breeze caused the bamboo to flutter, giving a very pleasant feeling. Eventually, the girls carried Li Qiye to the summit. The moment they reached it, they felt a frightening sword intent. There was a middle-aged man sitting there in a meditative pose with his eyes shut tight. In front of him was a wooden sword. However, the terrifying sword energy did not come from this man or the wooden sword on his knees, it came from a green bamboo branch right in front of him. It was a tiny bamboo branch only 3 feet long. There were some leaves on it while the branch itself had a yellow tint. It was quite thick, but judging from the yellow hue amidst its green body, it was apparent that it had been growing for many years. This inconspicuous branch emitted a terrifying sword intent. Anyone would tremble after feeling this power that, once unleashed, was capable of slicing a virtuous paragon to pieces. The middle-aged man opened his eyes the moment Li Qiye was brought to the top of the mountain. Bai Jianjin quivered after seeing the sword glint that flashed in the man's eyes. She was praised as the sword goddess with incomparable achievements on this road. Thus, once she saw the sword light in his eyes, she knew that he was extremely gifted in the Tao of the sword. Heaven relinquished Devil King. The man uttered after seeing Li Qiye on the palanquin. He didn't stand up to greet Li Qiye as he was still very proud. Li Qiye acted as if he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the high heavens. He slightly glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke, Wooden Sword Dark Saint, after so many years, your crappy manner still hasn't changed. Cold and arrogant like a pebble in an outhouse, refusing to bow even after seeing me. The middle-aged man didn't speak and instead closed his eyes. He was a dark saint, so compared to heaven relinquish, there was still quite a gap. However, his pride didn't allow him to bow. After so many years with no news of you, I thought you must have boarded the evil slaying platform. The Dark Saint spoke. Soon. The bald donkeys are about to take action, so I have to board the platform soon. Li Qiye sat imposingly on his throne with a suppressive momentum as the king of all devils. The man's eyes slightly shifted after hearing this. He lifted his head to look at Li Qiye. After a while, he slowly said, "You finally want to board the evil slaying platform. Many people have boarded it, so my joining the fray shouldn't be that surprising." Li Qiye slowly responded, "I have been quiet for countless years since I didn't want to tread lightly into that place. However, my preparations are now sufficient, it is time to follow the footsteps of the Devil Lord." The Dark Saint pondered for a long time before asking, "What do you need?" Li Qiye's eyes fell on the small bamboo branch and spoke, "I want your fragmented bamboo sword." The Dark Saint's eyes rolled again as he stared at Li Qiye. "This is a bit unexpected. Just a little thing like this can enter your sight." The girls were quite alarmed after hearing the Dark Saint. They were afraid that he had seen through Li Qiye's disguise. However, Li Qiye was unperturbed. He still acted imperiously and coldly glared at the guy. "Since I want to board the evil slaying platform and have taken quite a liking to these little girls, I want to give them something nice to play with. Devils like us do not have emotions," the Dark Saint stated coldly. The girls held their breaths and became quite nervous. They were really afraid of being caught now. It looks like this Dark Saint was much harder to trick than the Devil Dragon. "This is the gap between you and me. Your current state can't even catch up to me, let alone thinking about catching up to the Devil Lord." Li Qiye spoke emotionlessly, "You are no different than those bald donkeys. This is the best you can do. You think you can become the Devil Lord?" The Dark Saint narrowed his gaze a bit. Li Qiye haughtily replied, "Devil Lord? This is not worth contending over. We have an even better destination, so what's the point of competing for it against those donkeys? The Devil Lord is gone, the Imperial Lord is gone, so it is time for me to go as well." The Dark Saint fell into quiet contemplation. Perhaps this was a question that had always weighed on his mind. "I actually enjoy your bad temper a bit, so I came to say hello. Whether you want to give it up or not, I shall have your fragmented bamboo sword." Li Qiye's eyes became cold after declaring in a tyrannical manner. The Dark Saint didn't say anything in the end. He directly pulled the bamboo branch from the ground and threw it at Li Qiye. "I don't want to owe you a favor, so leave behind your wish." Li Qiye spoke insipidly. The Dark Saint hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he carved down his prayers and then turned around to disappear into the horizon. After confirming that the Dark Saint was truly gone, the girls finally heaved a sigh of relief. "That was pretty close, we were almost caught." Even Li Shuangyan, who was usually calm, murmured. Li Qiye smiled and gently shook his head. "Shuanger, you're truly underestimating your young noble too much. Even if I wasn't disguising myself as Heaven Relinquish, I can still handle him. Back then, he was also a supreme devil king with the same illustrious fame." "Who are the Devil Lord and Imperial Lord?" Chen Baojiao asked. "Are they the masters of the lesser Imperial Devil world?" Li Qiye didn't answer and only smiled. He pointed a finger towards Mei Suyao so that she could answer Chen Baojiao. "Legend states that the Devil Lord is the master of the Devil world and the Imperial Lord is the master of the Imperial border. However, this is only limited to the legends, no one has actually seen them before. Some even speculate that they do not exist and they are just a baseless rumor. No, the Devil Lord and Imperial Lord do exist." Li Qiye sat on his palanquin and gently shook his head. Chen Baojiao was quite inquisitive. "What kind of existences are they?" "Very unbeatable. Who knows? No one has seen them before." Li Qiye's eyes were quite profound at this point while staring at the far distance. In addition, the Buddhist funeral plateau has a Buddhist lord as well. The reticent Bai Jianjun also joined in, same as before, no one has seen the Buddhist Lord either. Just what kind of existences are these three? Mei Suyao couldn't answer this question either. This was an eternal secret that even immortal emperors couldn't figure out. There is a difference in opinions on this matter. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and elaborated, there are two distinct beliefs about the Buddhist Lord. One is the Buddhist Lord that people always talk about, the ruler of the Buddhist kingdom. What about the other one? Li Shuangyan's curiosity was aroused. Mei Suyao softly answered in Li Qiye's stead, the other belief is that there is an even higher existence at the plateau. However, no one has seen this person before, just like the elusive Devil Lord and Imperial Lord of Legends. What is all this about? So mysterious. Chen Baojiao muttered. Li Qiye gently shook his head, it is not a legend, this person definitely exists. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to meet this Buddha. Having said that, Li Qiye handed the fragmented bamboo sword to Bai Jianjun, this bamboo branch is the greatest sword, so take it. Chapter 1068, A Sword's Sharpness. After accepting the fragmented sword, Bai Jianjun was dazed for a moment before she spoke, I already have a sword, it is of the finest rank. Bai Jianjun was not being conceited when saying this, her sword was indeed incredible. Her sacred ground didn't have a lot of treasures, but they did have an abundance of swords. If there was a place with the best swords in the world, then it would certainly be her sacred ground. Otherwise, how could they have produced a sword god? Swords are not about their sharpness or power. Li Qiye gently shook his head, for example, I know of your immortal emperor Yi Ti's sword. It is powerful to the point of being invincible, but such a sword is not necessarily suitable for you. Having said that, he looked at her and continued, a sword has to be unsheathed naturally without any restraints and in accordance with one's desires. Both the mad sword and Buddhist sword lies in your state of mind, your sword heart. Bai Jianjun hugged her sword while quietly taking in Li Qiye's advice with great attentiveness. He lightly said, the most important thing is that in the future war, both true treasures and life weapons will not necessarily be the most suitable, but the fragmented bamboo sword in your hand right now is definitely the best one for you. She didn't say much and put away the bamboo sword before bowing to Li Qiye. She finally learned of Li Qiye's generosity today and understood why the other girls still chose to follow him despite cultivating immortal physiques. With her peerless Tao of the sword, a single glimpse was enough for her to tell that the bamboo blade was extremely precious. It was comparable to even 9 heavenly accumulation destiny stones or maybe even more valuable. Otherwise, a heaven-defying existence like the Dark Saint wouldn't be guarding it in this place. However, Li Qiye gave something so valuable to her this easily while she had only just joined him and had yet to make any notable contributions. How could people not follow a lord that was so generous to those under him? Li Qiye let the girls carry his palanquin again. Along the way, they met a few regular cultivators and experts. Their eyes revealed their astonishment after seeing the female bearers. Needless to say about Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they had immortal physiques and great mastery of the sword and saber. Meanwhile, Bai Jianjun was the contemporary sword goddess and Mei Suyao was the #1 beauty from a sect with 3 emperors. They were dazzling stars no matter the location. But today, they were carrying a palanquin for someone. It was truly unbelievable. Even a god king was not qualified to enjoy such a privilege. The even more shocking part was that the person sitting on the palanquin was not fiercest Li Qiye but a devil king full of evil aura. Where is Li Qiye? A stunned spectator murmured at this sight. Li Qiye must have provoked the great devil king and got annihilated while the girls were captured. A youth sneered gloatingly. Fool, how can you become a sect master with this kind of vision? His senior slapped him and coldly said, that person is Li Qiye. Many experts from the previous generation noticed the girl's natural demeanors and understood that the person on the carriage was Li Qiye. What is he doing? First he disguised himself as a Buddhist lord, and now he is playing as a devil king? A virtuous paragon saw the Li Qie shrouded in evil energy and became quite puzzled. Very quickly, their question was answered. Wherever Li Qie went, the dark cultivators would prostrate on the ground. Even if they didn't come out, their reverence was obvious. He is pretending to be a devil king. An old paragon understood right away, what is the best identity to take to travel freely at the devil world? Naturally, it is a devil king. This was a source of inspiration to many people, especially the powerful older generation. They immediately changed their appearance and let their disciples carry their palanquins to pretend to be devil kings. After the transformation, they went to fool the dark cultivators, trying to trick them out of their spirit medicines. However, not one was successful. The White Bell ancestor wanted to copy Li Qie. He turned into a devil king and tried to fool a dark cultivator protecting a myriad era vine. Alas, he was immediately killed on the spot. Not just the White Bell ancestor. An eternal existence copied Li Qie too and wanted to catch an immortal river clam, but the devil guarding that location sucked away all of his blood energy. Indeed. The Cloud Saint Child also pretended to be one. He hadn't done anything yet, he only walked by a sleeping dark cultivator, but the thing woke up and chopped him to death. Someone laughed while recalling the event. In a short day, those who tried to imitate Li Qie all died miserably. Their deception was without reward, unless death was considered a sweet release. Why is it that Li Qie can pretend to be a devil king and be treated so well by the dark cultivators? They're even kneeling on the ground respectfully. But when we do it, the only fate that awaits us is death. What kind of joke is this? A great power's disciple exclaimed bitterly after a senior from his sect failed and died. Because he has a devil heart. An eternal existence saw through the mystery and murmured, one thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. At this time, he is a devil, there's no need for pretension. He's even a devil king at that. He went on, just like back at the plateau, he was not playing as Buddha, he was one. Thus, he was able to control the power in that place. This brat is too devilish and heaven-defying. Another perceptive ancestor spoke with emotions. Many people trained for thousands and thousands of years just to begin the process of converting to a Buddhist heart, but he immediately changed into one right away. Buddha and devil at his whim, for his heart has both. Just what kind of terrifying Tao heart is this? Many people knew that the conversion process was not completed overnight. The popular phrase was supposed to be only a legend, but now, Li Qie was able to carry it out to their dismay. Of course, outsiders didn't know that in the distant past, Li Qie spent countless years to become a devil. This process and pain were beyond imagination. While Li Qie was infiltrating the devil world as the heaven-relinquished devil king, there were also a few notable others in the lesser world. The most eye-catching one was Jikong Wudi. Under the protection of Venerable Ninesword, he entered a palace and managed to steal an ancient imperial cauldron at the imperial border. Jikong Wudi is quite a badass. Many people lamented while talking about this. He entered so swiftly and made his way into a palace, then forcefully snatched a cauldron. Truly a great vanguard. Such actions, however, caused more people to become vigilant. An ancestor murmured, "The kingdom of the imperial border has many powerful existences." Jikong Wudi wasn't the only one who contributed. His army had great merits in this assault as well. An old cauldron shouldn't warrant such a grand maneuver from him. Perhaps there is something else going on behind the scenes. A different paragon spoke. A junior curiously asked, "Something else?" The senior angrily glared at the kid and knocked on his head, "Use your damned brain instead of just swinging your fists around all day. Just what kind of existence is Space Trample Mountain? Jikong Wudi doesn't lack treasures, so why did he suddenly attack a palace? Why the need to show off his might? He, or perhaps Venerable Ninesword, simply wants to show others that their sect is strong enough to fight just about anyone. Yes. A different senior nodded. Recently, fiercest momentum has soared since Jikon Woody's group all lost to him. Right now, even Goddess May and Sword Goddess Bai are siding with him. This is enough to show that no one in the younger generation can oppose him. Li Qiye's might is making the other geniuses insecure. The paragon continued, I'm afraid all the young ones right now are worried that one day, Li Qiye would suddenly go crazy and make mincemeat out of them all. Right now, Jikon Woody's attack on the palace is the same as the Space Trample Mountain, giving everyone a warning, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot touch Jikon Woody since their mountain has the strength to fight anyone. Besides Jikon Woody, other geniuses also took actions that attracted a lot of attention. However, they were more subdued compared to attacking a palace. For example, Zhanshi had been staying at the imperial border the entire time and observed all the battles that were going on. What is Zhanshi trying to do? He's not looking for treasures or medicines. People became curious since Zhanshi was using all of his energy to observe fights. He wants to build an invincible legion on top of becoming an immortal emperor. A sect master personally went to check on Zhanshi and said, he has a powerful legion that consists of 8 members. Moreover, all of them are the same age as him. I heard this team has challenged Jikon Woody before and came out with their bodies intact. A different person who was maintaining a low profile was Heavenly Emperor Lin. He entered the devil world and stole an immortal grass from a dark cultivator. By the time they reacted, Lin had already long escaped. Many people felt sorry for him. I feel that Lin Tiandi has more potential than anyone else. What a shame that he is a vagrant cultivator. Chapter 1069, Blazing Devil. All along, people were optimistic about Heavenly Emperor Lin. In fact, compared to the imperious Jikon Woody, Lin was much more amiable. Moreover, he came from humble origins, so there was a sense of closeness felt by many people. However, his background was also his biggest flaw compared to Jikon Woody's group. If Heavenly Emperor Lin had the same background as Jikon Woody's group, he wouldn't need to flee just because of an immortal grass. Look at Jikon Woody, he directly attacked a palace and took a cauldron away. This is the power of an imperial lineage. Someone commented with emotion. Everyone knew that in the competition for the heavens will, outside of one's own strength, their backgrounds mattered a lot. It was a direct influence on their chance of success. Compared to Zhanshi and Heavenly Emperor Lin, who were relatively inconspicuous, there was another person who commanded the limelight, the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. Recently, he had been fighting against the imperial troops around here. He would jump into the fray time and time again, gaining many victories. At the same time, he was chased around by the great army here while stricken with grave injuries. No matter what, he became fiercer the more he fought with a world-sweeping momentum. What is the Mortal King doing? Imperial troops only care about digging metals, they are too lazy to deal with us. Someone noticed his actions and stated, he isn't seizing treasures or metals, so what's the point of struggling against the imperial troops? Blazing looked again. After pondering for a long time, he was jolted and exclaimed, yes, I think there was a place like this. Tell me the exact location. Li Qiye commanded. Blazing mused it over before answering, this lowly one dares not deceive my lord. It was too long ago, so I am not sure. I think that place should have runes like this, but I am not 100% certain. Draw a map. As long as you remember the terrain, it should be simple. He ordered once more. Blazing naturally didn't dare to snub Li Qiye. He held a calligraphy pen and began to draw. After each stroke, he tilted his head in contemplation and made many modifications since he didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. After drawing for some time, he finally finished it and handed it to Li Qiye to let him take a look. Li Qiye checked it meticulously and gently nodded, this should be right. Keep in mind that Li Qiye had stayed in the lesser imperial devil world for a long period in the past, so he understood it quite well. However, he wasn't completely certain of the location he was searching for. After narrowing the range with Blazing's drawing, he finally knew where it was. After putting the drawing of the terrain away, he coldly glared at Blazing. If I remember correctly, this inner earth gave birth to a fire god's calm heart. That heart of the fire god, Blazing felt quite awkward once Li Chia brought up this topic. Li Chia coldly stared at him. I have calculated with my fingers. Since the last sacrifice, the heart here has reached maturity. Yes, that's true, Blazing coughed nervously. Li Chia waved his sleeve gently and commanded, go fetch it. Blazing didn't know what to do, so he only stood there while hesitating. You have been protecting it through the long years, so I won't mistreat you. I, heaven relinquish, never owe anyone a favor. Li Chia imperiously declared, I will grant you a devil wish. My lord wants to climb the evil-slaying platform. Blazing startlingly murmured after hearing this. That's right. Li Chia chillingly confirmed without batting an eye. Blazing stood there in a daze. After a while, he spoke, ever since the god Tyrant Devil King went up there, no other kings have done so. If my lord is going this time, who will be the future holder of the key to the Dark Maxim Palace? You don't need to know that. Just leave behind a devil wish. Li Chia's eyes turned cold. Blazing didn't dare to make Li Chia unhappy. He immediately took out the fire god's calm heart. He knew that his refusal was useless. Who could actually stop Heaven Relinquish if he wanted to seize it by force? Chapter 1070, Fire God's Calm Heart. A moment later, Blazing Devil carried a box back and respectfully held it before Li Chia. Li Chia didn't glance at it before he took it and said, where is your devil wish? Blazing quickly carved it down and gave it to Li Chia. Li Chia casually took it and then he got up, wanting to leave. My lord. At this time, Blazing couldn't help but open his mouth to say something. Li Chia glared at him and said, say it, don't waste my time. Blazing took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Chia. This lowly one wants to ask my lord, what is waiting for us in the future of this world? Li Chia indifferently stared at Blazing in response, what do you think? Or rather, what kind of world do you wish for? I don't know. Blazing hesitated for a moment to come up with an answer, a world where we are free. It is not difficult to find out. Just personally climb the evil-slaying platform, right? Li Chia spoke without emotion, if you want to reach the best step, then take it slow. Blazing turned silent. In the devil world, anyone could climb the evil-slaying platform. However, there were different levels of steps. No one knew what would happen after going up there. Li Chia ignored the guy and went back on his palanquin. The girls immediately carried him away. After they left, Chen Baojiao smiled cutely, young noble, this is killing two birds with one stone. You found out what you wanted to know and obtained a treasure as well. Just part of the process, this treasure is actually incidental. I want Heaven Relinquish to come find me. Li Chia revealed a faint smile. If the Heaven Relinquish Devil King finds out, I'm afraid he will go all out against you. Li Shuangyan commented. Just looking at the wooden sword Dark Saint was enough to know how powerful he was. An existence like him was definitely at the God King level. However, he was actually afraid of Heaven Relinquish. From this, one can extrapolate how frightening this person must be. Li Chia calmly sat there and leisurely replied, he won't. With that, he handed the box containing the fire god's calm heart to Chen Baojiao. Use this item well, it will be quite beneficial to you. Chen Baojiao opened it to take a look. It surprised her quite a bit because it contained a beating heart. Do I have to eat this thing? She was quite creeped out by the thought of doing so. This is not a heart. Li Chia gently shook his head, this is a fire god's calm heart. Although it is called a heart, it was formed from the fusion of the extreme flames underground. It's powerful but not violent, hence the word calm. It is gentle like jade yet brimming with endless explosive power. It is very suitable for your tyrannical spring physique. After hearing his explanation, Chen Baojiao carefully checked it again and found that it was not truly a heart. The rhythm was not a heartbeat but rather the pulsing of a divine fire. It seemed to contain an endless fiery power that could explode and destroy an entire world. Imperial soldiers embark on an expedition while dark cultivators climb the evil-slaying platform. At this point, Mei Suyao, who had been quiet, added, "Just what kind of worlds are they going to? Is it outside of the 9 worlds?" Mei Suyao knew more than the other girls. Her Eternal River School had several records about the lesser Imperial Devil world that other lineages were not privy to. After hearing Blazing Devil earlier, all kinds of feelings rose in her heart. The records back then uncontrollably popped up in her mind, but she had no answer, so she had to ask Li Chia. Li Chia's eyes became serious and full of longing. He answered, "Who knows about what is outside the 9 worlds? Is it the legendary 10th world?" She asked softly because she knew quite a few things from Li Chia. He had shown her secrets unknown to others across the eons. Even her school knew very little about them due to their scarce records. The 10th world. Li Chia gently shook his head. "This is not that simple. Perhaps no one knows where they are going to, outside of the Imperial soldiers and dark cultivators who have actually embarked on this journey to a, maybe, different world." Li Xuanyan and the others listened carefully, especially Bai Jinjin. She tried her best to understand the secrets within using this rare opportunity from listening. Only when one goes to that world would they be able to know what it is. He ended with a profound glimmer in his eyes. The lively Chen Baojiao asked, "Even though I don't know any of that, why is it that dark cultivators have to go on the platform and Imperial soldiers have to go on their expedition?" Li Chia couldn't help but smile. "Why is it that cultivators have to compete for the heaven's will? Why do so many people break their heads from fighting just to vie to become an immortal emperor? You can think of it as our will or an external temptation. In short, this is their aspiration. Just like us who embark on the road to the throne, we tread forward knowing that there might not be a way back, knowing that we might become nothing but heaps of dried bones paving the path for another." The girls turned quiet after hearing this. For millions of years, too many people had tried to become an emperor, but only one could succeed each generation. Let's move on. Does young noble need to find a treasure or spirit medicine for Miss May as well? Chen Baojiao didn't wish to dwell on this heavy topic and smiled coquettishly. Compared to her time back at the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, the current Chen Baojiao had become very lively. She was already enchanting enough, but her youthful fire made people's hearts sway even more as they became lost in insanity from her beauty. "I'm already satisfied with learning so much by following young noble." Mei Suyao smiled. She was as pretty as always, especially in her simple yet transcendent state that was so close to the origin. Suyao does not lack treasures. He smiled. If she wants treasures, she actually does not even need to come here. Mei Suyao smiled back. It was true that she followed Li Chia and carried his palanquin not for treasures, but because Li Chia had given her something that was more precious than any artifact. "Okay, we have traveled for quite a while, so we should stop and take a bath." Li Chia stretched and smiled. "Nice try." Chen Baojiao coquettishly quipped as her face became red for some reason. A huge forest could be found in the southern region of the Devil World. It was lush with green vegetation of a single type. These plants resembled an old tree with leaves and thick branches. The most noticeable aspect was that there were crimson fruits growing from these trees. Each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were translucent and red like carnelian gemstones. The even more shocking part was that these gem-like fruits exuded a fragrance similar to the intoxicating scent of fine wine. Even strong-willed cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva after smelling them. Monkeys were hanging around these trees and fruits. They were around the size of cats. They had golden fur, but when they opened their eyes, an evil energy would surge, as if it could devour the soul of just about anyone. Many cultivators stood outside of the forest, but no one dared to enter. They could only drool and watch. The reason was very simple: those monkeys weren't actually monkeys but rather dark cultivators. The moment anyone entered, they would instantly be attacked by the horde. Someone looked at the red fruits on the trees and murmured, "It would be so nice if those dark monkeys weren't guarding this forest." A virtuous paragon from a great power gulped as well, "Right. According to our sect's writings, these are dark wine fruits, really good stuff that can ferment into immortal wines. This wine can calm the mind and remove evil. It really is incredible." The cultivators standing outside all wanted to go pick these fruits, but their lack of courage prevented them from doing so. Of course, the numerous corpses under the trees were a deterrence as well. Prior to this, many cultivators went inside, but they were besieged by the monkeys. Even a virtuous paragon would be ripped into pieces in the blink of an eye against a large group. Thus, they were relegated to mere spectators. At this moment, they saw a young man enter the forest. He was very young and extremely handsome. His eyes were his most outstanding aspect. They looked just like precious gems, profound and moving as though they could speak. Anyone would instantly be attracted to his eyes. A cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory shouted, "It's Shen Menghui from the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Just like the rumors, he truly has unparalleled potential. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era, or rather too late. If he was born 10 years earlier, I think he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jikong Woody's group." An older cultivator commented while watching this young man enter the forest. Chapter 1071, Shen Menghui is going in. Many people held their breaths while watching this young man enter the thick forest. However, a strange scene unraveled. After he went inside, his gaze swept through the nearest dark monkeys. The monkeys continued to hang on the trees in a sleeping state. How can this be? People found this astonishing since the monkeys closest to him didn't attack. One thought for slumber. A paragon from the Middle Territory murmured, "He is truly the descendant of the divine ancestor. After being personally taught by him, Shen Menghui can instantly bring these dark monkeys into a state of dreaming where they can't wake up. So heaven-defying. These dark monkeys are so violent, but he can hypnotize this many at once. Maybe he really is qualified to compete for the heavens will against Jikong Woody's group. If only time waited for people," a youth commented in awe. Shen Menghui was the current main descendant of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Back then, their heavenly prince was killed by Li Qie at the Dao Academy, so they had to choose another successor. In the end, the young Shen Menghui actually won the spot. He was able to show off his skills among his many senior brothers and sisters. Outside of being the descendant of the divine ancestor, it was also because of his exceedingly high talents that were even greater than the deceased heavenly prince. Thus, even though he was only 18 years old right now, he already had extremely incredible achievements. Some speculated that within 10 years, he would be able to catch up to the rest of the supreme geniuses. In fact, many in the middle region held him in great esteem despite his late debut. Both his fame and cultivation were much weaker than Jikong Woody's group, but since he was taken in as a disciple by the divine ancestor, he had an unparalleled advantage compared to the others. The divine ancestor was rumored to be the most powerful existence in the ancient kingdom. He was an untouchable god king. No one had seen him over the long years, so people didn't know just how strong he currently was. For someone who didn't come out for many generations to still decide to take Shen Menghui in as a disciple showed just how great his talents were. Shen Menghui carefully picked the dark wine fruits. Despite putting the nearby monkeys to sleep, he didn't dare to act carelessly lest he wake some of them and get trapped in their siege. While people were watching him pick these fruits, someone else shouted, "Fiercest is here." People turned their heads. Sure enough, a palanquin was being carried closer. They saw Li Qie sitting on it and didn't dare to share their thoughts. Li Qie posed there like a supreme devil king with an evil flame capable of shattering the sky. Each of his gestures could destroy gods and devils. Even his gaze affected the temperament of this world. People quickly retreated like a tide since they didn't dare to be close to him. Those with weaker cultivations felt their legs trembling and even had the urge to kneel. Even though he was in his Devil King form, everyone knew that it was Li Qiye sitting up there just like how he used to be evil Buddha a while ago. In our generation, only fiercest would enjoy such great treatment. Even an eternal existence was impressed by Li Qiye's style on top of the palanquin. Of course, envy was in the air. Jealousy ran even more rampant among the younger generation. The sword goddess and extremely pretty beauties were acting as palanquin bearers. Just how domineering was this behavior? Such romantic luck drove others red-eyed insane from jealousy. Only fiercest had the ability to act like this in this day and age. Li Qiye was in repose and let the girls carry him into the forest. All the dark monkeys jumped down and kneeled on the ground the moment he entered. It was a grand scene. At this time, the horde of monkeys could only prostrate to worship the Supreme Devil King. This sudden change made Shen Menghui jump from shock because even the monkeys that were mesmerized by him woke up right away and joined the ceremony. He didn't dare to linger and decisively left the forest to avoid being surrounded by the monkeys. He stood outside of the forest and watched Li Qiye's back as Li Qiye was carried into the forest, a scowl on his face. His eyes turned cold while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Nevertheless, he refrained from doing anything. Even though he had never seen Li Qiye before, in his mind, the guy had always been his enemy and the enemy of his kingdom. For every disciple in the Azure Mysterious Kingdom, Li Qiye was their eternal foe. It was a feud beyond reconciliation. He had killed too many of their kin and even the previous main descendant. The most frustrating part was that he even stole their imperial life weapon, the Imperial Violet Hammer. Getting a defining weapon stolen was a huge humiliation for any imperial lineage. Vengeance must be obtained for their kingdom. Buzz. Not long after Li Qiye entered the forest, a mirror suddenly emerged in the sky. A holy light poured down on Li Qiye's location. This development left the girls with serious expressions. They were ready to attack at a moment's notice. However, nothing else happened after the holy light fell down. Fools! Li Qiye batted his eyes and murmured, thinking that I'm a fake devil king, so they want to disperse my evil aura with that holy light. So it turned out that someone among the crowd secretly used a treasure to illuminate Li Qiye with a holy light. Everyone here knew that Li Qiye was a fake, so someone wanted to ruin his disguise. Once the dark monkeys discovered that Li Qiye was not a devil king, he would be torn into pieces by their endless numbers. It could be said that whoever tried to do this was truly cruel. He wanted to push Li Qiye to his death. However, this holy light was essentially ineffective. Outsiders didn't know that Li Qiye was capable of pretending to be heaven relinquished due to his devil heart, not just because of his engulfing evil aura. At this time, the girls carried the palanquin back. Li Qiye slowly turned around with a sweeping glare. Shit, which idiot was it? Many people were quivering in fear and quickly retreated after seeing Li Qiye turning back. Some people even raised both hands and cried out, "Young noble Li, it wasn't me." The crowd was pale with fear. Who didn't know about Fiercest's notoriety? This was someone who would massacre a whole race after an unfriendly exchange. The Blood Devil tribe being slaughtered by him was the best and most recent example. Who did it? Come out now, don't make young noble Li take action himself. Even the expressions of those from the previous generation paled. Who could stop Fiercest once he began to rampage? Even a god monarch was child's play to him, let alone them. Shen Menghui was shocked at this moment and looked around as well. People were walking backward to maintain a safe distance. Some even raised both of their hands to show their innocence. No one dared to escape, however. Once they ran, they would instantly become suspect and there would be no chance for absolution. It wasn't a big deal to be killed by Li Qiye, but if this fiercest fella decided to bring his anger to their sect as well and start a massacre, then they would be the eternal sinner of their sect. I am a reasonable person, come out now and admit your mistake. It is not too late. Li Qiye spoke softly while sitting on his palanquin. The crowd kept staring at each other, but no one dared to speak up. Eventually, people started yelling, "Whoever did it, just come out, don't bring everyone else down with you." But who would come out at this moment? It was clear as day to everyone that it would be a suicidal move. It seems like I have to wash my hands with blood to remind some people about what I can do. Li Qiye's eyes turned cold and he immediately stood straight up. In the blink of an eye, his terrifying evil flames surged and turned into black wings. They spread, seemingly capable of blotting out the world. At this moment he was a supreme devil king with complete control over life and death. Young noble Li, it definitely wasn't us. It must be some insidious wretches around here. Countless people were scared out of their minds. It's not like they hadn't seen Li Qiye's ruthless means before. The cowardly and weak were frightened enough to kneel on the ground. They couldn't handle the terrifying pressure of the evil energy. The crowd was silently cursing all the ancestors of whoever tried to scheme against Li Qiye just now. This was simply dragging them down as well. They were nothing but fishes in a barrel if Li Qiye decided to unleash his wrath. The pale crowd didn't want to die here, but they didn't dare to run either. Li Qiye glanced at the group and slowly spoke, "Suyao." Mei Suyao acknowledged the command and her figure flashed. Bang! Next, someone was thrown to the ground. Pop! Her palm flipped and easily took out a treasure mirror from the person's fate palace before throwing it down on the ground. The paled suspect was lying on the ground, petrified. After seeing the person's clothes, someone immediately commented, "A disciple from the azure mysterious ancient kingdom." In just a second, people glanced over at Shen Menghui. Chapter 1072, Azure Mysterious 8 Ancestors. Due to her innate immortal bone, such a method couldn't deceive her eyes, so she was able to instantly catch the hidden perpetrator. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the person being caught. It would have been miserable if Li Qiye took it out on them. They didn't want to say anything after seeing the perpetrator from the ancient kingdom. Earlier, the group was secretly cursing the perpetrator and wanted nothing more than to kick him to the front. But now, they really didn't want to offend the ancient kingdom. It was still a sect with 2 emperors. Moreover, their descendant, Shen Menghui, was right here. The captured disciple was pale and horrified. Li Qiye was a mortal enemy of his kingdom. As its disciple, he naturally had the responsibility to eliminate Li Qiye. Thus, after Li Qiye entered the forest, he wanted to reveal Li Qiye's fake identity as a devil king so that he would fall prey to the dark monkeys. This would have been a great contribution. Alas, he didn't expect that his method was useless. Li Qiye remained unaffected while Mei Suyao caught him. Shen Menghui was startled as well. This was adding a formidable enemy to the kingdom. An imperial lineage having to resort to this type of scheme. Li Qiye was too lazy to care and commanded, "Since you dared to move against me, learn the taste of death. Slay him." After hearing this, the crowd could finally breathe easy. They no longer needed to be the scapegoat. In the face of death, this disciple didn't care for anything else and yelled, "First brother, save me." Shen Menghui's expression darkened. He quickly walked to the front and shouted, "Wait." As the ancient kingdom's descendant, he couldn't stand and watch as a disciple from his kingdom was publicly executed. Moreover, this disciple had asked him for help. If he didn't do anything now and just watch the execution, how could he maintain his place in this world? How could other disciples trust and respect him? "What, you want to save him?" Li Qiye averted his gaze and spoke dismissively. Shen Menghui took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Qiye, "Sir, our disciple was ignorant and has offended you, please forgive him." He knew full well that Li Qiye was a sworn enemy of their sect, but at this point, he had to acquiesce. There was a great saying, as long as the verdant hills remain, there is no lack of firewood. He just needed to endure this anger and bow to the enemy. Forgive him. Is it so simple? Li Qiye spoke dismissively while sitting up high. Shen Menghui took a deep breath and replied, "Our kingdom is willing to compensate for the disrespect. Just say the words and we will try our best. I am someone who does not show mercy to those who want to kill me." Li Qiye smiled, "However, since you are showing such sincerity, I will be a nice guy just once. Bring immortal Emperor Qing Xian's true treasure here and I shall spare him." Shen Menghui's expression soured after hearing this. This was blatant extortion. An emperor's true treasure was a priceless item, the defining treasure of their azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Not to mention a common disciple, maybe even a descendant like him was not worth a true treasure. "Sir, this is unreasonable extortion." Shen Menghui deepened his tone. A terrifying aura swept through the world, causing people to shudder uncontrollably. The 8 old men immediately stood in front of Shen Menghui. They were quite aged and didn't have much time left, but the auras exuding from their bodies were still quite formidable. Someone blurted out, "Azure mysterious 9 ancestors, no, 8 ancestors." The crowd quickly created a gap between themselves and these old men because they knew a battle was about to begin. Ancestors, Shen Menghui was ecstatic to see the 8 ancestors and became relieved. The ancient kingdom had a group referred to as the 9 ancestors. These were 9 extremely powerful beings. Of course, it didn't include the most powerful one, the divine ancestor. However, there were only 8 left in this group because back at the heavenly corpse burial ground, the 8th ancestor died to Li Qiye's hands. It was precisely for this reason that the two sides had an irreconcilable feud. "You are Li Qiye," one of the 8 ancestors coldly glared at Li Qiye who was sitting haughtily on his palanquin. "And?" Li Qiye gave him a look. Another ancestor threatened, "Junior, it is not too late to let go of our disciple. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." The ancestors naturally wanted to kill Li Qiye. However, they weren't completely confident. Li Qiye didn't want to waste his breath with these ancestors and commanded, "Too much nonsense, kill him." The 8 ancestors weren't happy with this response. They were famous characters that were treated with respect no matter where they went, but right now, even though they were personally here, Li Qiye didn't give them any consideration at all. It was simply a slap to their faces. "Goddess May, you must think twice." Another of the 8 ancestors stepped up and raised his voice. Suddenly, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The crowd moved even further away from the inevitable battlefield. Once they were at a safe distance, their apprehension turned into an eagerness to watch the fight that caught the breath in their throats. Chapter 1073, Lacerate Mei Suyao smiled elegantly after hearing this ancestor. This faint smile exuded an incomparable beauty that swayed the minds of others. It was not without reason that people called her the prettiest girl in the mortal emperor world. "Think twice." She gently shook her head, "Fellow ancestors should be the ones to reconsider. If you want to fight, this junior will take you on." 1 person against 8 ancestors, just how confident was Mei Suyao? Moreover, she spoke with such an insipid tone. This made many people quiver. They now understood that she was more powerful than they imagined, perhaps even more powerful than Jikong Wudi. The 8 ancestors from the ancient kingdom were rattled. Mei Suyao, a junior, wanted to fight the 8 of them alone. This was truly not putting them in her sight at all. One of the ancestors laughed out loud from acrimony and coldly uttered, "Very well, the eternal river descendant is indeed incredible. It seems like this old man will have to check out your school's supreme techniques." Mei Suyao was not afraid. She calmly stood there like an elegant fairy, "If elders want to fight, I am ready." Such a nonchalant demeanor revealed her confidence and power. "Suyao. At this time, Li Qiye, who had been sitting loftily on his palanquin, waved for her. She didn't say anything and retreated to his side. Such a scene left countless people envious and jealous. The number one beauty in the mortal emperor world was listening to each of his commands in such an obedient manner. This romantic luck was simply a lifelong pursuit for many people. In their eyes, a life having a beauty like that would be a life without regrets. Li Qiye raised his brows with disdain and dismissively said, "Good, since your azure mysterious ancient kingdom is acting so bullish, nothing can be better. I like slapping others who exaggerate themselves with no bounds the best." With that, he gently waved his sleeve and ordered, "Children, tear them to pieces." Screech, the dark monkeys kneeling on the ground instantly pounced at the 8 ancestors. Their torrential numbers became a devastating onslaught. "Kill them!" The 8 ancestors were aghast and screamed as they attacked in unison. With a strike that carried enough power to move mountains and flip seas, split the sky and boil the ocean, they swept away the majority of the dark monkeys. Screech, in just a moment, the screams of the monkeys echoed everywhere as the horde frantically tried to kill the ancestors. The 8 were immediately surrounded by the ocean of monkeys. Only monkeys could be found around them. Even their screeching howls were enough to kill a common expert. What was even more frightening was that the dark monkeys that came out from the depths became increasingly powerful. In the back, monkey monarchs and even monkey kings were rushing forward. One dark monkey was most likely not that powerful, but an endless number of them was truly frightening. Even a paragon could be easily torn to pieces. Plus, killing a dark cultivator at the devil world was an extremely difficult matter. Boom! 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 The 8 worked together to attack again, but due to the continuous onslaught from the monkeys, especially after the monkey kings joined the fray, they were overwhelmed and forced to retreat. What's more was that after they split a group of monkeys apart, these monkeys would regenerate after a split second and continue to kill. The ancestors were injured after a while. Some had scratched arms while others were bitten on the chest. One had his shoulder pierced completely. These powerful ancestors couldn't stop the continuous onslaught and began to falter. The crowd was trembling even though they had evacuated to a safe distance. Moreover, more monkeys jumped from the thick forest to join this battle, as if they were endless in numbers. Open. This battle was too drawn out for their liking. The 8 ancestors grew furious and worked together to use an imperial weapon, unleashing its power completely. Boom! The weapon flew to the sky and swept away a large group of monkeys, causing their howls to ring throughout this world. Imperial weapons are truly invincible, someone murmured after seeing the successful attack. However, it was too difficult to kill creatures like dark monkeys at the devil world. Even the sweeping imperial weapon failed to do so. Squeak, the sharp cries of the monkeys echoed again. In an instant, another wave of attacks surfaced to tear the ancestors apart. Rumble. Under the crazed attacks from these monkeys, the ancestors had to shift from offense to defense. They couldn't unleash an endless amount of imperial power since it required a huge amount of blood energy. Once the weapon shifted to defense mode, the monkeys couldn't break through the weapon despite the relentless barrage. This was the strength of an imperial weapon. It was not so simple to penetrate once it was readied. At this time, Mei Suyao took one step forward with a righteous grand Tao. The stars began to move with the sun and moon. The reincarnation cycle of life and death was accompanied by the 6 paths. In this grand Tao, a new generation was born with a single thought, as if billions of creatures and yin and yang were merely part of the entire system. The beginning and end existed at her whim. Alaya heavenly fragrant Tao, this was the grand Tao that Mei Suyao cultivated. She had reached a level of profundity that made even Li Qiye nod approvingly. Buzz. She closed her fingers and myriad existences began to change. The stars were moved in the sky along with the other celestials. With a simple gesture, all defensive lines were no more. The imperial weapon seemed to be flipped over and the 8 ancestors lost control. Boom! The weapon was shot into the sky as if a giant threw away their imperial weapon. Ah! Screams immediately rang out with blood splattering everywhere. Without their imperial weapon, the 8 ancestors simply couldn't stop the waves of monkeys. They were eventually unable to hold on any longer and finally, the first ancestor fell. Ah! More screams came about shortly afterward. All 8 fell as their flesh was mangled and blood flowed, true to Li Qiye's command from earlier. The crowd trembled after seeing this scene. They knew Li Qiye was pretending to be a devil king, but no one thought that he would be able to order the dark cultivators in this realm. Keep in mind the sheer number of dark cultivators here. Some of them were even comparable to god kings. Moreover, god kings had no way of killing these beings. If Li Qiye could order them, then who would be able to stop his terrifying wishes? It would truly be meet God, slay God, meet devil, slay devil. An old paragon shivered and commented, one thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. Why is he so heaven-defying? At the Buddhist funeral plateau, he was able to control its power. And now, at the devil world, he can order the dark cultivators. It looks like he can rampage wherever he goes. Mei Suyao was another cause for astonishment. She immediately flipped over an imperial weapon with her first move. To do so required an overwhelming amount of force. She is definitely much stronger than Jikon Wudi. Someone else whimpered. Alas, even a genius as strong as her had decided to follow Li Qiye. This made many people here feel a cold chill. Remember that she came from a lineage with 3 emperors. Gaining her favor matter was much easier said than done, yet Li Qiye managed to recruit her. From this, one could imagine just how powerful and terrifying he truly was. After tearing the 8 ancestors apart, Li Qiye waved his sleeve and ordered, "Okay, all of you can return." The dark monkeys receded back into the thick forest like a tide. They crawled up the trees as if nothing had happened. People held their breaths while watching this scene. Silence was commonplace with some in the crowd losing control of their legs from fear with blanched expressions. Paragons from the previous generation were astounded as well. They would rather oppose imperial geniuses like Jikon Wudi instead of Li Qiye. He looked at the blood flowing on the ground and insipidly stated, "How disappointing, I actually thought that the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would have some more powerful characters show up. After half a day, only these 8 geezers actually came to play." Shen Menghui escaped. Chen Baojiao spoke. Back during the fight between the ancestors and the monkeys, Shen Menghui noticed that the situation wasn't favorable, so he escaped without a care for anything else. Let him. I actually want to see if there are any more powerful existences here and if they would dare to protect my enemy. Li Qiye revealed a nonchalant smile. Chapter 1074, Dark Maxim Palace in the depths of the Devil World was a mountain that stood tall. It was not particularly towering or large, but it still gave the feeling that it was suppressing the heavens. Even gods and devils would retreat before its grandeur. There was a palace at the summit. It was completely black and made from unknown rocks, giving it a very mysterious feel. There were no luxurious decorations or immortal lights that soared into the sky. It could even be said that the palace was rather coarse and unadorned. The black pebbles acting as the foundation for the palace weren't polished, making it seem that they were found and built on site. However, such a seemingly simple palace gave off a suffocating pressure. Anyone who gazed at its presence on top of the mountain would feel this oppression. The gate to this palace was forever locked, so no one knew who was staying inside. Dark Maxim Palace. This was the most mysterious place in the Devil World. The majority of the dark cultivators here didn't dare to come close to it. Legend states that this palace used to be the location where the master of the Devil World gave orders to all of its inhabitants. Later on, it was also the gathering place of Devil Kings. However, newcomers hadn't seen the opening of the palace yet. No one knew the situation or what was inside. There were many cultivators at the base of this mountain right now. They wanted to try climbing to the top. There were rumors that the Dark Maxim Palace contained the Devil World's ultimate treasures and weapons. These weapons were even above Immortal Emperor true treasures. A tale claimed that as long as one could open the palace, they would be able to obtain the spoils inside. Since the opening of the Lesser Imperial Devil World, a large group of people had come and tried, but they couldn't even climb to the top. Those who were able to still couldn't open the palace. There was no lack of god monarchs among them either. At this time, the spectators were quite excited at the base of the mountain because the current climber was Jikong Wudi. They wanted to see if he would be able to open the Dark Maxim Palace or not. Outside of the many experts, even Heavenly Emperor Lin, Zhan Shi, and the Jewel Pillar Mortal King were here. Before Jikong Wudi, they had climbed to the top but failed to open the palace. However, this was not a shameful matter to them because there were no records of anyone having succeeded before. Thump. Clank. Thump. Different sounds rang from the summit. Jikong Wudi activated different types of peerless methods to try and tap on the gate of the palace. However, regardless of his knocking, the palace remained closed. Eventually, Jikong Wudi also gave up and descended from the mountain. He accepted his inability to open this palace. No one mocked his failure due to the history of the inaccessible palace. It was not at all surprising for Jikong Wudi to fail. The real masters have all tried. I'm afraid this palace cannot be opened by anyone. Someone murmured. Maybe one person can. His friend added, Fiercest might be able to. He is an unfathomable person, even climbing the prime peak back at the God War Mountain. Maybe he will create another miracle and open the Dark Maxim Palace. The mentioning of his title alone caused many people's expressions to change. Another quietly spoke, I heard Fiercest has turned into a Devil King. I wonder if he will come here or not. When the title Fiercest was brought up, many people here turned quite unhappy. The first to show a visible shift in demeanor was the Mortal King. His enmity towards Li Qie was quite immense. Jikong Wudi's expression turned cold as well. Zhan Shi and Heavenly Emperor Lin, on the other hand, were fine with it. Zhan Shi's expression remained aloof while Lin was as nonchalant and comfortable as ever. Even Fiercest will not be able to open the Dark Maxim Palace. The Mortal King coldly uttered with an oppressive momentum that soared to the sky. Anyone would be wary of him at this moment. His battle intent was surging as he entered a peak state like a war god ready to enter a life or death match. It was a very suffocating aura. Perhaps he was not the strongest among the supreme geniuses, but he was definitely the type who would never accept defeat. His overflowing self-confidence prevailed regardless of victory or defeat. The speakers here immediately closed their mouths the moment the Mortal King spoke. The more timid ones didn't dare to add their own opinion. Of course, there were also those who were dissatisfied with his bullish attitude. An expert quietly muttered, if you want to act cool, then go find Fiercest and then do so. What did you say? The Mortal King gave a chilling glare with a soul-deterring force. Even an expert would obediently shut up under this pressure. The king snorted and was determined to have vengeance. Recently, he had been fighting against the imperial troops non-stop. He used blood to train himself and was confident that he had surpassed his weakness. Thus, he was quite eager to challenge Li Qie again. Being thrice defeated by Li Qie had been extremely humiliating to him. He could never breathe easy until he finally killed Li Qie. Brother Jewel Pillar, Brother Jikong, save me. While the mountain was quiet, someone quickly ran over and shouted from the distance. This person instantly reached the area and noticed that everyone was here. He acted as if he had just seen his saviors and let out a sigh of relief. The escapee shouted, Brother Jewel Pillar, lend me a hand. Brother Menghui, the Mortal King was surprised to see this person. Even Jikong Wudi nodded his head in greeting. The three had a good relationship, the king and Shen Menghui were especially close. After all, Shen Menghui came from the ancient kingdom that had two emperors. Anyone would be happy to befriend him. Moreover, his master was the most powerful ancestor, the divine ancestor. This was a mythical god king. Furthermore, the mortal king's school was far weaker than the ancient kingdom. In the future, he would require its assistance in many areas. Earlier, the mortal king was very uncomfortable, to the point of being annoyed when someone brought up fiercest. But now, after seeing Shen Menghui running here with such a ragged appearance, his eyes lit up. It was time for him to release this anger on a punching bag, whoever they might be. "Who hurt you, brother Menghui?" The mortal king spoke oppressively and raised his voice, "Don't you worry. No matter who did it, we will seek justice for you." In his eyes, it didn't matter who hurt Shen Menghui. He was itching for a fight against an expert to sharpen himself, to use their blood to polish his will to fight. He needed this sensation. The stronger the enemy, the more exciting it was. "Me." A languid answer came about. A palanquin was being carried into everyone's sight. At this time, Mei Suyao's group was bringing the palanquin to the base of the mountain. Li Qiye sat on the palanquin and looked down on all existences as a supreme devil king. "Fiercest," someone shouted. Li Qiye's transformation into a devil king was not a secret at this moment. "Is that really fiercest?" Others took a meticulous look at him and couldn't see how this devil king ahead was related to Li Qiye at all. This devil was full of tyrannical evil energy. However, true experts understood that Li Qiye was using the same principle as when he transformed into Buddha. This was the embodiment of the famous phrase in this area. The crowd begrudgingly stared at the girls that were carrying his palanquin. Jikong Wudi's eyes became quite profound. Who knew what he was thinking at this moment? There had been rumors of him trying to court Mei Suyao but being met with rejection. Another rumor stated that the Space Trample Mountain had gone to the Eternal River School to propose a marriage, but the school refused as well. Jikong Wudi himself did not talk about this matter, but some insiders knew that he was indeed interested in Mei Suyao. Even the unmoved Zhan Shi and the relaxed Heavenly Emperor Lin put on dignified expressions. Putting the dual-blade beauties aside, just Mei Suyao alone was more powerful than them. Bai Jinjin was once on the same level as them as well. But now, both of the girls were willing to carry Li Qiye's palanquin. This had an extraordinary significance. Despite losing to Li Qiye before, both Zhan Shi's and Lin's hearts sank again. They once again realized that they had been underestimating Li Qiye. Chapter 1075, Saber against Immortal Physique. At this time, the mortal king was ruthlessly glaring at Li Qiye. His expression could even be described as unsightly. In his eyes, the perfect phrase to describe this situation was, "The road was always narrow for enemies." Earlier, his words were full of bravado, but now, his heart was a bit shaken after seeing Li Qiye. Even though he had techniques to deal with Li Qiye, he was not completely confident. And it wasn't just him, Jikong Wudi, Heavenly Emperor Lin, and Zhan Shi were uncertain as well. From beginning to end, they hadn't seen Li Qiye's true power. No one knew what realm he was in or what kind of merit laws he cultivated. They couldn't formulate a strategy due to the lack of knowledge about his openings and flaws. Li Qiye glanced at the group from the palanquin and slowly said, "Very good, today is truly a nice day. Everyone is here already, what great timing." In just a second, everyone was holding their breaths. Some quietly left since they knew that wherever Fiercest went, a bloodbath would soon follow. They naturally didn't want to be caught up in the mess. Jikong Wudi's group, on the other hand, didn't want to leave. If they left the moment they saw Li Qiye, they would become laughingstocks. Others would think that they were afraid of Li Qiye. How could they compete against him for the heavens will in the future if that were to happen? Li Qiye cheerfully smiled at the group and spoke in an insipid tone, "I heard some people want to step in for the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Zhanshe and Heavenly Emperor Lin were still relaxed, but the mortal king had gone too far. He already spoke tough words, it was the same as water that had been thrown out. If he acted timidly at this moment, it would be a great blow to his prestige. Brotherly, it is better to get rid of enmity than adding to it. Jikong Wudi spoke as a mediator. Brother Menghui was at fault, so he will apologize to you. Everyone can just take a step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. What do you think, brotherly? Apologize? Li Qie smiled. Unfortunately, all pretenses have been shed, so what's the point of apologizing? If saying sorry was good enough, then why do cultivators still fight and kill? Li Qie looked at Jikong Wudi and emotionlessly declared, I'll let this go if you hand Shen Menghui over. Otherwise, I won't wait till the heavens will competition, I'll just kill all of you right now. Such contemptuous words left Jikong Wudi astounded. In the contemporary times, who would dare to speak to him like this? Li, don't think you are invincible. The mortal king finally lost his cool and shouted, I know you are very powerful. Fine, I'll fight you right now. If I lose, then I will have nothing else to say, there's no need for my young noble to fight against someone like you. A cold voice resounded as the mortal king finished speaking. Chen Baojiao came out with a challenge, I'll take you on. Her challenge was not an impulsive decision. Prior to this, the sacred school had been spreading a rumor saying that she was its disciple and a perfect match for the mortal king. She had long wanted to settle this score, so after meeting the mortal king here today, how could she restrain herself given her fiery temperament? Li Qie only chuckled and didn't say anything. He let her do as she pleased with an obvious doting demeanor. I want to challenge Li, the mortal king spoke coldly. She quickly interrupted him and uttered, You are not worthy. Let's go. The mortal king was visually exasperated by this development and provocation. Anger immediately sprang up inside him. In the past, the Chen clan did not have a high position in the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Now, he, as the sect master, was being gravely disrespected by Chen Baojiao. How could he ever stand this? Fine, I also want to see what kind of laws you have learned at the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect in the past few years. He snorted and a divine saber appeared in his hand. Enough to slay you. Her tyrannical immortal saber left its scabbard. Clank. The blade's resonation filled the sky. She attacked right away with a slash that split apart the void. An eternal scar had already formed, even before she finished her move. River crossing first slash, this was an attack from her 8 sabers technique. The tyrannical saber instantly made it dozens of times stronger. However, the river was not the victim of this move, it was the stars in the sky, even gods and devils had no place to hide. The mortal king was startled. He shouted and his own saber emitted a brilliant light. His attack resembled the rising of 1,000 suns that emitted enough heat to scorch everything. His technique was quite on point. An all-incinerating flame capable of rendering all creatures to ashes ignited on the blade. Soul-burning saber. Li Qie glanced at the saber technique and said dismissively, the Jewel Pillar Sacred School doesn't have a technique like this. Clank. A clash resounded in the sky. Even though the king's saber was quite incredible, it was far weaker than Chen Baojiao's own. He was not a match for her in regard to the Tao of the saber. Otherwise, Li Qie wouldn't have chosen her as a saber maid. One slash came down and multiple suns exploded. Amidst the hymns of the blades, the king's saber was split in two. Even though his blade had a great origin, it couldn't compare to the tyrannical immortal saber. Boom! Boom! The mortal king quickly retreated right when his saber broke. He summoned various treasures including a pagoda, a heavenly seal, an immortal rope, and treasure mountains. All of these items were activated by his powerful blood energy and immediately went straight for Chen Baojiao. Only his powerful and plentiful blood energy would be able to support so many treasures at once. Chen Baojiao didn't try to dodge this furious attack. She snorted and swung her blade down across the sky with the momentum of a surging river about to break through a dam. Hatred Aqua Second Slash, the next move of the 8 Sabers technique. All of the king's attacking treasures were annihilated. After several explosions, they were ripped asunder by her blade. Such a domineering and fierce style made everyone take deep breaths. They had forgotten that she was a charming and beautiful girl. Thump. Right when she was cutting the treasures into pieces, the mortal king attacked by heavily slamming his hands down like a divine bludgeon. Light exuded from his body with the emergence of his inner physique. It resembled a supreme deity that suppressed innumerable devils in hell in a frightful manner. He finally activated his hell-suppressing godly physique and used his hands as a weapon. He ferociously struck Chen Baojiao's blade. Bang! Due to the immeasurable weight of the physique, Chen Baojiao went flying even though his direct hit couldn't shatter her blade. Although she landed on her feet, the force resulted in many cracks on the ground. So what if you have an immortal physique? In high spirits, she soared to the sky again. Clank! She slashed down once more. In the blink of an eye, this attack pierced through myriad realms, causing stars to fall and yin and yang to split. The ground was torn asunder by this attack along with the sky. The slash carried the power of an endless army. Handleless Third Slash, a cry of lamentation against a handleless earth. This third technique was an extremely powerful and direct attack. With the help of the tyrannical immortal saber, it could slash through all things. The mortal king's expression sank. He let out a roar and his figure quaked. Layers of defenses emerged around his body. A divine mirror appeared in front of his chest to protect him. Clank! The slash descended and the defensive layers were cut down like tofu. Eventually, even the Godking-level mirror that protected his chest was shattered by this attack as well. The momentum of this saber slash was too strong. Despite having endless weight, the king was still sent flying from the force of the slash. He heavily slammed into the ground, creating a large pit while spurting blood. Without the mirror protecting him, even his tough body would have been chopped open. Tyrannical immortal saber and heaven traversing 8 blades. Li Qiye nodded gently and said, "This is a crowning technique and a supreme saber. To be able to exert such power, she isn't letting their prestige down." The saber was the invincible weapon of the tyrannical lion monarch while the 8 blades technique belonged to the martial ancestor. People thought this technique was created by the martial ancestor, but in reality, this wasn't the case. Both the saber and the technique had the same heaven-defying origin. Even the lion monarch and martial ancestor didn't really know where they came from. The crowd was astounded by this scene. Many people knew about Chen Baojiao's half-completion immortal physique. However, she hadn't even used it yet but was already able to send the king, who was using his physique, flying. This was too scary. Of course, they didn't know that she had gained some ground with her saber technique as well as mastery over her saber. Even without the tyrannical spring physique, she was still very formidable. Very good, strong enough. The mortal king thought that he could compete against Chen Baojiao's immortal physique. However, he was already losing before he even saw it. This completely infuriated him. Chapter 1076, The Unstoppable Chen Baojiao. The spectators turned silent after seeing the furious king. They all knew that he had been training hard at the imperial border. They thought he would be able to challenge Li Qiye, but he couldn't even defeat Li Qiye's saber maid. How could he challenge Li Qiye then? Jikong Wudi and the other geniuses were slightly trembling too. The more astonishing part was that from start to finish, Chen Baojiao didn't even use her immortal physique. There had been rumors that the dual-blade beauties were both at half completion with their physiques. Some had even seen it with their own eyes. However, the mortal king was already at a disadvantage before Chen Baojiao showed it off. Once she activated her physique, she would be even more frightening. Clank! Clank! A burst of metallic sounds appeared. A thick and heavy armor covered the king's body. This happened in an instant. The armor seemed to be made from immortal steel and emitted a golden sheen, making him look even more sacred, especially when he activated his immortal physique. In this moment, he looked like an unbreakable man of iron. Good armor. Even Li Qiye had to praise after seeing it. Nowadays, not too many people can craft armor specifically for the hell-suppressing physique. Even Jikon Woody's group had solemn expressions after seeing the armor. They knew their stuff, so after seeing the incredible divine metal, it was clear that even a God-King-level weapon wouldn't be able to break it. As for imperial weapons, one blow alone wouldn't be sufficient. This type of armor in conjunction with the king's immortal physique could definitely double his combat prowess. Eat this. The furious king lunged into the sky and took his speed to the limit. He then descended like a blazing meteor. Although speed was the weak point of the hell-suppressing physique, this was only something Li Qiye or other geniuses like Jikon Woody would say. For other experts, the mortal king was still very fast, they couldn't even catch glimpses of him. Rumble. With his meteoric attack, the entire world shook and rumbled. If he were to slam onto the ground, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Many people immediately retreated even further away from the battlefield in shock after seeing this. The half-completion hell-suppressing physique had an unfathomable weight. This weight combined with that celestial momentum would have an inconceivable impact. In the face of such a ferocious strike, Chen Baojiao made no attempt to dodge. Clank! The tyrannical saber lit up and unleashed an unstoppable slash with an aura that soared to the sky. It was an incredibly decisive and fierce slash. She was like an unstoppable overlord with the crushing desire to fight until death. Overlord fourth slash. This attack heralded the arrival of a tyrant that had the power to flip over mountains and shatter the world. This slash had an indescribable might. Nothing else could claim to be tyrannical in the face of this attack. Boom! The saber glint flashed for countless miles after the sonorous blast resounded. When it struck the mortal king's armor, fiery sparks flew like a volcanic eruption. It illuminated the area in a majestic manner. The saber was sharp indeed. It left a deep cut on the armor. However, her overbearing blade still couldn't overcome his hell-suppressing physique. The saber energy began to disintegrate and dim after the direct blow. Boom! Due to the suppression of the physique, Chen Baojiao fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the physique continued to suppress the tyrannical saber. Chen Baojiao didn't evade and fiercely met the offense directly. Boom! 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 Chen Baojiao was pushed back through several peaks. Thump! Eventually, her blood energy soared. With one foot stomping on the ground, she barely stopped the attack from the immortal physique while her saber was still stuck in the king's chest. Activate! After her shout, the area in front of her lit up with the emergence of her inner physique. At this second, her tyrannical spring physique erupted. Her blood energy frantically increased. The power of the Grand Tao and the worldly energy in the lesser imperial devil world seemed to be pulled in by her as she became the center of a terrifying storm. An inexhaustible power poured into the storm center. She became a storm goddess who could, with this power alone, tear apart this world. Clank! This frightening storm forming behind her allowed her to unleash a mighty force. The vortex of energy was fueling her. Bang! She reversed the tide from defense to offense. The spring physique allowed her battle prowess to multiply endlessly. The tyrannical saber began to force the king back continuously. It was his turn to smash through several peaks. Clank! The sound of metal cracking came about. The blade finally cut through the king's armor. Pluff! The saber energy instantly pierced his body as his blood stained the armor. The mortal king staggered several steps back as his blood kept on gushing out like a spring. The crowd gasped at this scene. Just a bit more and her saber would have taken the king's life. His armor was his one saving grace. Zzz, with a secret technique, the wound on his chest instantly closed, but his face was still pale. Her saber had wounded him. Even though his secret technique cured the wound, it expended a huge amount of blood energy. You are forcing me to use my killing move. The mortal king roared. This development angered him to the point of insanity. Buzz! Before he finished his cry, he had already summoned two treasures with billowing imperial auras. One was a pagoda while the other consisted of two flying shuttles. The two shuttles floated around his shoulder and instantly spewed out an imperial vortex to increase his speed. After summoning these treasures, the mortal king's battle intent surged, making him look like a war god riding into battle. The Alacrity shuttle was a life treasure capable of increasing the mortal king's speed dozens of times. The primordial pagoda, on the other hand, could increase his weight several times. This amplification of both speed and weight resulted in an increased battle prowess up to 100-fold over. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the mortal king started his offense with a speed as fast as lightning and a weight absolutely capable of shattering the void. This allowed him to instantly warp through space, leaving behind a terrifying black hole. Chen Baojiao readied herself with a battle cry. Her speed also reached its limit as she slashed straight down at him. Heaven-traversing fifth slash, the next variation of her saber technique. In an instant, only this slash existed in this world. It sealed the firmament as well as the earth. Myriad laws molded and the Tao prostrated before it. At the same time, her spring physique funneled the worldly energy from the Grand Tao. This torrential power empowered her, allowing the saber energy of this slash to reach the extreme. The whole world was enveloped by its aura. Bang! Even the spring physique and the powerful saber technique couldn't stop the attack from the mortal king. Chen Baojiao was blown away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. At this split second, Li Qiye rushed forward at an unbelievable speed and caught her. The mortal king didn't stop there. Right when Li Qiye grabbed Chen Baojiao, he continued his onslaught with an unparalleled speed using his greatest weapon, the hell-suppressing physique. This slam embodied both extreme speed and great destructive power. Even a god monarch would be blown away from this attack with their blood jetting. Chapter 1077, Stagnation Domain. Though this blow from the mortal king carried extreme speed and extreme weight, Li Qiye didn't care about it enough to even give it a glimpse. Buzz! Li Qiye spread his palm. Under his 5 fingers, a world of darkness emerged and instantly swallowed the attacking king. Heaven-devouring evil fist, one of the myriad Tao fists, an attack capable of devouring everything. Li Qiye simply didn't care for the king and instantly carried Chen Baojiao back. He checked her veins and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was nothing significant to worry about. Boom! The mortal king broke through the void and rushed back from the world of darkness. Fight me again. He laughed like a madman as his battle intent erupted. He was bursting with absolute confidence. It didn't matter whether he was facing Li Qiye or Jikong Wudi or Mei Suyao, he believed that he could defeat all of them. Both Jikong Wudi and Heavenly Emperor Lin turned solemn after seeing the king's current state. With the Alacrity shuttle and Primordial Pagoda boosting him, he had indeed become much more powerful. His hell-suppressing physique was able to exert an unprecedented battle prowess. The younger generation is quite frightening. Even a god monarch was quite wary of his newfound speed. You think I'm afraid of you? Chen Baojiao's pride was swelling, she struggled to get up for another round. Li Qiye stopped her and gently shook his head, rest for now, leave it to me. She wasn't convinced by the last exchange, but Li Qiye smiled, your Grand Tao is still not mature, so there's no need to force a fight. Winning and losing is part of being a warrior. Let me go, you can watch me kill him with one move. She finally turned silent and quietly went back while Li Shuangyan came to take care of her. In fact, she was not afraid of fighting the mortal king again because she had created her own Grand Tao. She still had an ace up her sleeve. She cultivated the tyrannical spring physique. This made her cultivation speed during the later stages much faster. She had surpassed Li Shuangyan's group and obtained her own Grand Dao. Partly due to the treasure art that she received from the World Tree, she had succeeded in creating her own personal Grand Dao. This Grand Dao was given the name Terra Treasure Art. Li Qiye reached out and gently pointed with his finger. Afterward, one could hear the sound of bones breaking. The kneeling king's bones shattered one by one. He couldn't withstand this terrifying force. Buzz! The Alacrity Shuttle and Primordial Pagoda under his control were suddenly recalled by someone. They instantly tore through space and used their powerful Imperial auras to escape out of sight. No, the king cried out in despair. Without Imperial weapons, he was in an even worse position. Before he could finish his desperate howl, his entire body shattered. With more cracking noises, his whole being was completely crushed. The king was no more. There was only a pool of smashed flesh and quietly flowing blood on the ground. The spectators were creeped out by this outcome. The king's battle prowess was as clear as day. Even god monarchs had to be somewhat wary of him, but all that was left of him was a pile of mincemeat. The stagnation domain was completely horrifying. It wasn't simply the combination of the two immortal physiques. This was the culmination of the two physiques finding symmetry to form an absolute domain. This domain was the endless exertion of the physique's power. This meant that the raw power of the two physiques was amplified by several dozen times or even 100 times inside this space. Two immortal physiques appearing at the same time was horrible enough, but once symmetry was reached, the essence of their power became augmented 100-fold, resulting in this frightening creation. People could only quiver in fear. From start to finish, Li Qiye didn't actually use a technique. He simply lifted his finger and just like that, the king was crushed into a meaty paste. In fact, Li Qiye didn't even need to lift a finger while inside the stagnation domain. Remember the storm god praised as a god monarch? She could only stand there and accept the beating once inside the stagnation domain he casually released. Li Qiye looked at the sky and said indifferently, "It seems like he is still quite smart." The person hiding in the darkness was the king's Dao protector. Alas, he didn't try to save the king and only recalled the imperial weapons instead. This was because he already knew the outcome and didn't want the imperial weapons to fall into Li Qiye's hands. After seeing this scene, all the other geniuses had grim expressions. They wanted to see a fight between the king and Li Qiye in order to observe Li Qiye's flaws and possible merit laws. However, Li Qiye didn't reveal a single technique in this battle, rendering them unable to find any of his weaknesses. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.